conversation, right, in regards to that. However, I think maybe when people are speaking, they're interpreting something else different, and it may be coming across as if they're telling people what to do. I don't know. I haven't really been paying that much attention to the inside of what people are saying, but yeah, that's the conversation. Thank you for joining. Good to see you, brother.
Thank you for yeah, the rundown of the conversation. I mean, it's tragic. If we celebrate, should we be mourning his death? I mean,
No.
I mean, like, and I'll just say this and then I'll be quiet. Like, I mean, from my observations of conversations that Charlie Kirk had, I don't feel any kind of way. He's gone. Good. Okay. I mean, he's like Ron said it best. Niggas die every day, B.
Okay. Hey, I believe people are entitled to their opinions. I'm not sure. I wasn't in the space previously before where this sentiment came from. It sounded like people were actually like cheering, like yay, yay, hip hip hooray, the racist is dead kind of thing. And some people don't think that that's cool, like to be celebrating that somebody died. Right?
Well, might I ask, is it wrong if people were celebrating a virile racist dying?
Corey, can I take
or being killed? Like, I just heard the previous say, is it tragic? Yeah. Is it? I'm asking the question. Is it tragic? I might want to grab it. I'm gonna look up what tragic is.
Yeah, Corey, I hear you, brother. And I said that kind of facetiously, like, I mean, tragic, that he died, and that's why I was going on. I went on further to say, like, I know I've listened to Charlie for quite a number of years now, and heard the vile things that he said about black people, and heard the vile things that he said about like the people that look like me and exist in this world like me. So am I sad that Charlie Kirk is dead? Fuck no, I am not. I am not. And I'm not going to try to force myself to feel any otherwise. It is, and I'll say tragic loosely, that he lost his life, that he is no longer amongst the living. But I kind of feel like, yo, you know what? You reap what you sow.
Well, it's interesting because I remember when Osama bin Laden was assassinated and killed. Americans celebrate when international terrorists or what we deem terrorists are killed. But when it's somebody that's spreading domestic terrorism in various ways, then we're supposed to view that very differently when it's on our side.
Well, technically, because he was technically an American like us, I think that is what people are trying to placate the notion of, like, oh my gosh, he was an American, he was a dad, he was all like. While that may be very, very much true, he still had an everyday life that he chose to actually go out and spew nonsense. He went out there and made comments about Palestinian people and how they are the equivalent to cattle. And that they should not get a relatively thought about and all these. Like, these are the real things he was doing. And let's be clear, his organization, the Turning Point USA, he only has on YouTube 3.14 million subscribers. You don't really get that much engagement as well. So, like, I understand he may be someone they make clips out of, but he really didn't get that much notoriety. Like, he was only popular with my youth group, and that's it.
Well, I mean, he is popular with young people. I've got kids that are in college. One just got out of college. So, how should one feel when this individual makes the world a dangerous place for your kids? How should you feel when it comes to their demise?
He was literally in the middle of saying something. He had said something about trans people doing mass shootings, and then he said something about gang violence and those type of mass shootings, which we all know that dog whistle. So, I mean, he was in the midst of doing what he does the best, and I would say he's pretty popular.
any of us.
Yeah, man. As I said before, I don't think anybody should cry over his death. I'm just curious as to what this means politically in terms of, I mean, gosh, what part of Trump's justification for entering D.C. was nothing really about crime in D.C., but because one of his staffers or something got killed or robbed or some shit like that. I can't exactly remember, right? Like, an administration.
And it wasn't even, and black, it wasn't even killed. It was supposedly beat up.
They've been beat up.
Which I don't know if it happened.
Right? Like an administration, president who takes, personal slights and then weaponizes the military and a good part of the executive branch against black and brown cities. I would not be surprised if Trump finds another reason to do this even further and to push even harder.
How does the young nigga say it today? We smoking on that Charlie Kirk pack.
Hey, stop it.
Smoking on that Charlie Kirk.
And then final point for me is that, again, like, I think when we're talking about political violence, assuming that this is political violence, I don't think that this, puts outside the realm of possibility that a progressive, somebody on the left who's giving a public talk would not be targeted in open season, whether it's an act of retaliation or otherwise. I just get concerned about acts of political violence generally and what it means politically. If folks want to celebrate his death, folks, don't care about it. I think that's perfectly fine. I don't care about him dying or being killed. What I care about, again, like I said, is what it means politically.
But we've already seen that example earlier this year. The congressperson or the state assembly person from what was it, Minnesota, her and her husband. Like we've already seen these acts already playing out.
They should stop.
So this is like this Charlie Kirk stuff is nothing new, and we're talking about two individuals who were just representing their constituents. Charlie Kirk made an occupation out of spewing hate. So what did he expect was going to happen? Somebody at some point in time was going to, be his find out since he was fucking around.
Well, I mean, so I hear that, but then, can the same principle apply to the representatives? Like, hey, of course it couldn't. So my question, so my concern becomes like political violence that is existing now, and how for me that's deeply troubling. That we have these acts of political violence, and it really quells, I think, the ways in which I think it can have a chilling effect on the ways in which people, I know one person was like, I think it was Madison, who was like, this isn't an organizing strategy. But for those of us who do that work and who are thinking about what this means, I think it can in some ways, and they were already targeted and surveilled. I think it can have in some ways a chilling effect. And so my point is that, like, again, Charlie Kirk, but this has implications that exist beyond just the singular racist figure.
But I think that ship has sailed, and you might be 6 years behind the trend. We have crossed into this era updated by Trump that this is par for the course. I mean, I don't know if you all saw the video of the representative in Tennessee or Kentucky who was at a public speech last night, or I saw it last night, literally saying the country is for white folk, that his ancestors built this country for us. It's for us. It's for us. And the natives, the savages, it's for us. The type of political environment, the socio-political environment that existed before this piece of shit human being came to the forefront forefront of politics does not exist anymore. The norms that we are used to do not exist anymore. The type of respect, political dialogue, responses, etc., do not exist anymore. And we are behind the eight ball if it's troubling now. It has been troubling.
Yeah, no, I think we all agree. I mean, I'm sorry.
No.
I mean, we did it.
No.
I mean,
No. See you later. Please let Corey finish. Thank you. Oh, not you. No. Hell no. Don't bring him back up.
Yeah, don't bring him up. He can't speak English well.
Yeah, so we have passed the point of troubling and being troubled. At this point, it is, this is gonna sound crude. I felt it as it was coming up. The same way that we have anesthetized, however you say the word, I probably said that wrong, ourselves to school shootings, which was the conversation they were having, right? The same way that we have gone numb to that is how I feel about this. Like, we passed the point that this is not regular anymore.
I agree with that, Corey, and I think that for me, that's why I have the position I have on this. It's like it's not that it's now becoming trouble, but I think there's an uptick. Like, I mean, obviously this has been happening for centuries. There are ebbs and flows. I feel like that we're in a flow moment right now, and in recent history, we can date it back to, the activists who were found dead in their
Hey, be quiet. For real. Nobody is in the mood for that. We're not doing that today. You about to get out of here. For real. For real. You're not about to do this. You're not about to do this. You're not. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. You're going to be quiet today.
I moved her down.
How much Hattie did she have today?
Who was talking? Go ahead, Piper.
We saw this when it came to the murder of the activists. What could be considered a murder. There hasn't been any official determination. I don't think they were just found dead in their vehicles. The vehicles were burned, but I think it was clearly murder. It may have been by law enforcement, but the activists in Ferguson. We've been living with this political violence for some time now, and for me, it's like that's not okay. And I hear what you're saying, Corey, about being inert to it. For me, I'm just not, and it's hard. Just like I'm not, and I mean, in a different way, but just like I'm not inert to school shootings.
Yeah, I'm not either. But a separate idea that has come to me is that this is the point. This is the environment that they have been trying to cultivate. This is exactly the point. They gonna show up at this motherfucker's funeral and perform and do all the things. I would not be surprised if Donald Trump is the eulogist. They gonna show all the things for the purpose of continuing to foment this violent response. This is the point. So they not mourning Charlie Kirk. He is about to be beatified. He is about to be their rallying cry.
Also, break that thing.
He's going to be their political
Martyr. Yep.
He's going to be their political martyr. Don't be surprised. Don't be surprised if you see Charlie Kirk T-shirts out here and people out here wearing them, because they're going to make him his martyr. They're martyr.
They're gonna make it seem as if he got. And I don't know that if Charlie Kirk could come back and tell us after it happens if he would be sad about that.
Yeah.
I think they should increase security for all the Democrats right now. You know, there's going to be some retaliation. There's going to be some crazies out there trying to.
I don't know if you're on Twitter right now, but if you see a lot of the reactions to people, what they're reacting to, even Democratic members decide to text or put anything out saying like we praying for Charlie Kirk's family, whatever, they're even saying like, no, this is fucking war. Like you guys are Democrat. You guys are the ones that fucking did this. The Democrats did this.
They are. Even though they don't know though, but people gonna do it either way. It was gonna happen. Anything that happens to one of them, they're gonna blame a Democrat for it. So that's gonna be.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Go ahead, Johanna.
Whoever wants to start that.
I just had it up.
I said, I don't know if you've seen it, but I sent you an invite. I sent you a couple of invites in the other spot.
Oh, I seen that.
Yeah, but what I was going to say is I was literally arguing with TC because TC was trying to blame, saying the Democrats are being so violent. I don't understand why every time something happens they got to get violent. Like you cannot take outliers and start trying to blame outliers and say that is the mindset of the entire political party, right? That part to me doesn't make any fucking sense. It is the weirdest shit ever. You know what would happen if it were them? They would say this black on black crime is fucking crazy.
Yep.
This black on black crime is fucking crazy. What else?
Okay, can I speak here before I get, can I give me a second here?
No, people want to speak.
Just give me for 60 seconds.
I don't give a fuck about you spazzing around, white lady. I don't give a fuck.
No way.
Get your ass the fuck out of here.
One second. Let me take it.
cursing yet. Too many people on the stage and too many voices going at the same time.
I wouldn't be surprised if somebody.
1 second. Who's that? 1 second, Jeremy. I'm gonna come right over to you. Just in case, because there's some new speakers on stage. I want to make sure I hear from everyone. But let's just be mindful. We don't do all that talking out of turn crap. Like, if there's a squabble, people going back and forth, whatever, that's fine. Those two people can have that conversation, that dialogue. That was a great conversation between Corey and Black Freedom. I like the way that you all will be able to express your thoughts.
Pay attention to.
No arguing back and forth.
Pay attention to this lady calling for lynchings in the chat.
Do you hear her talking?
You gotta check it before I see it.
Y'all literally hear her talking, right?
Report her before you check her. Report her before you
Let
check
her finish what she was saying. First lady.
Bring her back up. My bad.
Alright, so let's just keep the conversation going and flowing. Baby, it's so good to see you here. Alright, Justin and and I got G in the house. Oh my goodness, go ahead, G. Alright, Sandra's there. Jeremy, one mic on you, babe.
Yeah, I was just gonna say I wouldn't be surprised if for those in government that want to spark like a civil war, they just straight up just chose Kirk as the one that's gonna start it. You know what I mean? If they want to start it, then that's what they did. They probably used him as the martyr to trigger this whole shit. It says this is what's going on.
Is it possible for me to, because when they were having their back and forth, which was great, my name was mentioned, and if I could just respond to that in terms of
That'll be $5, man. Thank you.
that'd be what?
$5.
Oh,
Go ahead.
But black people, we've always been policed in our emotions, told to forgive, rise above, that sort of a thing. And the pendulum, I heard something said about the pendulum swinging because the pendulum has already swung, and pretending that this incident, is going to do that ignores the swing that was already battering our communities. And white supremacy has always used moments like this to justify targeting us. It's not new, and it's not something that we control by being silent, in my opinion, because strategy and emotion can coexist. Yes, we need long-term strategy and organizing, but that doesn't require pretending that the death of somebody who harmed us, is a national tragedy. Like, we can be politically disciplined while still acknowledging that some people feel relief from this. And the real danger from my perspective, is the narrative. The danger isn't that black folks express relief or even celebrate. The danger is letting white-dominated media and political folks set the frame that his life was more valuable than the lives he targeted. So our job is to shift the conversation. Don't let his death overshadow the harm he caused or the systems that are in place that he defends that harm us.
I would like to add something briefly. Um, I agree with everything that Madison said. I think we're spending a little bit too much time talking about, well, what if Charlie gets murdered and all of these Klansmen start blowing up churches? While that's probably going to happen and was going to happen before he got assassinated, the reality is it's a much worse climate when you can say the things Charlie Kirk said and make millions and millions of dollars and live a very safe life. What you actually do want societally is for there to be some level of fear and desensitization for saying some of the brutally cruel, evil, inhuman things he said about people. Like, I'm just going to use a quote from Charlie. I think empathy is a newfangled, corrosive word that we use, and it's very toxic. We should throw empathy out the window. Someone in a free society, a free democracy, getting millions and millions of young white armed men to consider empathy as a word that doesn't belong in the English language. Someone who's going around saying you shouldn't want a black pilot. Someone saying that if a trans woman wants to play sports in high school, she should be taken out back and taken care of. I'm not saying bad things should happen to that person, but I also am saying a young white man or a young person in general shouldn't see mean, vicious people just get off scot-free being that way and making a multi-million-dollar career acting that way. You might have to be like, I might make $1 million, but I also might get shot in the neck while talking about black crime under a tent that says prove me wrong. Like, listen, come on. I don't celebrate anything, but I tell you what, if you look at other communities and how they feel about their oppressors when they go, they do not go around warning other people in their community about being too celebratory. It just is what it is.
But here's the thing though, right? Why aren't we talking about the game plan? Because if you go to some of these other spaces that are happening right now here on this wonderful app, they're planning. They're already talking about war, right? That's the conversation we need to be having versus having an argument about, why this black person telling you not to celebrate and so on, whatever. That ain't gonna help us. What's the strategy moving forward?
Oh, I have a
Like with what? There's nothing you can really do.
Yeah.
No, the main issue.
There's other people that want to speak though. Wait a minute. Now let me get to some other people. G, how you feel? You want to?
If there's a chance, I'd like to speak, but
I'll get to you. I'll get to you, Chucks. Then, G, you didn't say anything. Sandra, did you want to say something? 1, 2.
No, I just came to see what you guys.
Right, no worries. Please stay right there. Hey, Meta. Bart, baby, how you doing? I hear you said that.
How are you?
Hello, how are you, beautiful?
Oh, my darling.
Did you want to say anything?
Yeah, I'm very shocked. I've been on a deep dive on Twitter. Yeah, a month ago there was a post that said that Charlie Kirk feared being murdered by Israel. Funny enough, and a month later he gets shot. I think it's kind of crazy. I think there's some sort of I'm a big conspiracy theorist. I think there's some sort of weird agenda behind this, in which they're trying to prove some sort of point or they're trying to distract people from something.
It's
very
only been a
suspicious.
couple hours. We don't gotta go straight to Jewish conspiracy.
That's ridiculous. Listen, I just find it very, very, very interesting that on the, hold on, I saved the tweet, on the 10th of, hold on, where's the likes? Okay, here. It said, I'm not going to name names, Harrison H. Smith, but I was told by someone close to Charlie Kirk that Charlie thinks Israel will kill him if he turns it against them. That was on the 13th of the 8th, 2025. A month later, he gets shot in the neck, point blank. Even the guy arrested, they said that that guy wasn't the guy that shot him. Do you get what I'm saying? That for that shot to be so on point, sorry, that's crazy. That's giving a professional hit. That's not giving a random Joe around the corner that picked up a gun. That's giving like long range target, like shot. Like that is, I don't know. That was a shot and a half. Like that's not a amateur. Do you get what I'm saying?
So, a lot of people don't like him, okay? Let's be honest, I'm really kind of shocked by this, but he caught my attention because he was open actually to speak to people that were going to debate him today. So it's really sad.
You literally Miss White, you can't keep letting people off.
No, it's fine. I started to joke. I was shocked.
Y'all talking about cutting her off, but the ridiculous bullshit.
Barbie, were you done? Wait, Barbie, were you, baby? I'm sorry, baby, were you finished?
Oh no, go ahead. Thank you for letting me speak. Big up you guys.
I really thought she was gonna come and say Charlie Kirk got bodied when he was in London debating those Oxford kids, and they cremated his ass. And listen,
Nah, they did good. They did
That
good.
was a masterclass in debating when people actually know what they're talking about, and not the idiots that Charlie Kirk debates on Jupiter.
No, I see some good American students though. You know that black girl, she's good.
They did research. They actually called Charlie Kirk for being a community college dropout. That hurt his ego.
If I could, I'd really like a chance to share something, if I may, but you tell me.
Go for it, sir.
I'm in the room. If I could.
Go for it, sir.
It's like, thank you. It's like Charlie Kirk, that's what the room is about, okay? And it's like, I'm not saying I was ever a fan or anything, I was an observer of him, and I wasn't sure if he was just doing it for his own media attention, whatever. And it's like, however, in these circumstances of what's happened, all I feel inside myself, nothing to do with politics and race and colour, is that was a brave man. He was a brave man. Okay, yeah, but maybe I'll go, but someone said let me finish, so fine, thank you for that. And so I thought, well, he's a brave man who's got his own opinions, right or wrong. I'm not saying I support them or anything. It's like, I'm saying he's a brave man.
The fuck was a brave? Okay, so what the fuck was brave about going and badgering and picking with little college kids and on stages across America? Hold on. You made your statement. Let me complete my thing. Let me just complete. It's a white thing that y'all feel like y'all just can't just let me finish fucking talking. Alright, so what was so fucking brave that he went around and sat on the stage and picked with motherfuckers and tried to outwit them as a fucking grown adult with kids that he could have been doing something? What the fuck is so brave about that? Please explain.
Now go ahead, Justin.
Your mute button work, Justin.
Justin, unmute.
Sorry, yeah. Sorry, thank you. Actually, all I want to do is just answer my own view on that question. Okay, nothing more to do with his politics. Is what I see as brave is it's not about right or wrongness. It's like people like Trump and co. They have mass security. Candace Owens and the other Tucker, they hide understandably in their own place, and that. But this guy, he just goes out and says his shit in front of people. He's a target. He also has big security.
Yeah, he has security there.
He has security.
His security is not that big. They didn't have security.
Shut the fuck up.
No, he didn't have it. They didn't have control.
This is why I stopped doing cocaine right there. That's the problem.
This guy got shot today. standing out, and I'm just saying at least he's brave. I'm not saying he's
I agree with you, Justin. Don't listen to these
I'm just
people.
saying he's at least fucking brave.
Okay,
Alright, come on, y'all talking all of the time.
Articulate leave.
Yo, why y'all? Come on, one at a time.
I'll boom this bitch. I'll boom it. I'll boom it. I'll boom it.
Please take your finger off the button. We're going to control the conversation.
All right.
Please don't boom the room. Please don't boom the room.
All right, y'all gotta please stop jumping off mic just to say, please keep your intrusive thoughts to yourself. We can't hear nobody else.
We're going to start shooting. If there's not a queue and you're not the person directly after, we're going to have to shoot you. No disrespect for anybody. That's what's going to happen.
Alright, so if Justin finished, Justin, he's finished with his response. Okay, he's gone. Alright, so.
I'm not no mod or no shit, but I don't even think it's that crazy in here today. Like, I know Charlie Kirk got shot, but is everybody just trigger happy? Okay.
This room, in my opinion, and I go to a lot of different rooms, this room is very tolerant when it comes to that. There's not really, I don't see trigger happy mods in here. But if people are over talking each other, we can't hear each other's thought to even respond to it conclusively. That's what's being said. I don't think it's that crazy, but people are over talking them. We can't hear the conversation. It doesn't have a natural flow.
Where did Articulate go? Because I was,
He flew over our heads. It's fine. Can we move on?
don't do that.
No, oh Lord.
I do believe that.
Because I think all you guys, we're all saying the same position, like over and over and over and over again. I don't think anybody wishes unalignment onto any person, nobody wishes death onto someone here upon this earth. However, when you feel and bigot shit, guess what? Shit comes to you. And so, there's nothing we can really say. Man died, we move on.
I mean, some people do it, but I don't understand this whole idea of the enemy just living his best life. I want the enemy dead and gone. So, hello. Because so now that it wasn't okay for me to celebrate, I'm celebrating today. I'm putting some food on the grill. I'm turning on the music. I think this is a great day. It's a great time to celebrate a fucking enemy dying and getting what he deserves. Yes.
It's kind of, you know what, actually, I can agree with you a little bit, Brooklyn, because wasn't it kind of the same thing when we were all celebrating when the plantation home that Annabelle burned down for us?
Yeah, when the fucking master would die, the ancestors would celebrate and be happy. So we want to do the same thing.
You know what? Shame on you.
You cannot be doing
this. He's the cracker that deserved it. Now what? What you gonna say?
Let's crack up our
Look, I want to
y'all being racist.
Give me 1 second, right? I don't stand with him on any level. I think that it's good to see opposition gone. But I wouldn't wish death upon him because he had racist, sick ass, twisted ass, weird ass fucking beliefs, right? That was fucked up. He was fucked up. But I believe in karma and I believe in energy. I believe in the universe right in itself. I also believe, if you want to go to a more technical standpoint, that they're going to be monitoring people on apps like this, right, to see the mind state and if they're a potential danger. And you're going to have Secret Service and FBI and everybody else. If you start saying things that can be the equivalent of a threat or potential violence towards a political party, I don't think it's smart to do anymore. I think that's going to be taken seriously and it's going to be monitored and it could put you under a scope that you don't want to be under, right?
We all been ICE is going to show up at your door.
I'm about to land right here, but I will say this. I do find it very ironic how much he advocated for gun rights and how much he minimized the deaths that would come from it for him to be shot in the throat. Because he said himself that, you know what, there's going to be some people that have to die for the Second Amendment to stand, and that's okay. I'm good with that. empathy is not really a thing. So, I mean, that's very ironic to say that and then suffer that fate.
You know, wishing is one thing, but something that when it's after the fact, it's after the fact. It already happened. So at this point, it's not about wishing somebody was dead. It's the fact of the matter that somebody is at this point. And in terms of surveillance, I was just having this conversation last night. Yes, of course, you should monitor. Period. If you're online, that is your image across the board. You should be monitoring that all the time. Nothing has changed with today. We're all under surveillance all the time. I use my name on this app, so anything I say or anything I do, I'm going to stand by it, whatever it is. So wishing is one thing, but after the fact, that's another one. It's a done.
It's a little poetic that the very tool he used to spread his hate, racism, misogyny, all the ugliness that he did was his voice, and they shot him in the throat.
He was only. I mean, they took that throat chakra.
What?
They said down.
Two things are undefeated. Father Time and Mother Irony is always undefeated. It is always undefeated. Father Time and Mother Irony.
That's a fact. And Mother Irony got a hold of that though, didn't it?
Yeah, brother. You remember when Kevin Samuels died and he got in an apartment alone?
Very celebratory about that one too. I'm sorry.
Talking about fat women.
He wasn't a lot. People felt the way he did it.
He died. He was died in an apartment alone.
All right, y'all must want me to be the party pooper, right?
Okay, I was just saying irony.
Okay, thank you. You said it. Next caller.
And there are some things that him
Brooklyn, you've been talking a lot. Can somebody else get in?
Have I been talking? Okay, let me just go in the audience.
Nobody needs you to go in the audience. Nobody wants you to go in the audience. Michael, you were getting ready to say something? Audrey, I don't know if your mic came out.
I muted up after you said too many people were talking.
No. Go ahead.
No, I'm good.
I didn't say too many people were talking. I said that I didn't hear other voices. I wanted to hear other voices, so I was specifically talking about hearing your voice, sir.
I got you. I'm sorry, First Lady. Yeah, I'm good.
Cool. Then I won't make way for you. Hey, Jay. Jay, what you say? Sierra.
I said, not you scaring them, First Lady.
No, everybody's scared.
That man nervous. That make that man nervous.
You get no damn nervous.
You don't understand how nervous you make the straight man.
First Lady, you put on your mama voice out here and shit. It was talking to her like, damn, First Lady.
First Lady, I'm walking.
You need to stop this lies. These are lies. I don't know.
Men are telling you. How you gonna tell the men that are telling you that what we're hearing?
First Lady, have you ever seen that Maury episode where that one girl got and told that tall ass man to get on his knees? That was you. That's you.
Yep.
That's your head. Who said move?
Raising the voice too, which is crazy. Everybody's scared. She done scared the room for us.
Shut up, Gemini.
So, First Lady asked about solutions. I think the stats can't be that much different now. But the same amount of, now, there are two parts to this. The same amount of percentage is way more than it is us. So the numbers is off. Of white people that own guns, black people own guns. As it relates to protecting your home, I think we still have that vestige of nonviolent political resistance in a culture today that, has it ever been? It's never met our nonviolence with nonviolence. And so I think that as they continue to foment this type of violence, the target or the effect of DC didn't happen the way they wanted it to. Black folk weren't out in the streets acting crazy and we haven't had some instance of violence to trigger us, right? To go, Detroit on their ass. And so this might be theirs. And I just think that, for the people who want to, like, go to a gun range, get a gun card. Now, the stats say that most people are killed or injured by their own guns that they own in their own home. So, take that safety course a bit seriously. But, this just, well, Max, but this like sitting around, by eye and talking about it, I don't think it's going to change anything. Especially, as I said, with the climate that is being created, we have entered into a place where violence is the language that they're calling for.
So let me make sure I understand. You're suggesting that people should go to the gun range, pick up some firearm, and get ready for the revolution? Like,
Sure.
is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so if you need to.
Sure.
Well, I'm asking CJ if for his clarity, not for you to, chihuahua around. Go ahead.
She about to get the belt. Yes, that is essentially, if the revolution comes to your front door, meet them. Now, the problem is, and this is why we have to have these conversations in like community and with people that got better sense, right? We are on the precipice of moving into an all-out dictatorship. Like this building up ICE, as I think Stacey Abrams and others have said, as Trump's personal police force, it's happening. As we're sitting here talking now, I'm sure, right? And these things are not connected as far as we think to ICE or to immigration or to black folks. Somebody asked in the chat, why is the Klan being brought up? What they gonna come do to black folk? Black folk ain't got shit to do with this. We've never had shit to do with any of the shit, but they target us anyway, right? So, I mean, I think at the very least, for the people who are scared, nervous, concerned, go to a jiu-jitsu class. Do something. Don't just be sitting waiting for it to come meet you unprepared in any type of way.
Trick, you on stage? I see you here. I know you had mentioned the fact that he was right in the midst of talking about trans mass shooting or something, and then that's when
he was building a question on trans mass shooters, and he says that there's too many trans mass shooters, and that's right when the shot comes out. It is now, and again,
it's actually when he said the gang violence.
Yeah, and he says the gang. Then he says the gang violence. Yeah, take this with a grain of salt. There is a picture of an individual on what's called the Lucy roof at the Utah Valley Center moments before he shot. There's a video of some guy on the roof. My mother said she wanted to extend her thoughts, but I'll save that for later because I know you guys are talking. I'll talk to you guys soon.
Yeah, I mean, there's a famous photo of Jesse Jackson at this point at the top of the Lorraine Motel.
So there's a conversation regarding, this looming thing that black people always have to be, empathetic, caring. But is that not our fabric? Is that not how we were brought up? I just want to know, like, are we changing those sentiments? Have we become something different? Just let me know.
It is a part of the fabric of how we've been brought up, but I think there's some conversation to be had about making your opponents docile. I think there's something to be said about that. And I've said this before, that if black folk tapped into a portion of the rage that we have inside us genetically and turned it on this country, we would fuck this bitch up. However, we have accepted the docile nature that has been cultivated and bred into us, and then that coupled with the political ideology of someone that we have, turned into a saint and a martyr, right? That whether or not it served us the way that we wanted it to, whether or not it continues to serve us the way that we want it to, respectability politics and not being angry or showing emotion that would put your life in danger, all of that contributes to what you're saying, First Lady, and I think that sometimes we chalk it up to, well, we were raised to be kind and empathetic and the laudable parts of it, without talking about the reason that we were raised that way was so you wouldn't be the next Emmett Till.
Right, so that's what I was saying about the revolution, right? Because the way I hear this conversation started, it just sounds like, all right, we're ready to fight, kind of thing. And what Just was saying earlier in regards to, we got them kind of weapons. Like, you trying to fight the federal government? Like,
Retarded.
what's going on? So that's what I'm trying to figure. I'm just trying to figure it out. I'm trying to figure out what people
Well,
saying.
I
That's
don't think
all.
that it's the federal government that we really have to anymore. It's their goons.
Who do you think is back there, white people?
Hello?
I mean, I'm just, and listen, I'm not, I don't mind going to war. I'll fight anyone. But, yo, strategy is a thing. I feel like mostly like everybody else, but I'm also not putting, like, whether we willing to die for it. I don't want to put like my moms and my sisters and the women I know. I'm not ready to just willy nilly throw them out there. I don't know. I just think there needs to be a little bit more strategy involved. If y'all talking about fight,
Right, and we have war fighters.
Just, I want to say this real quick. I want you to think of it on this level. We can't fight the federal government. They are armed, trained. They have skill sets and assets that we don't have access to. So that's just silly. However, to be armed and to be able to protect yourself from the outliers is super important, right? It's not going to be the federal government showing up at your house if things are happening. It's going to be your neighbor. Right. It's going to be the little group, the little active group.
Militia from the neighborhood.
The little local militias. Matter of fact, a lot of people don't know that Los Angeles County has more hate groups than any other county, even though we have the least amount of white people. As far as registered hate groups, we have the most. So to not be armed and be able to protect yourself against threats like that might activate once things go, is just going to be short-sighted and stupid. I'm not saying not keep our guns. I'm not saying don't keep our guns. I'm saying, go get your guns. Definitely learn how to fight, all that shit. I encourage that. But maybe I'm missing what's being said, because it's like, we ready to go to war, and I mean, to be fair, I don't know if it's time for that yet. I'm not advocating we're ready to go to war. That's not what I was saying. That's not what I was saying.
To be fair, Gemini, you might not have said it, but there's been a couple people in this conversation that have just, for no reason, talked about civil war and war.
No.
It's a very irresponsible way to treat these things, but there is a responsible strategy. For the past 10 years, you've been in a climate where your family's in danger, especially if you're in a red state, if you're in the South. But now, at this point in time, anywhere in America. So if you're black, living in a black community, if you're just an American, living in an American community, it'd be important to be armed up, to be raising your children in a culture of discipline, self-defense, and safety, and to maybe have a community watch. Like, you living in the country you're living in. It's only been about 4 50, 60 years of not continual stochastic and intentional terrorism against particular communities, namely ours. And you need to pay attention to where we are historically and try to learn from past tragedies. I got a Caltech KSG. It's just a shotgun. It's just from my house. I'm not walking around marching. I'm not like Mr. 2A. I just know I live in America and things get violent. And I'm in fucking Connecticut. If I was in the South, I'd be marching up and down my neighborhood in a community watch. If I didn't have that, it'd be a first priority. If I'm living in Atlanta, I'm worried about the rest of Georgia. But y'all, it is time to really, really talk about what the worst probabilities are and be prepared for that.
Now, when we talk about race war, that's not my conversation. I'm not.
Yeah, I'm not talking about that.
It's a phrase that needs to be buried, really. That's a phrase that needs to be buried, really, because it's not happening.
Real quick, King. Yeah, I'm not saying get ready for the race war. What I'm saying is you need to have knowledge of arms and protect yourself, and be capable of using a firearm to protect yourself. Be familiar with said firearm. Go to the range, take it apart, put it back together. Know that firearm intricately, so whenever anything happens, it's muscle memory, it's not your learning point in the process. I think if we have that right, which our ancestors died for, to keep and bear arms, and we don't exercise that, we're doing everybody a serious disservice, especially to protect yourself. When people do show up at your house, if they do, and I hope they don't, if somebody shows up at your house with the intent to harm you and yours, words ain't going to work. Hey, no, stop, it ain't going to work. I'm calling the cops, ain't going to work. You're going to have to be able to protect yourself in the moment. That's important.
But haven't we learned at this point that it's not gonna, like, it's 2025, like, I don't know, we describe shit like it's 1950. All of these shootings have been from long range, and it haven't been, well, there was the one with the Democratic senators, but they were coming home from dinner, right? They were coming home. What'd you say? Right. And I'm headed again. I'm minding my fucking business. I'm headed to a concert tonight. Motherfuckers don't just show up at your door. Like, it's hard for me to hear these things and take it seriously, but I would, since there are war fighters, shout out to Hexat, there are war fighters in the room, like, how do y'all feel about all this? Or is it that, it is what it is. This is America. Motherfucker can get shot at the mall, like, anywhere. And that's just it. And you're not going to be able to protect yourself. This is the society that we've created. This is the society that we live in.
King, I'm going to tell you this. There are some outlying communities in Los Angeles County, because it's such a large county, it's one of the largest, if not the largest counties in the United States. There's some outlying communities that are MAGA, believe it or not, right? And in those communities, and I know because of a couple warehouses that we operate out of, they will intentionally go and break in and steal from the properties they know belong to black people. So what you're saying is not happening, is happening right fucking now. It's not happening to you, but it's happening here, right now, right? So if you're not able or capable of protecting yourself or prepared, which is the most important aspect of it, legally prepared to protect yourself, then you're a sitting fucking duck. And I don't want nobody to be a sitting fucking duck. It's much better to be prepared and not need to utilize something than to be unprepared and not have it when something does happen or the unexpected happens.
Gemini, what's happening? Where? What are you talking about?
One minute, Trent. He can explain this over again. 1 second. Hey, Dave. Thank you for joining. Listen, because you guys were talking about the Civil War. I was saying revolution, whatever. I don't know if you guys heard me say this earlier, but I'm saying right now on this app, they are planning their future. Okay, and all right, fine. Somebody saying, well, they're not gonna show up at your door, whatever. I want to understand about the temperature that's getting ready to come. These people have been on the edge of their seat waiting for this. I don't know. I'm going to be honest with you. I've gone into Costco. I'm trying my little cart. And I just feel like this aggression, from certain people, Not gonna mention any colors or race. And now that this has happened, how are we going to move forward is what I'm trying to think about. Do you guys pick up what I'm putting down on?
Absolutely.
That's what I'm talking about. Because there you might not meet somebody that's at the height of wanting to shoot you, but there's some energy that has already been stirring up, and I think that this right here is part of the match that's going to set this thing off. So
Can I ask
that's
y'all
what
a
I was
question?
talking about.
Why do y'all think that this has anything to do with us? Like this happened from a cracker shooting another cracker in a cracker state where hardly no black people are.
Right. So they just want something to pin on us. We don't have nothing to do with it. A lot of stuff we haven't had anything to do with. But yet and still we still get the brunt end of it. Because they're gonna find a way to push it and make it seem that way. That's just how it always goes. And that's what I'm talking about. Instead of us planning and thinking ahead, we're always behind the 8 ball. So that's what I'm trying to handle.
Let me try to.
But they've been pinning things on us. Like
That's what I just said.
Yeah. So I don't think this is like in the last room, like I said, I just don't think this is it. It's already been in motion. And I think, unfortunately, we've been, like you said earlier, that we just been too late or too lackadaisical and have not been listening. Like, Trump's election was a warning shot, and we just sat around like nothing.
Right.
And so it's like, we gotta pay attention, and we have to see where things are going, and we have to be active. We have to be proactive. We can't be reactive.
Exactly.
And that's the problem.
That's what I was trying to say.
But what does that entail doing? Like, that we aren't.
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Well, I think I'm going to be quite honest. I've always been an advocate for people getting their conceal and carry and getting a gun and actually knowing how to use it. I think tactical training, especially for Black women, is very important. And I think that that's a start.
I mean, every Black woman I know got a gun.
But not where I'm from. A lot of Black women don't.
That's not true.
I don't have one.
Yeah, like a lot of people don't know how to shoot. And a lot of people don't know how to shoot. They don't know how to clean their guns. They don't know how to shoot. I always tell Black women, go to tactical training. Get yourself a gun. It is dangerous out there for us.
But do y'all think that that's just the majority, or is that the women? Because I don't know that all the Black people I know, period, are very. Even the people that aren't. My mama got a gun. She's not a gun person, but everybody that live around me that's Black got a gun. Like, it's just a thing to have.
That sounds like an Atlanta thing, but this is not.
But most Black people live in the South, y'all.
Yeah, but we're out here too. I'm in LA. But hear me out. Just I want you to think of this, right? Having a gun is actually more dangerous than having a gun with training. That makes it less dangerous. Having a gun just means you're up in the ante because now you got a gun, but you're not really trained with it, so you're gonna get fucked off, right?
But why do you think we're not trained?
You don't have the muscle memory. The second that you raise that gun and you're not really a gun person, you're gonna get fucked up if somebody know what they're doing.
Why do you think that people are not trained?
Man, they're not training, bro. They're not training, bro. Having a gun, possession of a gun, I go to the range all the fucking time. I don't see a lot of Blacks at the range I go to. Ain't no fucking
Let's not argue about who.
Well, I'm not arguing. What I'm saying is that's to me what they're saying. It just sounds like an assumption that because I don't know. We can ask other people, but all the people I know, they have a gun and they've at least gone to the range or taken a class to know how to use it. I think Black people are very up on going to gun.
I think it's more than going to the range. Like for me, I'm very specific. I'm saying tactical training. That is what people need to start doing. It's not just going to the range. You could see a piece of paper and clap, 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 and then go home. I'm talking about tactical training, actually knowing, like strategies, like skills, decision making, in high stress level environments. Using like physical tools like your firearms and stuff like that. That is what I tell people to do. It's not just going to the range.
I don't know. I just don't think everybody's a soldier. I think you have a certain amount of people that are going to do that will do that. But I think just like in real life, everybody's not a soldier. Even in the army, everybody is not doing combat. So I think having, just knowing how to shoot for somebody like my mom, she just not a good, but she know how to shoot. We make sure she know how to shoot. So if something were to happen, she can bang on a motherfucker if needed, but she don't really want to, deal with it. I've heard other women that are in the army that don't really like guns, so that's just the nature of humans. But I do think that is an assumption because you have cities like Houston, Atlanta, Miami, DC, or people give or take that are in the South or Virginia. I'm sorry, that have like pretty much more loose gun laws. And I know the women that I know, and especially the men, they got guns.
Yes, this is what I did because I wanted to make sure it wasn't an assumption. I hear what you're saying. The good thing about gun ownership is you have to register. And when you have to register, you have to provide your ID, which contains your ethnicity. So they have stats to back up. What percentage, and I just looked it up, do you think of black, let me take that back. What percentage of gun owners do you think are black? No, let me take that back. Let me rephrase that. What percentage of blacks own guns?
Well, what's the point of it?
It's a minority.
I mean, probably is low, but that's to say that first of all, it's a lot of people in the South that guns are a part of the culture. So before they were registering guns, it was black people with guns here, right? It was black people with guns. There's black people that knew how to use guns. It's a part of something that they grew up doing. Like when I moved to Georgia, I was shocked. All of the black people, all of the black women that I knew that hunted, that did it for as a sport. And every gun is not going to be registered, so everybody is not going to know. They're not going to know the exact amount of black people that got fucking guns, but that's besides the point. Why are we even caring about black people with guns at this point? If anything, it's not going to be a race war. If anything, it'll be probably civil. And if that's the case, then it'll involve more than one race.
Wait,
black people.
Hold on, Gemini. I see 30% of blacks and 38% of white people.
I see 24% when I look, right? But this is the thing.
Let's just say it's 24%. That's not like 38% of white people. It's similar.
The 24% number is from 2017. Just, I want you to think about this.
So it's more people that own guns now.
I want you to think about this. When you say most, that means 51% or more, right? That's most. 24%, or let's even give 30%, is not most. So most of us don't own guns. That's what I'm
but hold on. Yeah, but that's relative. That's why you have to look up the other percentages. All right, so this is why you have to look up the percentages of what other demographics own guns. So that's why I looked up what percentage of white people own guns and Hispanics. So relative to everybody else, it's on par. 38% of white people, 30% of black people. Hold on, let me look at Hispanics.
I want you to be clear, Judge. What you said was not relative to everybody else. You said all the black people I know, all black people own guns.
Within gun ownership, that's why you have to understand statistical things and relativity. So I'm talking about those who own guns. So we're talking about relative to people who own guns. So there's a percentage of the population who owns guns, just overall. So actually, black people's is relatively on par, or just a little lagging, like it is in everything else that we do. So it actually does make sense.
What I'm saying,
if you understand the other, you can't just just throwing a statement out about black people or about a demographic. There are other factors that you have to pull into it. So I didn't say most people have guns, because that's not the case. Most people don't have guns in general.
Right, but when you start saying all the black people I know, and I'm telling you, like, a lot of black people I know don't.
Which I qualify by saying I live in Atlanta, a black city, and a southern city.
Right, which is probably a reason, but let's take it outside the relative part, because I agree with you on the relative part, right? It's got to be relative to other races, and we can look and see if we're on par or behind. I don't want us to be on par or behind. I want us to be ahead. I want us to be double. Like, I want us to be armed to the point where we have an advantage. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Yeah, there's no such thing as that, and it is kind of like the gun conversation is an important conversation to have, but an important aspect of the gun conversation is realism. there's no way for black people to arm themselves into safety. In fact, the higher percentage of us that is armed only results in a higher percentage of gun regulation in our communities, as well as more arms amongst our oppressors. And so this isn't, guns isn't in any way going to be the thing that liberates black people. It's a last line of defense when crackers are barreling into your neighborhood and kicking down your doors. And so you should have, in the same way you should be raised how to throw a crack punch, which most of y'all don't know how to do, you should also know how to fire a gun, disassemble it. You should be aware of what guns are best for your protection within your homes. Again, I highly recommend shotguns. Pistols are kind of overrated. But you should just know basic safety and self-defense. But you 2A radicals pretending that you're in any way, with any amount of investment, will be prepared for a wartime situation. You need to talk to more actual, like, special operatives, people who are veterans. The only way you get better at war is being in a war.
What are you
And if
talking
you're in a
about? Follow the conversation?
Dr. Articulous.
Yeah, that wasn't even a conversation.
You're talking about percentages of people who own guns.
No, that wasn't the
It
conversation.
was under the train.
Listen,
guys,
did it just change? Did the conversation just change?
If you haven't already placed your vote, please draw your attention to the top here and go ahead and cast your vote. We thank you for flying with politically correct.
If you don't have your gun legally, please don't answer the question. Thank you, because I'm hello.
Black people have the second highest registered gun ownership of any demographic, and we're not the same. So we actually are. From this data, it would show that we're actually more apt to having guns because we're definitely not the second highest population or demographic in the country yet. If we're at 30, it says that Hispanics are at 20 and Asians are at 10. So that would say that black people are definitely up on gun ownership or guns at a higher rate than other demographics, right?
So wait, I'm so confused. What's the point of this again?
Yeah,
I said let's not get caught up in it, but they ain't listening.
And that's just registered owners, right? That's
Wait, no, like again, I'm confused. What is the point? Like I'm trying to
Yeah, I already asked that question, Jay. So it doesn't need an answer because no.
Can y'all tell me what answer y'all put? I see a lot of gray. Can y'all tell me what answer is that one?
Those numbers could be skewed because depending on where you
Great
live.
news you didn't participate in the service.
I did. Okay, so depending on where you live, you might not even have to register a weapon. So like in certain states, state I live in, you don't have to register your weapon. And I can tell you right now, fuck with me, you gonna think I was a military veteran, and nobody knows what I have.
Most of you niggas are stumbling and fumbling over your guns and
Big
real
facts.
situations. This shit is annoying, bro. You niggas,
Nah, they shooting that land. What are you talking about?
motherfuckers don't have a pistol when they don't go to
You're a giant slayer.
all you niggas are fucking murderers.
Who the fuck said something about being a killer?
All
I
y'all
said if you
fucking
mess
do
with
it sounds goofy. What are we talking about?
You sound
Can somebody
goofy,
free
but
Ashley here? Because she's a real killer. Can y'all free Ashley? And she can show you how to work that gun.
Y'all wanna play?
About black people.
Being proactive. Like I don't really understand like how the conversation was.
Because everybody not built for that. That's just everybody.
But nobody's even talking about people going to war. It's just protecting yourself, having the basic skills.
Exactly. Everybody's not even built for that. Like,
It doesn't matter whether they're built for it, but if it's something that's coming, then you want to be prepared for it. Being built and being prepared is two different things. I might not be built for it, but
So
guess
you
what?
spend your
I know I'm prepared.
$8.99. So you spent your $8.99 on karate for 2 months. Now Billy Bob is at your door, fucking you up, and you done froze up because you don't know how to. No, I'm just saying that's if you
About karate though.
if I could just like
Nobody else can get a word in because everybody keeps cutting me off.
Well, I'm
So,
going.
like, like, no, then we just gonna keep on cutting each other off. So we just gonna keep on making it. I can do it. Because I got a lot of words to say. I mean, I can
put
speak on that.
$8.99 if you've
Nobody's
ever
even
been in a
talking about
fight,
$8.99
then
karate.
you know
What are you talking about?
when you get in different situations.
We're talking about
Remember this.
talking about this.
Okay, so now you got a gun and somebody at your door and you done clipped up and you can't shoot it right. Yeah, okay. Send everybody to war. You have a lot of dead grannies and panicky
Let me
ass.
tell you something.
That's why everybody ain't at war now.
Let me be honest with y'all. It doesn't matter. Okay, so let me put y'all on it. ML could probably put you on a Haitian can too. No matter how much training you got, until you're confronted with the situation, I can tell you a lot of people freeze up. Okay?
Yep.
A lot of people freeze up. They don't know how to use their fucking weapon, and they could have been trained for years. We got soldiers that constantly go to the range. I can tell you only got to get qualified, once every 6 months now? But we take them to the range at least once a month now. And these motherfuckers are still fucking freezing up. And they are still shooting the wrong way. And when people are fucking moving, it's not the way you trained in your little 4 weeks or your little 2 to 5 days tactical course that you may have taken. So when you're talking about training, you guys haven't even trained the way some of these soldiers, these airmen, well, I'm not gonna say airmen. Soldiers and Marines have trained. We train 8 months out of the fucking year. And these soldiers still make mistakes. So when you talk this shit about training, your best bet is to take that Taekwondo class and learn how to defend yourself.
Let's not get on the police. Let's not get on the police. One moment. Cause let me just set this straight.
I asked about being proactive. Now when people are giving suggestions about being proactive, just saying it's not gonna work. So we just supposed to stand there and allow the people to just come at us, right? Like, I mean, come on now. I mean, even, wait a minute. Hello. That was a rhetorical question. That was not come off your mic and answer it. So, what?
Just stay on mute and let her finish her sentence.
I'm gonna show him. I'm gonna show him today. Cause I ain't playing with y'all. Y'all keep fucking with me, and I'm not the one to fuck with. Play nice, but I sure can be a motherfucking bitch if I want to be. So don't bring it out. Anyway, as I was saying before, I was rudely interrupted with jokes. I'm saying that preparing, that might mean that we gotta strategize and start getting together in different groups and taking people out so that they can start learning how to shoot, if in fact this should come to it. I'm just saying, they're talking about a conservative war. What is that supposed to mean? I'm just trying to prepare instead of being taken, and like, oh, well, we didn't know this was coming. We didn't know. Well, why don't you know? Why can't you see it?
I'm gonna tell you this. I don't know what kind of civil war is supposed to be coming. I don't know what kind of war y'all planning on, but I'm not gonna be there.
I'm not either.
I didn't know there was a.
I'm not either.
This is the conversation. This is what I'm perceiving the conversation to be. So when people are talking about, I don't know what y'all preparing for. I'm preparing my dinner right now. I'm sipping on my wine and I'm listening to y'all talk crazy.
They fantasizing. It's just like, what is First Lady? She's not shooting nobody. She's gonna be pretty.
Hold up, you don't know what somebody gonna do.
He's bringing context to the conversation. That's it.
I'm just saying, we're not here.
She doesn't have a gun. You think she's outside trying to train with a fucking weapon?
No, we gotta protect her.
Okay, so she's just playing devil's advocate. So make it make sense.
I wasn't roasting her. I'm agreeing with her. I'm agreeing with her.
Okay, there you go.
Once again, let me hop in here for 1 second. I'm so confused how we got from Charlie Kirk getting shot to all of a sudden it's gonna be a war on all black people in America. We need to get guns. We need tactical training. Let's be very honest. It's equivalent to the niggas in Chicago saying that if the military ICE were to come here, we're gonna blow their asses down. No, the fuck they're not. Like, it's the same thing here. It's quite literally the exact same thing here. Even if, let's say Wars, jets, and shit too. Do you really absolutely think that if the military
We're not talking about that. Why are you bringing that up?
Jay, I'm gonna finish what I'm saying before you cut me off.
Patty, it's so weird. Like we're not talking about that.
Jay, I should not have let you cut me off.
Well, then guess what? Maybe y'all need to clarify what you, because I'm going to tell you. Hey, what you're not going to do is out-talk me. How about that? You're not going to out-talk me because I'll drop your ass. First of all, when you guys are speaking, maybe you need to listen to how you speak, Agent and Gemini. Y'all sound like y'all trying to start a civil war. Everybody gotta have guns. I got 2. I might get 4. You only got 2 hands. And if you're shooting with 2 weapons in 2 hands, you a fool. So you might want to go get your money back from your tactical class.
What I was about to say is this. What I was talking about, and I made it clear, if anybody's listening, they would have heard me say this multiple times. I'm not looking for a race war. I'm not preparing for a race war or a civil war. I've said that multiple times. Anybody else talking about that, they can have that conversation. I made it clear that's not what I'm talking about. What I am talking about is that we should be able to be prepared to take care of our homes. Home defense. And if you're not prepared with a firearm to take care of your home, you're not prepared to do shit. Everybody should have a firearm to try to take care of their home. Not against a war. I don't think we can have a fight the government or fight some huge armed force. That's fucking retarded. And I'm not retarded. But I do think to have a weapon to protect your home and training to use that weapon is important.
Yeah, I mean, what we were referencing, and we said it several times, we were talking about civil unrest. We were never talking about fighting against the military. We're talking about the environment that we're dealing with right now, which is specifically violent towards Black people. So anyone else who has mentioned war, me nor Gemini have said that in our conversations. First Lady had asked a question as to what can be done. What should we do as a people? I said we need to be more proactive instead of reactive. I said that I think that Black gun ownership is one of the things that's important, one of the things that are important. That is what me and Gemini said. I don't know where this war conversation. Yeah, I am, Maya. I said, yes, everyone should get a gun and take tactical training. I don't know. You're the snitch. We know you would be the snitch in this war. I said what I said. Maya, don't snitch all over.
What I'm hearing is buy more guns. Let's get more guns out. That's what I hear.
That's why I made the statement.
At a public demonstration, I'm not doing all that.
But that's why I made the statement about Black people and the percentage of guns that we already have, because I think what you're saying is already in effect. Like, Black people already have guns in great amounts, in a significant amount, I'll say that, to protect their homes. I don't think Black people are ignorant of that. So I'm trying to figure out the in-between, what, Black people, at a base, Black people just buying stuff to protect their home or their property, their belongings, whatnot. Their family would not. What's the other end? The other end is like a race war. So that's why I guess that's what it sounds like.
But how do you get to that extreme? Because my thing is we're talking about
because we already doing that.
I already brought up the example of how we've had pockets of like racist militias being brought up, and if they come to your area or your neighborhood, what is going to be the response, right?
We already got
those in your area, not mine.
I don't think that's the.
But that's not the only answer culturally. I'm not saying that's the only answer. That was one answer I've given First Lady. That's all.
Hey man, listen.
I get you. I'm not trying to argue with you, but I'm just.
Get a shot today.
And what do y'all think y'all gonna do by yourselves? All right, so let me bring y'all
First Lady,
back to
you have that question?
I'm about to answer. I'm about to answer you because what the question was pertaining to is saying that maybe they won't be shooting, but their attitudes and their behaviors are definitely going to be even more heightened. We've already begun to see the shift. Does everybody agree? Do you see a shift in the difference in the people, in the climate? Yes or no?
Yes.
No?
Yes.
Okay. So I was asking that question, right? And seeing that, okay, these people are already acting a little crazy. Now that this guy is gone, and depending on what type of energy is fueled by that, what are we we prepared to do? Like, how are we going to respond to these people and their attitudes and their behaviors? So, you know, who knows? I don't know what's happening. I don't know what could possibly happen, but I just know that these people are ready for fighting. They're ready. They're on the edge. They're scared people want to try to take their guns. I don't know. So that's where the conversation kind of went. You know, octopus, if you will.
And First Lady,
Hold on. Trent got breaking news. Go ahead, Trent.
we do? Okay.
You sound real low, sir.
Your mic is low.
They got the suspect in custody. That's what he's saying.
Thank you, Trent.
Colonel Cash Patel from his official X account. He just announced that they're getting ready to have a press conference.
What race is this?
Do we know who?
We don't. I'm watching it now. They never showing it. It's a press conference.
And First Lady, kind of what you were saying earlier, and because I had mentioned earlier about some of the things that I have been seeing on X, and I guess for some people who took some of the things that were going on X and then came on and just espoused some of the race war stuff, that's where we got to. I was trying to make that clear earlier, that we had went off some quotes that were going off on X, and then somebody hopped in and said, well, this is going to be a race war, and that's how we got here.
Well, they blaming Democrats, not black people.
Exactly.
That's what I don't understand how
They always especially. Do y'all want to hear the conference? Do y'all want to hear
That's the
the news
biggest
conference?
breaking news. He was 31.
Do y'all want to hear the news conference?
Yeah, but I got breaking news real quick. Charlie Kirk was 31, y'all. That's kind of more like.
That's good time.
He was old as shit up.
Them guns told his age.
Real talk, race war, that phrase has been mentioned 100 million
Y'all don't want to
times.
hear it? That's fine.
Hey, come on, y'all. Ladies about to play. Okay.
You can see personnel from the Salt Lake Field Office responding immediately. We have full resources devoted to this investigation, including tactical, operational, investigative, and intelligence. To be clear, the FBI will fully support and co-lead this investigation alongside with our partners. We are working on setting up a digital media tip line, and as soon as it's established, we'll get that information out to
They
everyone.
got a tip line. I don't mean it.
I know there's a lot of questions. This is very much an active case, and this investigation is in its early stages. We are following all the leads and all the evidence. If anyone has any information, please report it to the FBI or local law enforcement. Thank you.
This is great.
Did they do that for the Democrats? Communicating with, and she's on her way back right now. I say that on behalf of Utah Valley University, we are shocked and saddened by the tragic passing of Charlie Kirk. We express our sincere condolences to the Kirk family. We grieve with our students, faculty, and staff who bore witness to this unspeakable tragedy. He was invited by the student group Turning Point USA to speak on our campus. We firmly believe that UVU is a place to share ideas and to debate openly and respectfully. Any attempt to infringe on those rights has no place here.
Did they catch them at?
I condone any form of violence at UVU and seek to make our campus a safe place for all.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us on this dark occasion. I want to thank our law enforcement officers who are leading this investigation, starting with Chief Long and his response here with the UVU Police Department. We're grateful for your leadership and your team. And again, to the speakers that you've just heard from who are co-leading this investigation. I also want to recognize Sheriff Mike Smith, who has been an invaluable partner as this investigation moves forward. I've been in touch with President Trump, with FBI Director Kash Patel. We are completely aligned with our state and federal partners as we work through this case now. This is a dark day
for our state. It's a tragic day for our nation. I want to be very clear that this is a political assassination. We are celebrating 250 years of the founding of this great nation. That founding document, the Declaration of Independence, that this great experiment on which we embarked together 250 years ago, that we are endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights. The first one of those is life. And today, the life was taken. Charlie Kirk was first and foremost a husband and a dad to two young children. He was also very much politically involved, and that's why he was here on campus. Charlie believed in the power of free speech and debate to shape ideas and to persuade people. Historically, our university campuses in this nation, here in the state of Utah, have been the place where truth and ideas are formulated and debated. And that's what he does. He comes on college campuses and he debates. It's foundational to the formation of our country, to our most basic constitutional rights. And when someone takes the life of a person because of their ideas or their ideals, then that very constitutional foundation is threatened. Now, we have a person of interest in custody. The investigation is ongoing. But I want to make it crystal clear right now to whoever did this, we will find you. We will try you. And we will hold you accountable to the furthest extent of the law. And I just want to remind people that we still have the death penalty here in the state of Utah. Our nation is broken. We've had political assassinations recently in Minnesota. We had an attempted assassination on the governor of Pennsylvania. And we had an attempted assassination on a presidential candidate and former president of the United States, and now current president of the United States. Nothing I say can unite us as a country. Nothing I can say right now can fix what is broken. Nothing I can say can bring back Charlie Kirk. Our hearts are broken. We mourn with his wife, his children, his family, his friends. We mourn as a nation. If anyone in the sound of my voice celebrated even a little bit at the news of this shooting, I would beg you to look in the mirror and to see if you can find a better angel in there somewhere.
I am.
I don't care what his politics are. I care that he was an American. We desperately need our country. We desperately need leaders in our country. But more than the leaders, we just need every single person in this country to think about where we are and where we want to be. To ask ourselves, is this it? Is this what 250 years has wrought on us? Yes. Yeah. I pray that that's not the case. I pray that those who hated what Charlie Kirk stood for will put down their social media and their pens and pray for his family, and that all of us try to find a way to stop hating our fellow Americans. With that, questions?
The FBI director is posting that a suspect is in custody. I think it's just like clarification. Do you or do you not have a suspected shooter in custody?
We have a person of interest in custody who is being interviewed right now.
That's not George Sand.
That is not George Sand. That is correct.
So you still searching for him, looking for another shooter or anybody else related to this?
Yes, we are actively looking for anyone and everyone who has any possible information relating to the shooting.
Can you tell us details about the suspect being taken into custody, where, how long ago?
We cannot at this point, but we will get you that information when we can.
Is there believed to be a...
Did he have ballistics on? Like,
in the shooting?
At this point, there is no information that would lead us to believe that there is a second person involved.
They don't have the shooter, right?
they said they had somebody in custody.
She joins us.
There's got a 60-something-year-old man who may have been guilty of
No information we have on
No, not him. They had somebody else.
closer TV here on campus. We do have that. We're analyzing it, but it is security camera footage, so you can kind of guess what the quality of that is. We do know dressed in all dark clothing. We don't have much better description other than that.
Where's the came from?
The shot came from here on campus, from a location,
And the third group?
potentially from a roof, yes, and a longer distance shot from a roof.
So to clarify, with the security camera footage you have and the person interested that's in custody, does that match?
That's what we're trying to decipher right now.
So did the FBI and DHS have anything that was written for this morning? I'll just say that the investigation's ongoing, and as soon as we have further information, we will be sure to release it. It is foreign intelligence involved. As of now, I can't comment on any of that. Can you talk a little about the security of the event itself? Who was there? Security?
Yeah, that's the question.
What happens on these type of events?
Where was security at?
So my name is Jeff Long. I'm the police chief here at UVU, and I'll tell you right now, we're devastated. We're a small police department. We have a very large campus. We have over 40,000 students, and we lure students. We lure visitors, and we're different by what happened today. This is the police chief's nightmare.
Yeah, I think it's a wrap.
Yeah, we give a fuck about these niggas. I'm saying police chief was making excuses.
Yeah, no, he was literally making excuses because my university.
Because most likely it's the white Republican that did it. They don't want to talk about it.
Charlie Kirk had his own security. We know he had his own security. They had campus police and they had the local police. These people were all present at this event. I don't know. Like I said, sometimes when you say things, you advocate that we in the United States would have a number of mass killings, shootings every year. You know, it's a price we pay to have guns. That's what he said. You say you can talk all that shit until you are the person paying the price, right? How many other people have to pay the price? Children in high school have to pay a price today and get shot. There was a young boy, 13 years old in Washington State, I believe, who had access to 23 fucking guns in his home, explosives. His parents are not being charged. They took his ass in for plotting. We have a lot of shit going on by people who want to go out here and do these things and then encourage people towards violent behavior and hate. And when it comes home to roost, it comes home. To say that, I never knew that he said that. I'm finding out a whole lot of things he said, but that right there to say that, you know, it's a price we pay, and he knows, but nobody else is willing to say it but him. Okay, then you got caught in the throat where those words come out of.
I think that the fact of the matter is that, one, not everybody is fully aware of who Charlie Kirk is, because Charlie Kirk was, Turning Point USA is a white supremacist group. They hide behind their seemingly support of the Second Amendment, but really when you look at all their talking points, their white supremacist talking points, Southern Poverty, I think they've been on the radar of the Southern Poverty Law Commission as a white supremacist organization. What they do differently than, say, your regular run-of-the-mill Ku Klux Klan or neo-Nazi party is they were specifically targeting undergraduates
on college campuses, and their MO is this. What they did is they would encourage undergraduate students to start a Turning Point USA club on their campus, right? And then they would, once the club got official, they would petition Turning Point as a national organization, and they would send one of their national speakers there. This has happened in my state and many colleges around my area. It's happened in other colleges. And their goal, and this was even before the pandemic and during the pandemic, their goal was to recruit young, college, professionally mobile white supremacists and imbue them with white supremacist ideology and talking points. Now, they didn't always use white people for that. The two people that they used here was they had this black man that used to go around until he got mad and threatened somebody on social media, so they kind of put him away. Candace Owens was a part of their national platform, and all of these things. And what they used that for was to galvanize. They would say, "Oh, we're gonna come and have a conversation or a debate," but actually it wasn't a conversation or a debate. It was really them spewing their bullshit. And then they would say, "We're gonna ask a couple of questions from the audience," and they actually wouldn't do that. But what they would do, because that was a part, it started a firestorm, and then it would attract other people to their ideologies. So they use it basically as a big sign-up drive. And so it was actually, these are some of the things that, say, some anti-racism organizations used to do, and they used it for white supremacist purposes. And also specifically, like you said, Charlie Kirk has said, like, there will be a part of this if we're upholding gun laws in the ways that they shall not be infringed. So I think that this is a win. I think this is a win for Charlie Kirk. I think this is a win for his organization. I think things happen exactly the way he wanted them to, and I think that we should be celebrating.
Wait, you think Charlie Kirk wanted to kill? Don't even respond. Don't respond.
Yeah. Well, he said that there will be a number of deaths, right? And those things are okay in order to protect gun laws. And so...
Wait, you think a 31-year-old man... Marshall, don't even entertain this bullshit, man. Come on. You think a 31-year-old man with 2 kids and a wife wants to die for the cause of gun rights, that he doesn't want to go home to his family at the end of the day?
That's what he said. That's what he said day in and day out.
I said earlier,
that was his whole platform.
If Charlie Kirk could come back after reviewing the after effects about this, I don't think he would say it's where the nation is mourning.
Exactly.
I mean, I just don't think it's a good idea to be dismissive about somebody who's politically alive.
Hold on.
It was an assassination. What are you talking about?
He's not a political figure. It's not a fucking assassination. He got shot in the neck. He's not a king. He's not a.
No, but he is a political
He doesn't have diplomatic immunity. He's not an assassination.
Okay, great. So
I don't know why he was targeted
Niggas
yet.
get shot outside of clubs for saying dumb shit every fucking day. That doesn't mean it's an assassination. He got shot in the neck.
So
You don't know the Marshall.
You didn't have any response to him saying to several people, quoting him saying that people dying is the cost of gun rights. You don't have any response to that?
That doesn't mean the dude deserved it.
I'm asking you if you have a response.
I think that there are reasonable gun restrictions that can be in place, yes. But that does not mean Charlie...
I didn't ask you about if you thought there were reasonable gun restrictions. I asked you to respond to his quote.
Exactly.
Okay, if you have guns in America, yes, there are going to be gun deaths. I don't know how to, I don't know how to get around that.
There we go.
That's the point is, the dude was taken out from 200 yards. He's been all my life. He was taking a 200-yard shot for shit.
Knock him, Marshall. Thank you. Knock him.
Yo, we gotta have one mic in here. Come on.
Y'all remember there was a time in college
allow people so provocative on their campuses because they knew that this was a risk. But we wanted to push this. Like, public land. Listen, they do. They have a right. At that time, the colleges were aware that these are people whose rhetoric was hella provocative and very inflammatory. This is what people have been saying all along. Did I fucking say that? I don't. This is not the time for shit. This is not. No, that's you saying that. That's you saying that. Again, this is not the time for shit who to cut. This is not the time for blame. This is a time for confrontation with reality and to accept reality.
Why are people be mad? Why people be mad when you like? The reality I said why? Why? Why do people be mad when you?
All right, so the point, I think, that is just, I'm Marshall, you, like, nobody's saying that he deserved to die.
I am.
Nobody's saying, no, well, some people are, but no, like, you can't get mad, bro. Like, you really can't get mad. Like, he was out here doing this. Like, this is the life, you live by the sword, you die by it. Like, I'm sorry, fam.
Don't deserve it. Why is Marshall telling black people how they should live?
It doesn't mean that you deserve it. But I do find it interesting when these things happen to someone on that side, the outrage and the wanting of humanity from people who we all have fucked up over the last, we have watched black, they may not have been, had 1 million followers on YouTube, but we watch black people die incessantly, through the 2000s. And like, I didn't see nobody like doing all this on that side. So now it's like, it's terrible, but.
Charlie Kirk died from overdose of fentanyl.
I have a question.
You can't expect people not to do this.
Wait, the funny part about I can expect we do in the United States.
Oh, let's tell that to Trump. Let's tell that to Trump because we have to be violent. Why are you screaming? Why are you screaming? Why are you yelling?
You know what's funny? Can I tell you funny
This white man thinks it's okay to yell at black women, but what I'm saying,
fuck you, Marshall, seriously.
yeah, like my thing is that you're not crying about Trump using violence, like using military against black people.
What's going on? What is going on?
I have a quick question.
I told them to chill, but they doing cartwheels on stage.
Yeah, y'all, if y'all want to do cartwheel your ass up out of here.
Will we be able to speak?
I'm gonna kick you to your ass
You
that
won't
shit
be
again.
able to speak if you.
You sound like AI. You sound like an robot, sir. Are you real?
All I was saying is
Don't discriminate on my voice. What's that?
okay, all I'm saying is
Order, be quiet. Everybody talking.
yeah.
You on the meeting, I need to be over there.
All I'm saying is this: if you believe, in any kind of metric of sowing and reaping, any kind of metric of law and justice, I mean, even listen on my PTR, that's the scripture. It says, "Let my enemies be destroyed by the very evil they plan for me. Let burning coals fall down on their heads. Let them be thrown into the fire, into watery pits from which they can't escape." Like, I don't understand why people think that freedom of speech means freedom of consequences. There is no discernible metric. I'm not done speaking.
Then speak faster.
Hey, rest in that femininity.
No, that's not in land. Who's that guy that keeps talking?
Somebody keeps bringing his ass up because I shot him a second ago.
Who's this? That post?
Yeah, I sent him down.
That's my Indian friend.
Fuck him.
But bottom line is,
You gotta get these fucking friends on, girl.
that you show that amount of hatred, that amount of fear, that you're doing this for years. Because like I said, he was doing this before the pandemic. Turning Point was a organization and a national organization far before we even got into the pandemic. And I think it's poetically just for him to be killed for his talking points about like reckless gun use, and the fact that he had such racist ideologies, and then he was killed by a white man on a white ass campus.
We don't know that he was killed by a white man.
It's not.
Die in the type of country and environment that he wanted. I mean, this is what he wanted. So he died. He died.
He whipped it up into religious fervor, and then he became a martyr of his own movement. Why are y'all mad?
Exactly. Why? Yeah. Why are you mad, Michael?
I'm not mad.
So, un momento, hello? Okay, wait a minute, I don't know who's speaking, I'm not sure who's speaking and why. Alright, sir, you have had your chance to speak and you have spoken, we have heard you, and I appreciate your feedback.
I ain't say nothing yet. I just got
MOG, I wasn't talking to you.
First lady.
Hi, Dr. AG. Oh, child.
Recap, who died?
Charlie Kirk, child.
Oh, no.
The man at Womack, the man who need a root and scale plan in Womack's PTR.
Good night.
What happened?
Somebody said cacao.
He was in the university and they shot him in his heart.
Somebody did
That was not his heart.
That wasn't his heart?
That was his neck. To the neck.
Oh, I didn't know.
It was so graphic and so, they hit what they meant to hit because I never seen somebody.
They hit his aorta.
So does that mean? So that means America is making better snipers? So that
Mel.
I'm trying to get a clarity.
That nigga came up on the side of that nigga and shot him.
So wait,
What's going on?
so he was speaking at the time?
On mass shootings.
Yes,
Specifically, he was speaking on first he spoke on the trans mass shooter, and then he did his little gang violence mass shooting dog whistle, and in the middle of gang violence, somebody said.
Just in the audience? Oh my God.
And when I say you know how in the middle of the night, when you be real parched and you gotta go and get you like a cup of fruit punch, it looked like I poured a cup of fruit punch.
Okay. Also, he didn't get shot in the aorta. He got shot in. It probably hit a carotid artery. So it's not the aorta. It's a carotid.
I was just saying that.
No, not you. It's the other people who keep saying.
No, but it was me because I said it.
That man ain't got no neck left. I don't know what they gonna do. Wow.
It is, and that we're having a conversation in regards to, the racial implications behind it. The governor just finished speaking. He said.
Who shot him?
They said they had, first of all, they got somebody that was like a 60-year-old man, and then there was like, oops, wrong person, and now they have somebody, but they haven't confirmed that he is the actual person. They said they're still looking for a possible another person, but then they didn't, so it sounds like they got the person. So I guess they got it. Okay, y'all doing a lot of chihuahua around here.
This is
I know a lot of people needed this space, and I'm so grateful that you guys are here, but the chihuahua talk has got to stop.
First, I was gonna say, all I was gonna say, the exact words was from the actual.
CJ, you're doing it right now. Dr. AG, we're downloading Dr. AG right now. Can we get her clear and straight? You
Okay,
live here.
I was giving the exact quote, but okay, go ahead, got it.
Okay, all right, go ahead with the quote. Come on. I thought you was just.
No, I wasn't. I was giving you the exact quote. They said the person was a person of interest. They never said they clarified. They never clarified that it was the exact person.
Yeah, that's what I just said. I said, but based off of the fact that they're saying they're not looking for, the way they said it, it kind of sounds like they have the person that they think that they should have this time, but they also alluded to the fact that they're still investigating or searching for anybody that might.
They made a pretty big deal in the press conference of saying that they want people to call in with, and they're still looking. It was pretty ambiguous. I mean, they said yes, of interest, but you didn't get the feeling that they were anywhere near ready to say yes. However, they did say that they do have on camera. It was from a rooftop from one of the buildings, and they've got the camera footage of it, so they can match that up to the person of interest.
Thank you, Angela Lansbury. They don't know who it is.
AG, you there?
Hey, Corey, let me get it after you.
Yes, I'm here.
So you were saying that some people's responses were inappropriate, if I heard that correctly.
Yeah.
Can you share how you feel? I'm one of the inappropriate people, I'm sure.
No, I mean, and it would, my personal thing is, I'm not celebratory or any of that when any person loses their life in violence. So that's why it was inappropriate.
Okay.
No matter how I might feel about the person or whatever. Go, fucker.
So some of us, me included, I mean, some folk might think it is celebratory.
Yeah. I mean, everybody has their own kind of thing. It's no judgment.
I just wanted to give you the perspective that some of us have said Charlie Kirk has reaped the whirlwind that he sowed, and we have no quarter for sympathy. We are not in mourning as a nation. We ain't giving no excuses. Oh, this is tragic. This is what you planted in the ground, in the universe, and it grew. It just happened to be the weed that choked you the fuck out. That's my feeling. I don't have any negative association with the results that he has reaped. And me, April, Just, and other people have read direct quotes from Charlie Kirk about his feelings about people being killed by guns. And he was one of those people who is now killed by guns. Somebody else earlier read a quote from him saying, like, this empathy thing is some bullshit. Like, people, if we want the Second Amendment, people gotta die. People gonna die. So, I mean, that's where we are. And some folk have said that it's celebratory.
He just said it was a price to pay.
And there is
It comes off as celebratory. You may not intend it to be, but it comes off that way.
Okay. So
Stop telling black people how to feel. Stop telling us how we should regulate our emotions.
Hold on.
Marshall said celebratory, Marshall, but at the same time.
He said it comes off as celebratory. He didn't tell y'all how to feel.
All right. Can I respond?
What I'm gonna do is let me go ahead and start moving motherfuckers because y'all play too much. Check this out. He said he didn't say nothing about telling you how to. He said it sounds celebratory. He didn't tell you how to feel. None of yous.
You wanna come up?
Oh, that's the dog she's talking to her dog. I recognize. Let me just respond to Marshall real quick. I don't care if it comes off as celebratory, Marshall. I really don't. Because what happens often is white people, especially in this country, feign morality and empathy and sympathy and care and calling to our greater angels like the fucking governor said. But that shit is not present in your politic. It's not present in the laws that you pass. It's not present in how you treat homeless people, queer people, trans people, none of that shit. And so now all of a sudden we supposed to tap into this wellspring of high morality? You could kiss my motherfucking ass. Excuse me, I'm not gonna do too much because there are some ladies here that I respect. I don't care.
I'll say, suck my dick.
No, I was gonna say a bit more than that.
Oh, okay.
I don't care how it comes off.
Physical violence, no matter what you think, disintegrates the public's
I did not interrupt you, and you've been doing this shit continuously. This is the shit that we're talking about. Like this patriarchal position that white folk think they can have when talking to black folk. Don't lecture me on what the fuck I can say or feel in this instance with what you and your ancestors in this motherfucker's cohort have done to black folk in the way of political violence, and y'all have been silent.
That's actually not what I said. What I said was
political
violence when normalized takes down republics and democracies like it's going out of style. It's like the worst poison you could ingest. And then stuck through a chamber. It destroys republics. It destroys democracies. When it becomes something that is just common, it destroys the entire ability to live in a democratic system with rules and a constitution. You may not like that, you may disagree with it, you may even think that Charlie Kirk is a little bit deserving of this. The increasing tempo of political violence in my 34 years of life.
Welcome to Black Life, Marshall.
That the country is tipping itself toward an edge where it will destroy itself.
Oh, you should have known about that when they were voting right. One mic at a time, so we can hear each other. One mic up against women. That's when you should have thought about the fabric of this country being destroyed. When women's rights to autonomy over their body were being taken and black women were dying in hospitals. You should have thought about that shit when they were passing laws across this country that don't protect trans children and other queer folk, and they were being killed. Black trans women die, their average lifespan is 37. That's the fabric of this motherfucking country. And I've never heard you say a goddamn thing about it. Now you're talking about the fabric of this country.
I'm not all of the white people. I was making a point about
you're the avatar from today.
They're done with their exchange.
So yeah, I'm not gonna let y'all do that. I'm gonna be honest with you, okay? So I'm not gonna let y'all use him as the avatar for white people.
I'm the only one.
We're not gonna do that, Corey. Not in here.
Alright, cool.
I hate to tell you that, you're not gonna do that to Marshall, because Marshall never does. Marshall tries to have an open conversation. He's never disrespectful. Y'all just want to, no, you're trying to take it to another level, and I'm not going to let y'all do that to him. If you want to do this and you want to make a political statement, you're not going to do it with Marshall. That's all I'm saying, bro.
Hold on. Patty, your perspective of Marshall playing this middle ground always...
Guess what? You guys aren't going to... Listen, Lady done told y'all before how y'all like to try to impose how y'all feel about somebody on somebody else. You're not going to do it to me. And I'm not going to explain myself. I got you. But what you're not going to do is try to make me feel how you feel about somebody else. And if he's modded in here with me, that means he on Patty's side. He with Patty. So guess what? He with Patty. I'm not going to allow you to attack him. That's it. Now, if you say something out of hand, me and him can have that conversation. But I will drop him. But I'm going to tell y'all not going to be disrespecting Marshall. He just here. We're going to have this conversation. Okay. That's it.
Patty, can I respond?
Patty, but we're not going to talk about Marshall. If you got something to say to me, say it to Patty.
I'm talking to you.
Okay.
We talk, don't we?
Yeah, you know that. We talk about shit. I can talk. I got your phone number.
What I'm saying is that, and I get what you're saying about Marshall not being the bad guy, but Marshall's position is endemic of how white folk respond, right? MLK said in the letter from a Birmingham jail, it's not the racist that I'm afraid of or that are
cell phone number. And me and you friends.
We good, man. We fine.
Forever. If I go to New York, me and you eating together. So me and Corey are friends. If I have a conversation with him, that's between me and Corey. Corey already know where it's
We
at.
good. We fine.
I just don't. And Corey knows that even with Marshall, he has Marshall on his side when he needs to have that even voice in his rooms. Am I correct, Corey?
Yes.
Okay.
I just put a link in the chat, that's, Donald Trump's statement.
So, like, all I'm trying to say here is, I don't think anybody here, well, I can't say anybody, so some of y'all have, but I don't think the majority of people in here are trying to celebrate this nigga dying or anything for being shot. But at the same time, I kind of have to agree with Corey here. You can't in one breath say that it's okay with people dying as long as we continue to have the freedom of our Second Amendment, and then in the next instance, expect people to, or expect anyone at all, to be, or to give some type of sincerity or solemnness for your death when from a gun, when you yourself were a staunch advocate against gun regulations. I mean, it's kind of it's irony and it's damn near poetic justice in and of itself. I mean, he has been and I know most of you probably know the guy too. I met him while I was in D.C. during college. When Corey was talking about the turning point, he invited all the student government presidents from New York City out to D.C. and from New York all the way down to Georgia out to D.C. for a meeting. He was trying to get us to join Turning Point USA. Met the guy. I'm not saying he's a racist, but he's definitely a dick and a prick, if anything. I don't feel bad about him dying. I mean, he lived by what he died by at the end of the day. Nobody's celebrating that shit, but you can't be a staunch advocate for it and not willing to die by it. He died about it. I mean, it's that simple. That's how much of an advocate he was.
I can agree with you on that, Jay. I can agree with you 100% on that.
He said there was a price to pay. He was okay when the price was other people paying it. But you don't get to have what you want unless you get to pay the price. And I honestly give thoughts and prayers. That's all I can do right now is thoughts and prayers. Because the Bible also says if he was a Christian conservative, as he claimed to be, there's the power of life and death in the tongue. Paraphrase.
So what I want to say is that this is America, right? So it's like, welcome back to what the country was. We had maybe a 5 or 6 decade break, but what Trump was doing, that's what I was talking about before. This shit that he's doing and the division he sows and all the hatred and where people feel like they can come outside, the Patriot Front is outside, the Klan is outside, all these groups are outside right now. He's doing things in American cities. In the 60s, so you had 3 black and 2 white that got shot the same way that Charlie Kirk got shot. You had Medgar Evers, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, Robert Kennedy, and John F. Kennedy. This is what this country has been. It's a powder keg. They killed 600,000 white on white crime or whatever. They killed each other. Abe Lincoln got shot. This is fucking America. Do y'all understand this is the country we live in? This country was a country that was just here with people living on it. They got discovered. They killed the people who were farming and working the land, killed them, took their land, and just kept moving forward and kept killing people. Then they went over to Africa and pulled people over and brought them here, tortured them, raped them, bred them, killed them. This is fucking America. This is what America is. So just this shit that's going on now, I'm saying nobody should lose their life, but just from the anti-lynching bill was just signed into law in 2022. 2022. So all the nigger barbecues where they had the lynchings and people, you can go back and look at pictures with little kids out there with hot dogs and shit or whatever, while a black man is hung by a tree with his genitals stuffed in his mouth. This is what America is. So it's unfortunate that this happened to Charlie Kirk, but get ready for more of this shit. The only thing I get concerned about is I want black people to stay the fuck inside. Black people don't shoot nobody, don't assassinate anybody, because they waiting to unleash the military on our ass. So it's good. This white on white shit, just keep it like that, and just stay safe, black people. That's all I got to say.
Like I said, he thought about that shit.
People often talk tough when they think they can never be touched. He had security. He had security everywhere he went. Why? Because the way his mouth ran.
I wonder, if he could have foreseen this himself, would he have still been the same way? Would he still have been such a strong advocate over not having any type of gun regulation at all? Would he still have
If he was a real G, Martin Luther King knew that his life was in danger, like speaking out against like racism in the Jim Crow South, like in Thurgood Marshall or whatever, going down south, almost getting killed. Like you shading all these laws. So I'm saying, if he is true to the cause, people have to start like you have to be ready to die for your faith and die for your belief, like it was in the '60s, like it was in the olden days. We're back there now because of the way that Trump has this world. People feel hopeless, and it's like he's bringing the military. This shit is fucked up. We're back, like we're back to an old America, a form that many of us have not seen in our lifetimes.
Why weren't we back to the old America when Gabby Giffords was attempted to be assassinated, or the two Minnesota Democrats who the Republicans really didn't show any grace on that, writ large, when they were assassinated 2 months ago. So we are so shocked that in a country where the MAGA party, who is in charge, the Republicans, people in the White House, and people who co-sign everything they do, like Charlie Kirk and all of them people, we are surprised when their rhetoric is violent, when their policies are violent, and when everything they do is violent towards so many people in this room and so many millions of people across America, and we're surprised that there's violence.
Spirit, I can tell you why. I think why when Gabby Gibson, why when this other stuff happened, because you had leadership that had sanity or people that tried to quell things. Trump has changed the Department of Defense and Department of War. It's like all this shit that he's doing. It's like somebody said earlier, I think Corey, about like this whole thing about reap the wind and sow the whirlwind. They are literally just putting things into the atmosphere now that haven't been there. Like America's a powder keg. We are super segregated. We super hate each other. It's like we just sort of keep this thing together. It's like fucking glue and strings or whatever. But to that point, now with this stuff now that's going on, who's going to be the one that's going to really down talk this? We don't stay talking about people feel like that Charlie Kirk got what he deserved. Like, what's the administration going to say? Are they gonna quell it? Or is it going to be like, okay, we're taking the military in Chicago, like we're taking the military into Baltimore. We already have them in D.C. I'm saying Trump is putting shit in the atmosphere, and it's like we're gonna have to deal with that. I just want people to stay safe because the shit is not getting any better. It's like it's really got to get worse, I think, before you.
Michael, I find it ironic, right? And I'm not arguing in that just for Perry, so he keep saying that, but he said that empathy was a made-up term, rejected it as a valid concept. He said it was used for political manipulation, right? By the left, to be specific. He said they use it as a manipulation tactic for their agenda, right? He said that valuing empathy was dangerous, so he don't want us to empathize or sympathize, right? And he said that gun violence has there's going to be deaths, and that's just the cost of liberty. And he said that with the lack of what? Empathy. So now all of a sudden we're supposed to sit here and cry? Like, are we serious right now?
Here's what I was saying. Here's what I say.
I'm almost done. And he also said that systemic racism was a myth, right? It didn't exist. And when you start denying the obvious that's impacting us in significant ways, that means you're advocating for our demise, right? So why would we sit here and shed a fucking second of sorrow for him? Are you?
Yeah, no, you're fine. I don't have any sorrow for him at all, so I hope I didn't come across like that. I'm not celebrating this. Like
that in general. That wasn't to you, Mike.
Oh, okay. But here's what I was gonna say about some of the stuff he was saying is that. So if somebody tells you a lie, you don't have to believe that it's true. You don't have to behave like it's true. We need to be better. He was a piece of shit or whatever, basically. Like, he literally was a piece of shit. The stuff he said, I don't know if it was just a persona. He was a piece of shit in real life or behind the scenes. He was a good person. But what he gave out to the world, he was a piece of shit. So anything that he said should be looked at as just lunacy and just something that was said by a piece of shit. Nobody should follow it, basically. That's what I was going to say as far as that.
Okay, so did anybody read, Mel had put something in the chat, did anybody see what, did y'all know Trump had a response?
Yeah, it was.
And we've been waiting for fucking responses for other shit. responded, and the dude just died a couple hours ago, and he said the great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead. No one understood or had the heart of the youth in the United States of America better than Charlie. He was loved and admired by all, especially me, and now he is no longer with us. Melania and my sympathies go out to his beautiful wife, Erica, and family. Charlie, we love you.
He also wanted flags.
He also has flags.
This man, we be waiting. We sat in this room. We'll have these conversations about certain things that's gone on. We have said, has the president released a statement yet? We checked Truth Social. We checked Twitter. No statement. Charlie Kirk died. He released a statement.
I didn't hear that right. I didn't hear what he just did. He's inciting the violence. So it has a heart to the young people. So young people, they killed your champion. Get out here in the streets, do what you gotta do. I'm saying Trump is literally, like I said, this kind of powder keg. Trump is sitting here with a match trying to light the fuse. He's always trying to do this shit instead of quoting it and being like the gun violence is wrong. Like he literally, just in the statement you read, Patty, he is literally, that to me is an incitement to violence. That he's trying to like get people on the.
And Patty, the key to that too is he released that maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours ago on Truth Social. He don't waste no time when it comes to his own, when it comes to the races that he's close to. Yeah, you're right, Michael. He's absolutely trying to incite with that statement. He doesn't say that gun violence is deplorable, it shouldn't happen. Is look at your champion. What y'all gonna do? Indirectly, that's what he's saying. He's dog whistling, and he'll have enough distance to be able to say, I didn't incite that. But you know what? I also don't hear anybody that supports this Kirk, whatever guy that you see this. I don't know why he's saying we love you because he ain't here no more. But anybody that supports him, why wouldn't we have the same energy for January 6th?
Exactly. So
why was that same energy not present on January 6th when the violence was incited, right? And somebody died as a result of it. Where was that energy then?
all right, piece to the space. I did some homework on this guy. This Charlie Clark guy. I just want to say this, right? Kirk, Charlie Kirk. So let's be clear who he is. So right now, he got killed on what's known as the American Comeback Tour, right? And his project is called Amerifest, and his tag phrase is "Prove Me Wrong." I checked this guy out. I checked out who is going to be speaking in his upcoming December Amerifest, right? Here are the speakers, right? Check this out: Tucker Carlson, Steve Bannon, Jesse Watkins. Y'all know all the usual. But guess who's also on there? Dr. Ben Carson is on there, right? Which I found to be very peculiar. And there's one black dude on there. And if you look at the ticket prices for his events, right? The students are $50. Then you can pay $400 for a student VP package, right? If you look at the prices, this is a money-making machine, and they are this organization is directly responsible for spreading this message around the college profile, right? And I watched his videos, man. This guy is just really, really out there. He's been under the radar for a lot of us because we never heard his name. But rest assured, behind the scenes, this guy's raised a lot of money for Trump and his cohorts. And guess who's on there? On this list, this is the guy that I hear a lot of people on this app sucking up to and giving praise to. Grant Cardone is on that list as well. So this is a guy. He was not a guy that really brought anything to our country at all. He was just intent on spreading vitriol in this argument. And now, when you listen to him, you can see that there are a lot of people on this clubhouse who utilizes his very talking points. It's scary shit. So y'all need to check that organization out. Again, the organization is called it's the American Comeback Tour. And y'all should just check that out. Go to the website, see who's involved, see who the names are, and get familiar with those names. There's also a U.S. representative, Andy Biggs, is on there as well. So yeah, this was not some. They're gonna paint him as a martyr, so to speak. But this is not the case. So that's all I wanted to give y'all. Going back.
Hello guys, let me quickly jump in here right now. So I will say that I kind of feel guilty that I'm feeling sorry for him because at the end of the day, he's still a human being, and I don't think there should be political violence. However, I've watched that video like 50 times, and I'm trying to garner some sympathy somewhere, but it's just not coming. I mean, this is someone that spent his life promoting hate, left, right, and center, all in the name of his political views. I've read some of the stuff he has said about, well, if you get, I'm not quoting directly what he said, but saying stuff like, well, if you get, don't really matter, as long as we get the Second Amendment and stuff. That's the kind of stuff he's saying. And I think someone put it in the chat. Is it CT or so? I didn't see the person's name. Something about what this guy, Jesse Waters, is saying on Fox News, which I saw on Twitter, saying, oh, they are at war with us. They killed, they're trying to kill Kavanaugh. They shot Justice Scalise. They shot Trump. They shot, he's literally saying there's war. Now, this is the kind of nonsense that they keep saying every time. And then when someone gets shot, you want some sympathy, at least for whatever. So I mean, when you keep promoting this kind of nonsense up and down the whole place, why are you surprised when people get killed? And I'm still going to watch that video one more time and see if I'll feel anything. Because right now I don't feel shit. I feel guilty that I don't feel anything, but well, it is what it is. This is what he promoted, and well, good luck to him.
Yeah, violence is not the answer. Yeah, not the control. I mean, we're not promoting violence, but what the problem is that when violence does surface, the narrative is spun differently and is consistently. We are portrayed. If it was up, oh, we need to send troops out there. It's done by, and to me, to any black person, you know, who supports this man, still supports this man, shame on y'all. Like at this point, y'all gotta be honest at this point. Like, I mean, first it was fun out, support Trump. Like, I know, okay, cool. But now, this shit is very serious. So you have to ask yourself, you know, it's only a matter of time before you're a target. It's only a matter of time.
So it's serious now.
They're going. You know, it's only a matter of time.
It's only serious now. It wasn't serious before. It wasn't serious when he was elected. It's only now serious because of a racist white guy got shot. I mean, I'm speaking, sir. Thank you. I would speak.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So, like, I really don't understand. Like, I'm not really following your statement, Robert, like, about how this situation decreases the severity of what Black people are experiencing in America. Like, have we lost track of what's been happening, or our rights being taken away and stuff like that? Like, the policies?
Okay, so agent, we don't know each other, right? So if you knew me, right, it would make a little more logic to you, but I can assure you, I've been writing about this for years. What we are seeing right now is well documented. You know, I've published articles, I've talked about it on Clubhouse extensively. So what we are witnessing is of no surprise to me. I mean, I reacted with urgency a long time ago. And so for me in particular, you know, now I'm focusing on, you know, the next phase. You know, a lot of people are stuck where they are right now, and, you know, people are processing it. But I'm looking beyond this, and I've always taken this seriously, and I've always encouraged individuals in real life, in Clubhouse, to take this seriously, that we elected a man who was a clear and present danger to our democracy. Very clear. And the point that I was making is that a lot of people pushed back on that, and, you know, they responded, you know, by telling me I was being overreactive, fear-mongering, all that bullshit, all that distraction talk. And look at our freaking country. What a fucking mess that we're in. So I hope that puts some things in perspective. Agent, a pleasure to meet you.
You know, I wish we had these I don't mean in here, but I mean America, these kind of discussions when fucking children are murdered at school, going to fucking school. And we can have serious conversations in this country about that and show empathy for that or try to do something. So instead we have all of these, oh my God, clutching of pearls. How dare they say this when, you know, a white supremacist and Nazi who we love, you know, is speaking and gets killed. Well, you know, I'm not going to celebrate. I don't want any fucking gun deaths, period. But I'll tell you this, if you cannot have empathy for fucking children, then you're dead to me.
I hate to be like this spirit, but Americans, Americans don't care about kids. after Sandy Hook happened, an elementary school full of children, they would have done something about gun laws, and was it been like 25 years ago or something? They just don't care about kids. I mean, historically, just Americans don't care about kids, and it's fucked up. But it's just
I agree, and I think like we're talking about the school shooting that recently happened, and that happened in the same state that Columbine happened. And you would have thought that that state specifically, given that they've had a lot of school shootings, that they would have stricter gun rules specifically in that state. And nothing has moved when it comes to gun laws in Colorado. So I agree with what Michael was saying. Nobody cares about children.
We have fucked up parents who have arsenals with their 13-year-olds having access. As I said earlier, the 13-year-old in Washington State who was plotting a murder at his school, 23 guns in the home that he had access to. So no, the vice president's going tomorrow to Utah. President Trump put out that statement about Charlie Kirk almost instantaneously after we found out he was dead. He's putting the flags at half staff. Half mast, I believe, is on the ship. Half staff is on land. Doesn't matter. But yeah, absolutely, Michael. He is stoking things with the way that this was a fucking podcaster. Yeah, he had political ideas and talk and rhetoric. He's not a legend. He's not some kind of giant of this country. People on the right, I would say MAGA, I don't even know who they are comparing him to Martin Luther King and how the hammer has to come down now, blah, blah. Who knows? They're full of venom and vitriol and violence and ready to vent it. There's all my V's for the day.
Here's the thing. I wouldn't be surprised if Trump or that administration has something to do with assassination, just like you talk about Kennedy with the CIA and all this shit. I literally wouldn't be surprised if it was something like that to be an inflection point to like get something set off or whatever. Because like the guy that tried to shoot at Trump or whatever, apparently he don't have good aim, but this dude does. Or whatever. I'm just saying, I just feel like it was professional. Yeah, it might have been some government shit. So, just ain't trying to be funny.
Or maybe to try to get some heat off the
Epstein. Yeah. No, understand. Epstein is an issue, but they're trying to militarize. They want the military to be our police. He wants everything to be like what he saw in D.C. He went out the other day telling me he can walk the streets now. He's been talking about this. Again, I go back to the April 28th executive order he signed, where he talked about getting the military into non-lethal ways of policing the public. He wants to be like North Korea. He wants to be like Xi Jinping. He wants to be that military force that's policing the American people. And I'm just saying, for black people, just stay inside. Don't get involved with this shit or whatever. And I hate to be like, I guess I'm getting older, so I'm just like trying to just keep yourself safe, because he wants us to fuck up. He's literally looking for us to fuck up. So you can put the Marines in Chicago, put the Marines in the Southeast DC. He wants that shit. Like, he really wants us outside. So just let them just do whatever the fuck they're doing, and let's just
Yeah, don't walk in no fear, don't cower. Pay attention to your surroundings, pay attention to what's going on. Like, and know what it is out there, y'all. Don't be out here sleeping. Like, stay woke as fuck, as a matter of fact. That's what I say. Stay woke as fuck. Stay alert. Stay in the know. And don't be out here don't be moving like that. This is not the time for that. It's really not. The agenda is very clear at this point. So I'm not even bothered. I'm not wasting any energy on convincing anybody or you got it. Like, okay, you got it. Feel how you want to feel, but I'm gonna move accordingly. And I'm going to speak truth to power.
We still within the first year of Trump taking office.
Jim, that feels like 10 years.
Yeah, fatigue, man. I know they got a term for it. It's got to be some kind of term out there for the fatigue that the nation feels when he's in office. I'm sure one of you smart people will look that up. But there's a fatigue factor that comes along with him being in office.
But this is literally a part of the political tactic that they wanted to employ since they got in there, though.
The Yankees had a moment of silence for Charlie Kirk before the game.
That's wild.
Turning in my Yankees fandom right now.
That's wild. That's wild.
Turning in my Yankees fandom for real.
That's wild. They just gotta make him a martyr. It's wild. Wild.
He's a fucking neo-Nazi and white supremacist. What the fuck have we lost our minds?
Exactly.
In fact, that's why I won't be fucking with MLB from here on out. I can do without MLB.
That's insane.
I want to see who's that NFL captain this week.
Y'all should have heard him.
For school shootings.
He was literally crying about it, talking about he aligned with him on so many things. He was
Who's that?
TC. He said he was such
Julio?
a
That was Julio?
no TC.
Julio?
TC, not Julio.
Julio?
But no, he said he was such a great mentor to him, and he learned so much, and people mischaracterized him. He was a great man, a great man. The equivalent, and this is the kicker for me, he said he is the equivalent of Martin Luther King, and he will be martyred as such. That's what he said.
TC said that, bro? TC said that?
TC said that, bro. I would not. You could bring him in here and ask him.
No, I hear you.
If you could bring him in a room and ask him, I guarantee you, he said, what? He's the equivalent. He said that them losing Kirk is the equivalent of us losing Martin Luther King. They're on the same level. That's what he said. I think TC might be going through a divorce or something, because what?
Oh boy.
I'm just making that shit up, but I'm not.
Who you divorcing,
When
man?
TC come in the room, can y'all do the silent treatment? Like the motherfucker just trying to pull y'all aside. Like y'all just keep getting playing with this shit. That's a stupid ass comment. It's one of the dumbest fucking comments I've ever heard in the 57 years I've been alive. That fucking is dumb as fuck. So please don't follow that shit when it comes in, because that's the dumbest fucking shit ever. Don't pay attention.
And that goes beyond trolling. To see your mouth to say some shit like that,
Crazy.
I think you also have to consider where he said it.
But is that strange? This is the type of extremist rhetoric that they employ. It's always to the extreme. Did y'all just hear Patty read the quote?
Yeah, we heard it.
The great, even legendary, who was standing up for all youth in America.
Wait until you hear what Jesse Watson says. Just wait until you read that.
Like this appealing to the extreme, and then, like I said earlier, this call for sympathy and empathy. Girl, miss me. And he gonna use this better than his assassination attempt.
Corey,
Whatever that was.
may I ask you a question? What do you think about Jesse Waters' statement in regards to specifically saying that they're at war?
I haven't seen it.
Okay, I'll put it in the chat.
can someone read it? I think he said they are at war with us and we can't let this happen and blah, blah. You know, I keep saying blah, 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 like what they say is not important. It is important, and I'm not brushing over it or pushing it to the side. I actually had to tell my youngest, do not post anything on social media with your name attached. Do not send messages to any of your friends. You live in a state of MAGA, and it's a red state. You could lose your college admission. Anything, people could come to our house, and people may say I'm crazy and reactionary for that, but no, we live with crazy people, okay? So I told him, do not react on social media at all.
Well, I have one here. It says whether we want to accept it or not, they're at war with us, and what are we going to do about it? That's what Jesse Waters said.
I told you, I don't
And he also said this can never happen again. It ends now. That's that.
Their strategy from the beginning, from the first day of this administration, 12:01 p.m. on January 20, has been to figure out how to provoke violence. Over and over again, that has been their strategy, and this is going to be used the exact same way. Like the entire their entire rhetoric for people who are saying like, why are y'all talking about race wars and all of this? Like,
what was it, last week, when another Southern white legislator was talking about we need a Marshall Plan for babies for our culture, red, herd, white people. Like that, this is the war. And when people were saying like, why do we keep saying this race war, or why black people, this ain't got shit to do with black people? No, on the surface, no. But black people stand in the way of their achievement of this Marshall Plan for white babies. Black people stand in the way of what the Kentucky or Tennessee, wherever he was from, legislator was saying last night, that our ancestors built this for us. Talking to a room full of white folk.
That's a fact. So I asked the question last week before. So where are we going? Where are we leaving? That's number one. And then I just have a slight pushback, Corey. I believe they started planning November 5th at 10:11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Oh no, they were planning this the first term, but
Yes.
as we heard, right, the quote unquote adults in the room got in their way, which is why there are no adults in the room.
Exactly.
And this administration, every fucking job title that there is being fired and replaced like a revolving door for anybody who gets in the way of the agenda that they have. And most of this was detailed in Project 2025.
It just like I said, just the duck mentality. Just I don't know, fucking Arkham raising. As far as with like the Trump assassination attempt, how many assassination attempts, if you just go back and think about people who've been assassinated, from Fred Hampton to Malcolm X to whoever you want to think about, even Ronald Reagan got shot and like the bullet had to like go in and get it, and he was like close to like that. How many like motherfuckers that got grazed in the ear and then had like something that looked like ketchup coming out the side of their face or whatever, no blowback in their hair. But this shit today, if you saw that video, it's like a gusher came out of this motherfucker when he got shot. I'm just saying, it wouldn't surprise me if the government did this shit and it's an inflection point for this race where they want to jump off. That's what I'm saying. The black people I talk to now, when I get with the youth, anybody, just stay your ass inside. Don't get pulled out into this shit until it's absolutely necessary.
If they try to frame a black person for this would be the worst frame job of all time, bro.
They can't do it. Utah.
Black people in Utah.
Yeah, in Utah. Because he couldn't even the person couldn't have snuck in. This is white on white crime. Leave it over there. And we just need to stay. But yeah, they can't do black for this. It happened in Utah was a blessing for us.
I hear you, but here we go. Here's the equation: A squared plus B squared, right? So they've already started blaming it on the left. Black folk live on the plantation of the left. Black folk are dangerous. This is dangerous. This is why Trump has been calling for law and order. We have to implement law and order everywhere. These cities where crime is rampant, law and order, send the military. Oh, the courts are getting in our way. We can't send the military. So the citizens have to rise up, and these militia groups and all of that bullshit. And so race war, no. But the lines are essentially politically drawn, and black folk, by and large, happen to be on one side. So the blowback, it will inevitably come to us.
We're on the same page, Corey. That's why I was saying, that's why I'm not celebrating this, because we're on the same page. Anything that happens to them on that side, and that's what I'm saying, stay inside.
Police are saying that dispatch audio reviewed by this People magazine is all I can find. Described a person of interest in all black with tactical gear and a black long gun. According to other transmissions, the person wore aviator glasses, a black bag, long pants, and longer hair.
Right.
They were wearing So we know by the shot this was someone who knew what they were doing. But the only mentions of black are the clothes so far.
Oh, somewhere.
That's on purpose.
Unabomber.
That's on purpose.
I know.
I like you just described the Unabomber to me.
That man who shot all those people.
Oh yeah, that doesn't sound noticeable at all.
You can describe every article of clothing.
That's all the white boys' uniforms.
Skin color.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's every killer's uniform.
Yeah, but not his face, not his
Okay. Let me just get my word up. So everything that just sounds like general description of a person who does bad things. Like that just doesn't sound like okay, black with black aviators and a black long gun. Okay, and so you mean to tell me somebody dressed like that in Utah in the summer, nobody thought, oh, this is interesting. Why is this motherfucker dressed in tactical gear with the long gun?
He may have had a black
They literally just described John Wick, bro. If they're the white color, problem.
They described Neo from the Matrix, and now y'all let that rock.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Since January 20th, man, and somebody had said this earlier, but it's like each day since January 20th, like we've just seen the dismantling of the foundational bricks of our country. This shit is crazy, and it's being done in real time. We all witnessing. Now we witnesses to the very questions that we used to ask when we were studying in school, like authoritarian regimes and dictators, right? Y'all remember that? And we would always ask, how could people have let this happen, right? And now, in real time, in our grown-ass lives, we see how it happens. It happens over a period of time. It doesn't happen overnight. And, right now, our country, we're in a dismal position. I was on a call today with my team for a project, and we can't even price this shit out because, there's a labor force issue, there's pricing with the tariffs, there's, our developer can't even render a freaking, a pro forma because nobody knows, you know what I'm saying? And if that's us, experiencing that, I imagine other people working on projects are experiencing the same thing. It's just uncertainty. Nobody can answer any questions. We just don't know. There's so much pending litigation. There's pending indicators as far as what the economy is going to do. You can't even do shit. Even people work. Everybody's just in pause position because we don't know what's coming down the pipe. And this country is off kilter as a result of that, the uncertainty and the chaos.
I keep thinking of the guy who went into the movie theater, I don't know how many years it is ago, and all that kind of gear, and shot the place up and walked out, and the cops, they just took him in. It's funny how those people never end up flat on the ground. I'm gonna address Casey too in the chat. I hate to do it. Y'all know I love you guys. I'm gonna shut up. I am that white lady that has to tell my relatives and friends not to tweet because I have a teenager still who's in college. Yeah, it was me, Casey too. And because he is a teenager, there are sometimes I have to still tell him, remind him, hey, don't. There's things that you could say that people could take a certain way. I'm not a hater. I really don't care. Honestly, that's not a thing to me. He is the person who spoke violence to people. He's the person who was hateful and hate-filled. And ironically, he was shot in the throat. I don't know if that doesn't get to you or not. When you spread these type of things, sometimes it comes home to roost. So that's my character, and that's how my kids are great, motherfucker. My kids are great. Don't worry about it.
Well, we don't take abuse in here, so, yeah, it was nice knowing you, Mr. Casey. Thank you for stopping by. Come back when you got a better attitude. Bye.
Thank you for
Well, that was that.
First lady has spoken.
I strongly suggest you guys go to their website, to the organization. I won't say anything. I just want you guys to go in, click around, see who's in the part of the organization, look at just do it. I don't need to say one word, So you guys do your homework, and I guess we'll talk about it, story is going to be up front for the next couple of days, and we need to really familiarize ourselves with the type of person that this individual was, and like that's it, and then just chill, because this is something that we can't debate it. Like, they try to bait us either way, and somehow they're going to turn this into a liberal thing. They're going to turn it into, against any cohort that they don't like, whether it's black people, Mexicans, whoever it is. This story is going to be spun. It's going to be spun with the dog whistle, and there'll be other acts of violence. The war has started already, if you ask me. Anytime you have the president of a country deploying troops and military assets to different areas of the country, that's dealing with strategy. That's dealing with terrain. That's dealing with weaponry. Like that's what do we think this shit is? Like it's on and popping. Like it's in real time. And like you guys have said, it's only a matter of time before more lives are lost in an incident somewhere in this country. I don't know where, but it's just only a matter of time. Tick, 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 tick.
Thomas, I just sent you a question in the chat. I said, who are you speaking about, Thomas? It should have had a comma in there, but I'm not going to be a grammar Nazi right now. Yeah, can you tell me who are you speaking to, Thomas? When you say somebody is victim talk, and then you said effing moron, who are you speaking about? Go ahead, stand on all your 10 fingers. Go ahead, let them type. Type away.
Not the typing sound.
I got scared because I thought she was talking to me. I just got here. No,
not Jay Thomas.
You've been consistently scaring people all day.
Just put a name on it. Yeah, people to put a name on it.
His name is Thomas Peterson.
Not Peterson.
Yes, it's not Peterson. It's Peterson.
Let me not be stereotype. I ain't gonna stereotype Peterson, because that name, I don't know how many axe murderers and anyway, let me be quiet. But that name triggers me.
Why is it triggering you? Go ahead.
Y'all know why.
Child, go ahead, Spire.
Sure, it's on a separate topic. I put in the chat that the Chuck Schumer forced a vote on releasing the Epstein file in the Senate, and they just voted against it. The Republicans, with the exception of, I believe it's Rand Paul and I think one other. No, she's not in the Senate. So yeah, it was a 51-49 vote to not release the files.
Wait, what's the ratio? 51-49?
51 to 49.
Oh, that's pretty tight. He needs to revisit that.
Well, it was Josh Hawley and Rand Paul. So they had forced a vote demanding the Justice Department to release the Jeffrey Epstein files. And the Republicans shot it down.
Oh,
so there you go.
All right, so they don't really want to know. All right.
Josh Hawley's the one that pumped the system here.
Right there to push it through when the other news were trying it out. Do y'all think these motherfuckers?
Well, to be fair, they put it up earlier in the day.
I can't hear you, Ed.
They put it out earlier in the day, like 8 hours ago, and the vote just happened 2 hours ago.
Well, in other news, the Supreme Court is going to rush the decision on tariffs, so that also will be coming up.
Can't wait till a Democrat get in there and just do whatever the fuck they want to do when they gotta walk back all the shit they're doing for him.
I just want the Gulf of Mexico back.
Man, the water been a little bit cleaner since they renamed the Gulf of America.
That's a damn lie.
The water's been clear on the Texas coast. I'm serious. You can put your feet in the water and you can see the bottom of your feet.
Do you think that happens overnight? I said no to that. 4 years of Biden actually having an EPA.
You do understand sarcasm when you hear it.
No, I can't. Sarcasm's dead. Humor's dead.
I could tell with the king of dad jokes.
Oh, got him.
Now, what is a sarcasm that you speak of? Because I'm not familiar with your terminology, sir.
It's right next to something else you've never seen, a clitoris.
I would probably beg to differ. My wife says otherwise, but I mean, if you've got like a relationship issues you want to relate on the stage, I mean, we're all here for you. I mean, I'm not. Maybe someone else. But, you know, good luck with that.
Yeah.
Hey, Ray, is that sarcasm you were talking about? Because I think I might get it down a little pattern.
You are right for a beginner.
Oh, thank you.
As soon as you find that clitoris, you let me know, babe.
Is that a model of the Ford cars?
Did we really get a female anatomy into this? Oh my God.
Hey, look, man, we needed a break. We talking about white supremacists being dying and race wars and shit.
Now, what is it? Ignoramus?
I'm still mad at you. I'm still mad at you with the sundress, your sundress theory, sir. So you're still
on no party ass sundress every day, and but y'all really like them smells, women's gas and stuff. So I mean, to each his own.
Depends on the woman. If it's Beyonce, she
Sundresses are amazing.
It's time for you to go lay down, Chas. I think it's past your bedtime.
He said he wants a sundress every day of the week. Sometimes they be looking a little.
You gotta change it up, man. You gotta change it up.
I remember that conversation. I remember.
And y'all the ones who be getting food because the sundress be hiding a lot, and then they come up out that sundress and be looking like a busted motherfucker, a bag of biscuits, and y'all upset.
That was funny. You might lie.
Be looking like ghost dad standing there in your room.
Shit. That's gonna be my go-to when I get big. Watch.
When I get big, that's hilarious. What sundresses y'all talking about? Usually the men talking about the ones that fit tight and fit.
That ain't a sundress. That's a body tie.
That's the
But I think that's what
Them sheer suckers and them sundresses, they be like kind of like, it might be fitted at the top, but that shit be flowy.
I think the men like the ones that are fitted tight sundresses so they can see the booty cheek.
It's a tight, there's tight sundresses.
That's the body kind.
I guess.
We niggas, Jazz, we don't know the name of that shit.
Sundresses are the ones that's flowy.
Right.
Right.
I thought the sundress was the ones that they wear in the spring. They usually they kind of look like a nightgown.
Oh, that's a boo-boo. But the sundress be like...
They be kind of elastic around the top part. And then...
Alright, my numbers are dropping. The numbers are dropping.
You can wear granny panties.
Don't leave.
Granny panties.
Don't leave.
Set this bitch on fire, lady.
Alright, so listen. Do you own a firearm? So 42% of the people say yes. I have it. I have training. Yes, I have training. Okay. 6% says yes, but no training. 42% say no, never had one. 42% says no, I never had one. And then 13% says get rid of guns in U.S. So 136 people voted. And it's pretty much tie and tie between yes, I have training, and no, never had one. Uh-oh. Yes, I have training, just took the lead. Okay.
Everybody voted.
What'd you say, Patty?
I said, yeah. They ain't gonna be able to save you. Not with their little pistols.
Listen, I just need a bunker to get in,
want to. Just give me a hole. Let me climb in it. Give me some food. I can plant my food.
Your little sundresses.
No, I wouldn't wear sundresses.
What about the
I
option
said I
for
wouldn't
having
wear them.
guns training and also wanting to get rid of guns in the U.S.?
I'm sorry, say that again.
What about those of us who have guns, have training, but also want to get rid of guns in the U.S.?
Well, then you gotta choose which one you want.
Well, we're supposed to pretend that you people don't exist and that if you have a gun, that's supposed to be your whole cultural identity, like the Republican Party. See, that's the mid-inception that didn't really stutter, like people with guns. Because that's the misconception of the misallure of, having proper gun control. Because I have friends that have, like, assault rifles, and they would love to have better gun controls to protect, child, I think, what is it gun deaths are one of the leading reasons for children's death at this point, but we don't talk about it, thoughts of concepts and prayers. So,
And Thomas, those are worth it for the Second Amendment, so saith the recently departed Charlie.
yeah, well, here's the thing, Dark, like, when do we stop, like, caring that MAGA's taking MAGA out, right? Like, what happened was sad, and I get it, but at this point, I'm like, concept of thoughts and prayers, because it's the same energy he put in when he was talking about, like, school shootings. You know what I'm saying? And then at the same time, like, we have to ignore that MAGA is literally insulting MAGA, because, I'll just go ahead and say it now, and then you can be like, Thomas, how did you know? But, well, it's likely in this whole crowd of just MAGA hats, Trump's approval ratings aren't really that high anymore. He's got, like, the lowest approval rating since, shit, the last time he was in fucking office, right? So, it's like, at this point, it's sad, it sucks, but when do we stop covering or they start protecting the fact that MAGA is taking MAGA out? And I think someone said to the stage earlier that they're going to just find a way to spearhead it to that this is a democratical issue. When the truth of the matter of fact is y'all are really just targeting each other because you don't like what the other person's saying. What was it? Scotty, you said that Josh Hawley voted for this Epstein thing, right?
Yep.
And and he was what? The fist bump guy on the January assault, right?
Yep.
Same dude. Yeah. So, at this point, it's just like, we just wait for them to take each other out at this point. I'm sorry.
Thomas, let me read a quote. I can't stand the word empathy, actually. I think empathy is made up. It's a new age term, and it does a lot of damage. Guess who that?
Charlie Kirk.
That's right. So they think, and Elon Musk thinks the same way. This is what the manosphere and these fucking right-wingers, they think empathy is weak. That's what they think.
They actually said that empathy was not Christian. That's what the white nationalists said. They wanted to get rid of empathy. I'm sorry, I just wanted to reinforce the fact that they want to get rid of empathy.
At this rate, I don't know why Second Amendment enthusiasts aren't thanking Charlie Cook for his service. Literally asked for it. He's one of the deaths that made the Second Amendment worth it, right? No? Or is it just other deaths?
You see what I'm saying? Like, and, hey, what's going on, Sandra? How you doing? I hope you're doing okay up there. It's been a minute. Like,
I'm good, Carla. How are you back?
I'm doing all right. I keep looking at these car rollouts, and I just keep thinking about you. So I just wanted to say what's up. So, but it's like, at this point, it's like, it's hitting the news, and it's like, oh my gosh, and it's like, for what? You had, what's his name, John Sink from the Young Turks over here talking about political violence. It's like, but it's one side. It's literally one side. It's not even like it's just, it's going back and forth. There was, one weirdo on the Democratic side that shot at a bunch of senators, like, back in, how long ago was it? But we have all this political violence recently, and it's all one freaking side. And then now it's just, what? And now that it affects your home, but when it's school kids, we can't talk about it right now. Let's give it more time. Thoughts and concepts of thoughts and prayers. Oh, but Johnny Kirk gets shot in the fucking neck, and then all of a sudden it's a national.
It's
$20.
It's political. It's too political
Yeah.
when kids die. Political.
Oh yeah, you're right. Or it's fake news, like what's his name? What's the one that made all that money off of his dick pills, and then all of a sudden now he had to pay all that money back to the survivors of the Parkland shooters?
Oh, I can see his little rat face.
Alex Jones.
Yep.
He's a piece.
Yeah, 100%. Beats his wife. Guy's trash. But yet they love him. You know, turning the frogs gay. They made a whole concept song about it. But you know, heaven forbid something happens to him, and then we're gonna watch all of a sudden, oh, it's all these Democrats, or you know, it's the LGBTQ community because we can talk about them, but anything beyond that is beyond the scope of the capability of this fucking country. It's amazing to me. I literally, honestly, thank you for having this room, Patty, because I swear to God, I was gonna open one that says, "Should we care when MAGA kills MAGA?"
Actually, it was, who interrupted the conversation? It was Womack and somebody else. Who was it? Yeah, that's why we were talking.
Don't go in this room because I sent you a text message.
Patty, are we celebrating somebody's death in here? I'm not clear.
No, I'm not celebrating nobody's death.
Celebrating anybody's death.
No.
I can't hear you. What did you say?
We need to open a new room. Because the room is old. That's, yeah.
Oh,
She
my
said
God,
that-
somebody celebrating.
Let me explain real quick.
That's what
Yeah.
I said. Other people was talking about it. We had to open a new room. Lady said maybe we should open a new room. And then we let them have that conversation in this room. That's
So John Pierre has joined the stage. Hello, Glenn. You have also joined the stage. I'm not sure if you've been here. Let me go to refresh. All right, so Glenn is new to the stage as well. Hey, John. Hey, Water. How are you? Hey, Glenn.
John Pierre.
John Beal.
Hey guys, how are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Oh hey, how's it going, Scotty? So, well apparently there's breaking news that just happened. Kash Patel is saying that the person of interest that he had in custody, that he said was almost surely the assassin, has been released. So the person that they were so sure did it is now back out on the streets. after they-
Hey, Tommy. What?
And I think that's an interesting part of this story because when I look at Kash Patel, the FBI officials, the West Wing officials who've spoken on this, and I look at local law enforcement and the mayor, and I watch their press conference, there has not been coordination, number one, between the two sides because they've been saying contradictory things for the whole day. And I think a part of it is because they were so, in my view, gung-ho about coming forward with commentary that they forgot how to do police work. Because when I watched that press conference, there was a lot of this country is going in the wrong direction and we need to heal and he's such a martyr. Not a lot of fact, which is usually what they lead with. Certainly they will offer condolences, but what I saw looked like something that would happen on Steve Bannon's show, not like something I would see law enforcement do in front of cameras. And I think that that's an interesting piece of this story. I also think it's really interesting that the media outlets that I've been looking at aren't using Charlie Kirk's words. They're not talking about the fact that this terrible thing happened in the middle of a question about gun violence and then playing his viewpoints about gun violence. And that's an interesting choice. All of these things are choices. You know, media literacy, very important. What you're seeing, what they're choosing to put on that screen, the quotes that they're choosing to show from him, the quotes that they're choosing to show from politicians who are putting out statements, these are all choices. And I don't know how long that's going to last. I don't know if that's just out of respect and if they're going to have a real conversation about what his views were on guns, what his views were on empathy, all the things you guys I'm sure have been talking about. But I really hope that that real conversation happens, because if it doesn't, it's propaganda. If we don't have a real conversation about the era of political violence that we're in and who led us to that era, it's propaganda. If they don't play his own words about an act that ultimately led to his demise, it's propaganda. And so I'm going to be watching CNN, MSNBC. I mean, I was watching Ari Melber. I was watching Aaron Burnett. I'm looking at Anderson Cooper right now. It's a lot of wishy-washiness. It's a lot of empathy, right? Ironically.
I can't
Not a lot of
find
facts.
the story.
I'm sorry?
I can't find the release story. Can you post it, please?
Actually said that on YouTube.
It's
on YouTube.
No, I'm asking the person who's speaking.
Yeah, it's on Cash Patel's Twitter. Because again, like I said,
Cash Patel's Twitter?
yeah, he put it on. I still call it Twitter, guys. I'm sorry.
Can you put it in if you don't mind? Because I'm looking at I'm going off to breaking news and I can't find it.
Yeah, sure. And I'm not surprised if you can't find it, because it's the point I kind of opened on, that this has been botched from the beginning. The communication, the coordination has not been done by the book, because they're so gung-ho about blaming this on the left and using this story in a political way that they're not doing good police work. They're not doing good communications. They're not doing, frankly, good politics. And so that's the reason why you're seeing that happen. Because normally these outlets would have been tipped off about it, and then you could put a statement out, but they're just going straight to Twitter, right? That Twitter, Truth Social, these platforms are their defaults, and they don't even go straight to journalists really anymore. They're going to people like Steve Bannon and Candace Owens, and so the whole entire structure that would get us the information accurately on time doesn't exist in Trump world, right? And so, yeah, that's not a problem. I'll try to find it and I'll come back.
It's already been posted in. It's already
Okay.
It's right there. It's already posted on there. But to your point, though, it's like, I'm not holding my breath, because it's the same thing. Remember that bomber that was blowing up those houses in Alabama, right? And it's kind of weird, because when they found him living in a van. When they found him living in a van, they tarped up his van as they were going through they were transporting it to the police yard or whatever. To the point where they were like, even the police people were like, why are they tarp up the van? And the truth of the matter of fact is, he was highly MAGA. Like, it was just, his whole thing was Hillary Clinton and saving the kids and Donald Trump and all this pro stuff. So, the revolution is not going to be televised. It's been censored. Just like the active protests that are going down here in LA, they censored that. Remember when ICE decided to take their little trips to Flatbush, right? And they got their ass beat because apparently Haitians aren't playing that game, right? That got censored also. Same thing with Compton. Compton's beating ICE Asians' asses in a high degree that they have to go down there with security. That's being censored as well. So when they find out what MAGA nut this is, and then they disown him, and then they sweep it under the table, it's not going to be televised. It's just going to be swept. It's just going to be more shit that becomes part of the noise. And of course, they're not going to say what he says or all the nonsensical shit that he says, because at this point, there's violence and everything else is stuff that they've been stoking for years now. And now, unfortunately, Trump got his hand caught in a cookie jar with his Epstein shit, to the point he can't hide it anymore.
Yeah, I think that this is important for the left, Democrats in general, to acknowledge the culture shift that's happened with the media. What Trump world did very effectively is they engaged in a strategy to scare the media, to scare institutions like colleges out of doing the things that they've done and that they have a responsibility to do, which is to usher in truth and fact. They sued, and these institutions capitulated. You saw Kamala Harris talk about this, Barack Obama capitulated, ABC capitulated, CBS capitulated. Based on frivolous lawsuits, they ended up settling, because when one settled, you saw like dominoes, all the others settled. And now they're making decisions about what to put on air based upon what MAGA wants. Make no mistake about it, when you see those negative stories, when you see them talking about the Epstein files all of a sudden, it's not because they're so anti-Donald Trump, it's because MAGA said, let's talk about that. Be very clear, they are in Trump's corner like they were in 2016 when he got $1 billion of free earned media over Hillary Clinton. Just like Les Moonves said, who was the former head honcho, now disgraced, former head honcho at CBS, the serial sexual abuser, he said that Trump was bad for the country, but very good for business. Remember that? And so we're back in an era where they're going to do what MAGA says to do. And so this pomp and circumstance over Charlie Kirk, you just saw the New York Yankees, I don't know if you guys saw this or talked about it, the New York Yankees did a moment of silence for Charlie Kirk. Wasn't he the guy who said that if he saw a black pilot on a plane, he called them DEI pilots, he wouldn't want to fly on that plane? Is that the same Charlie Kirk? And so now you're seeing the mainstreamification, the real mainstreamification of all these isms, racism, sexism, misogyny, all of this stuff, homophobia. It's good for business. We see the same thing reflected with the manosphere. Every passport bro with the microphone no longer, because of new media, has to deal with blowback from sponsors. They're getting monthly subscription fees from all these incels all around the country, and so it's good for business. And so Democrats, the left, we have to recognize that that is the era that we're in, and we have to push back. And so when you see money providing funding for influencers who are Democrats, don't crap on that. That's what the Russians did. That's what Republicans did. We should be paying influencers on the left to put good information out there. And so we have to fight back.
So I just have a quick question. You know,
Fucking great.
when we were growing up, I don't know, for me, I was always taught, like, you shouldn't talk about race, religion, and politics. Those three things. And I feel like the more we have gotten comfortable in speaking about it, is where a lot of the hate is coming from. What do you guys think about that? Because this guy, he's going around saying all his hateful stuff, and now look what happened.
Well, I want to say this. With you being 79, there was such a big difference between when I was growing up and when you was growing up.
Excuse me, sir, I'm 87. I'm 87. Get the age right.
My bad. But with that being said, I completely agree. When you give too many opinions out, it leaves a lot of room for you to be judged. And, you know, chickens always come home to roost. That's all I've been saying all day. Just like Brother Malcolm said about JFK.
But the thing though, Ray, it's just the fact that the publicization of, I mean, it's just fear porn, you know, and that's all one party talked about. You talked about it during every campaign. Immigrants are taking your jobs. LGBT is turning our kids gay. You're losing your righthood as being a man, and the Democrats hate this country, and they're a bunch of pedophiles. You know, you create this nostalgia, and you want people to sit there and listen to it and vote, because now what you're doing is you're creating an emotion, which is a visceral rage. And it's like, you know, you have to understand, like, with the right, they have their own armed militia that have been blowing up abortion clinics since the dawn of time. But we don't acknowledge it. We don't talk about it. It happens, and we say it's sad, and then move on as, you know, a whole generation of doctors are being wiped out or exterminated. And now all of a sudden what we have right now is we have a party that's like that Aurora Borealis snake, which eats itself. And somehow we're supposed to feel bad about it and sad, when the truth of the matter of fact is you were the one. You were the one that pushed this up. You were the one that made all this, put all this nonsensical shit in the news. There's 800 things we could be talking about right now to try to, I don't know, help the youth in this country. But no, we're going to sit here and pretend that this con man, this grifter, is somehow is a great person because he literally got his roosters did come home to roost. His chickens did come home to roost. You know, I'm sorry, I'm not celebrating his death, but at the same time, I'm not going to shed a tear for a snake.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, go ahead, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say, firstly, you said, we were raised not to talk about race, religion, and politics. But it's the very people that tell you don't talk about it that have been using race, religion, and politics to oppress us, to hold us down, to create, to terrorize us. So like this whole, and to what, who was just speaking, Thomas, like that's the thing. They've been using race, religion, and politics to enact the very thing they're doing right now. I feel like we don't live in a time where we can't not talk about race, religion, and politics. It's those very things that they're using to bear us down, to bear down on us.
And I was gonna say that's almost what I was the same thing what I was gonna say, but I think the reason that whole motto right there that we have, because that's like an American motto. You don't talk about race, politics, or what is it, something with something else. Like that's why we're in the situation we're in right now. It's because we tiptoe around everything. We don't want to talk about nothing. We could have been over this, you know what I'm saying? But we always do this, so you don't know who's the fucking devil. You done chimmy Jerude with a fucking racist because they know how to be nice to you at work. That's why, like, these are the conversations I want to have first. Yeah, what's your politic? Because if you got a crazy politic, my favorite conversation is with another motherfucker. I don't want to talk to you. And I think we should start having more of these conversations. So then I can I can go get the fuck away from you. Because your ass crazy.
But the other thing I wanted to say to what Jean Pierre was saying is when I got the news about Charlie Kirk, not like Jean Pierre said, not one news outlet has said a word about not one news outlet has even called him controversial. They just said a father, a political activist.
CNN called him an activist.
Yes, an activist. But none of them called out any of the controversial things that he has said. None of them talked about him saying that, talking about empathy. None of them talked about how he said, hey, look, you know what, if you don't have death threats, against your life, then you're not serving your country. Like none of them talked about any of this stuff. Like this dude got served the same shit that he's been spewing. But they want to talk about, Charlie Kirk and we should have a moment of silence. Like, no, we don't need that. Why are we having a moment of silence for a racist?
Well, wait a minute. Who said that they needed a moment of silence?
Jean Pierre just said the Yankees. They had a moment of silence. In Congress, my sister called me and said, in Congress they had a moment of silence. Like, what the fuck are we talking about?
They also
A moment of silence for a racist?
Hold up. So, did they have a moment of silence for the lady and her husband that got shot? The ones that were
Minnesota legislators.
Yeah.
No.
I don't know. I'm just asking.
No.
So we didn't do a moment of silence for them?
And not for the dog either. Why would they?
And not even for the damn dog?
And not for the dog.
But they flying flags and half staff for a fucking racist in this country in 2025. That's what we doing.
No flag flown at half mast. No apology from Washington. Nothing. Crickets.
Wow.
Crickets.
Wow.
Yeah. Crickets.
They don't care if they die. They don't care if they die. Offer me.
And they were shot in cold blood. Sorry, April.
I just wanted to say, I wanted to understand Gretchen Whitmer, who was almost kidnapped and killed. They make fun of her. When it came to George Floyd, who was murdered, they make fun of him every day. Charlie Kirk recently made fun of George Floyd being murdered and said he was a crackhead. When you go to Michelle, who was just murdered with her husband and dog, they made fun of her. Who was, the Democrat state lawmaker from Minnesota. When it came to Pelosi's husband, who was almost killed and he was beaten up, they made fun of him. I don't want to hear anything from these people. Honestly, I don't, because this is the thing. We're in a respectability politics world now, where if Hitler was alive today and was killed, these same motherfuckers would say, but he has a family, but he was a father, but he was a good man. Fuck.
I want to add to Andre's point real quick. Another thing people don't bring up about Charlie Kirk was that he literally called for the shooting and whipping of migrants. shooting and whipping. Also Charlie Kirk.
Okay, so this is what I need from you. Somebody had read something earlier. They didn't want him on campus. Is that true? Can somebody bring me up to this date with that story?
A group of students did write the administration and tried to urge the administration to not have him on campus. Now that is common. That's common with damn near every campus he went to. Yeah, they didn't want him on campus. Like, why the fuck would you want the stinky classmate at your birthday party? Like, you know what I mean?
So, listen, he was in the state of Utah. The state of Utah, I mean, last I checked, they're a red state, so it's fitting that his demise was there because I'm sure the folks that didn't want him there were the minority in the bunch of not wanting him there, but he went along with it and they went along with it. So then, like, look, that was an invitation to whatever was gonna go on. So he got whatever he was there for.
Well, wait a minute, because the security officer of the school, I guess he was like the head security officer or whatever, he said there's 40,000 kids in that school. So do you think that there was a minority there?
No, I'm saying a minority as far as in the numbers of people, like the students that oppose him being there. They were in the minority. That's what
Okay, you think,
apparently did.
okay.
Well, it might not.
Maybe they were in the majority, because a lot of people said they didn't want him to be there.
Looking at the number of people that showed up, I mean, they
There
look
were
like they were,
40,000 people though.
yeah, they look like they were in support of him being there. Even though it was Israel coming.
A lot of people from around town that was there too, like from that crowd side.
I think it's amazing. Can I mention one more thing? And there was a lot of protesters that were actually there at the event, and then.
Is there a queue? Yeah, let me just mention one.
Keep talking.
I didn't know that. Who's talking?
There was a lot of protesters outside the event as well. And there was people that was trying to storm the event, because I'm reading an article right now that was talking about there was a lot of people there that did not want him there. They protested him coming there, and there was protests at the event.
Okay, so let me add this.
Here it was that stuff.
So thank you so much, Queen. I appreciate it. Yeah, I just wanted to mention the quote, "You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously." That quote was referencing black women. And that quote was Charlie Kirk. Thank you.
What? That was referencing black women. What
Yes,
show was
you
that?
do not have the brain
Charlie Kirk.
processing power.
I'm listening. I'm a little bit. You guys, excuse me, but I'm a little bit behind you guys. I'm just trying to catch up. So
Okay,
that was
so
okay.
you do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. And then he added, you had to go steal a white person's slot to be taken somewhat seriously. And he was referring to Joy Reid, Michelle Obama, Sheila Jackson Lee, and Ketanji Brown Jackson. So there you go. There's the one that we should have empathy for. Fuck that motherfucker.
About Charlie.
I wasn't saying having empathy for anybody. Let me make that clear. I was just trying to catch up.
Referring to you.
Oh, okay. Because I said, are we celebrating somebody's death in here? And then I'm reading the articles right now. I'm not too much up on him. I don't know too much about him, but I thank you. And from what I'm looking, he got shot at the school, and he got shot in his neck, and he perished. Correct? And
He didn't die.
That's it?
He died at the hospital.
Hey,
he died at the hospital. Okay.
Yeah, Russians. Most likely he died when that shot hit. Because I saw the video.
That's not what
That
they
shit.
said on the news. I just read it. They said that he died in the hospital.
Yeah, well, one of the bystanders said that it was there. He said he saw him talking. He said he saw blood coming out of him and his body go limp. And then they escorted him away in a limousine or like a car. And but yeah, whatever efforts they.
Yeah, still ain't called the paramedics.
So when he was gushing after that shot, I think he died en route, if not right then. I don't see how he was living.
throw a bunch of them up.
This is what they're reporting. I'm not a doctor.
Yeah, they probably,
There.
he's just probably pronounced
They're
dead
saying
at the
that he
hospital.
died. They said he died at the hospital.
So,
Yeah, they probably pronounced him dead at the hospital.
yeah. Somebody wanted to ask me a question. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you a question. I was like, what's the crime rate in Ohio? And do we send National Guards over there because you're talking about a national treasure got shot that we have to put everything half-mast? So does that mean that we're going to put National Guards in Ohio now to lock that shit down because of this horrible tragedy
This is
that happened?
in Utah.
No, this happened in Utah. I never said Ohio. It happened in Utah. Yeah.
So does that mean we put National Guards now in Utah now to lock that down because Charlie Kirk got shot at a school?
We will have to see. We'll have to wait and see what the Trump administration wants to do because, you know, he's about, he's only against violence.
Obviously, the answer is to send a National Guard to Chicago for this. That's what the answer is.
Right.
I think it's going to be something more sinister. I think what we're going to see is a ramping up of surveillance because it's already going on. Let's be clear about that. But they're really going to ramp it up. Anything that you say, I mean, we're seeing it when people are coming into the country, even U.S. citizens are looking at your phone just to see if you've said anything that's anti-Donald Trump or anti-Israel. And so they're going to be watching, especially those who are influential, pop culture, celebrities, influencers. They're going to be watching what they do, and we have a great history of that, right? As we know in this country. You saw the files.
Yep, one word, Palantir.
Right.
So it's really interesting because I'm talking to my son and he said that he was at his campus. I was like, wait, your campus is a liberal campus? But he said, yeah, they were race baiting. He was basically race baiting. So I'm learning a lot about Charlie. Didn't know too much about him.
Yeah, he goes to every campus. And everybody in the crowd is not like a pro MAGA. He invites folks to debate him. So the person that was debating him when the shot was fired, he was anti-MAGA.
Can I tell you just some tea I know about him? Just because I've known his for a long time. So Charlie Kirk said, just a few things that he essentially said. He said black people evolved from chimps. White people were made by God. He said that's why we look like monkeys. He said black people, we should have never ended slavery, and that we're in slavery because of our own fault. The Bible said it was fine and we should follow the Bible. He said that we should never ever have given us voting rights because now look at what we did. The civil rights movement should have never happened. He said Martin Luther King Jr. was a rapist and a liar and not a real pastor because black people can't be Christians. He said women should never have the right to vote. He said we should have whites only towns. This is a legitimate racist. He has said crazy stuff about Jewish people as well. This is a literal Nazi. He is the reason why all of these Gen Z men are right-wing. They all were isolating in the house during the COVID era. He is who they were watching on TikTok and on X, at Twitter at the time. This is one of the reasons why Trump won Gen Z men, Charlie Kirk. So this, and people online are tweeting, this is our George Floyd.
Disarmament.
Did you?
No nuclear weapons.
Women, don't say
nuclear
nothing.
weapons.
What's going on?
No nuclear weapons.
Are you
nuclear
okay?
weapons.
Are you okay? Do we need to call this the psych ward? What's going on?
Yeah. The last thing I was gonna the last thing I wanted to tell Lisa is, by the way, a couple weeks ago he was making fun of George Floyd's murder online. So it's kind of crazy how and also the woman that died in Minnesota, the lawmaker, her husband and dog, made fun of them, said it was Democrats, said they deserve to die, who cares, it's all fake. Backed up the quote unquote, it's a hoax from Democrats, that's the Epstein nonsense. Originally he was all for getting the Epstein files released, but then when Trump said it was a hoax, he completely backed Trump up. He is in Trump's pocket and was in Trump's pocket completely. So
I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. None of that shit is irrelevant.
I want to hear what she got to say. I want to hear what this young lady got to say. Go ahead. She might need prayer. Wait a minute, Matt, don't let you finish.
she getting beat up? What's going on?
In Chicago.
No, she just walked in the room butt ass naked. This motherfucker going through a mental health crisis, and y'all stupid motherfuckers.
No, I'm not going through a mental health crisis.
Butt naked in a hotel room.
I am fully competent. I do not consent to be governed.
I told you.
I do not consent. No is a statement.
Please quit the bullshit, y'all. Please stop.
No.
Y'all gonna be fucking online. Y'all can sit over here and fight.
This has to be a Democrat.
Should we go on?
Sit down.
Obviously, someone is asking you for now. Someone's asking you for now. So
You stop talking over her. It's weird. She's talking. No, I mean, you guys are talking over her. Didn't you hear Patty and First Lady said they want to hear her? Mute y'all's mic.
no, I think it's someone who's with her who's saying
No, I said you go on mute. Mute your mic. What is the problem?
No.
Pack all my shit in my mouth.
Alright, I want you here. I want you here. I
You do not. You don't.
I want you
You
here.
don't. No, you don't.
I do. I really do. I really do.
Stay in this goddamn room. Stop doing that.
Okay, so we need to have a conversation.
No. You need to take that shit in there. Because if you don't take that shit in there, well, something ain't adding up.
Something ain't adding up, baby. Something ain't adding up because I'm fully competent. I know exactly what's going on. And we are real time, y'all. And where is Key at? And if Key is here, then we in there. Yes, if Key is here, then we are in there. Yep. If Key is there, then we are in there. And you will not harm a hair on his motherfucking head. You will not harm a hair on his head or this vessel. You will not dare touch him. Don't ask me who the fuck he is, because you already know who the fuck he is. Where the fuck are you? I want to see you face to face, whoever the fuck you is. Because I wasn't talking to you, I was talking to ye. That's my people. And I got my people. Don't worry about my people. I'm good. Me and my people, we straight. Christ came, bang, bang. Christ came, bang, bang. Christ came, bang, bang. Christ came, bang, bang. Christ came, bang, bang.
What hotel are you at?
Don't you worry about where the fuck I'm at. You already know where the fuck I'm at. Where the fuck are you at?
Oh, Jesus.
Darn it, the mercy.
The spirit is moving.
Why are you behaving like that? Why are you behaving like that? Why are you behaving like that?
Okay.
It's just me and you in here.
No, you just don't know who you are, baby.
What the fuck, yo? I know who you are, child. I have no doubt about that. Ain't nobody had to tell me that.
You just don't know who you are, baby.
No, don't feel that.
You just don't know who you are. This is the baptism of the Holy Spirit, y'all. Oh God, this is the baptism of the Holy Spirit. I'm here. This is the comforter. Oh my God, I'm so glad that I found y'all. Oh my God. I'm so glad I found y'all. I'm so glad I found y'all.
Stop.
Who's there? Is it Key? Is it Key? Who's there?
I'm smoking on that 20 pack tonight, baby.
See, now you getting dropped.
You can't control this, man. You either gonna talk to the Most High or you gonna prove to me that we got some shit going on in this
You guys are making fun. Stop it.
You either gonna talk to the Most High or prove to me that this is Key.
Ma'am, you're on Clubhouse. Is there anything we can do to help you? Where are you?
All right, now this ain't no psychotic episode. Let me go figure this shit out. My nigga figure this shit out.
Okay. Have a good
My
night.
nigga figure this shit out.
All right.
I think I figure this shit out.
God bless.
Lord. I might need a blessing.
Woo!
Christ gang, bang, bang.
And after you know that shit's not funny though.
It's not funny at all.
No, at all. You guys are some twisted motherfuckers right now.
Lord.
You Lord, my ass. Oh Lord, so I can drive because that. I'm so sick of these demons. You know, you need to shut the fuck up, though. That's crazy. When you see somebody in pain, all you can do is mock them. You guys are some twisted motherfuckers.
Oh, Lord Jesus. Well, I'm just gonna pray. Excuse me. Don't just give me a minute. I need a minute, okay? Because I don't know what to feel right now. I don't know whether she was trolling, whether she was serious. I don't know. But in case that she was serious, I am praying that whatever she is going through, that she gets the healing, that she gets the help that she needs, that God covers her heart, her mind, her soul, her spirit from the top of her head to the sole of her feet. Whether it was a joke or not, the fact that you even want to play like that, if you were playing, then something is still wrong. And if she's not playing, I pray to God that something will cover her and keep her. I don't know the man that she was with. It sounded like to me he was trying to leave. She said, "I don't want you to leave. I want you to stay." And then she said, "Don't touch the boy. You can't touch him. Don't touch it." So I don't know what's going on. And then she didn't seem like she wanted to talk. We tried to ask questions. That's what made me kind of feel like maybe she's trolling. Don't ask me where the fuck I'm at. You know where I'm at. These are the words that she said.
But he also mentioned mental illness.
Yeah, he said that. Yeah, he said that right from the beginning. He said that she's having a mental crisis right now. And then I think he said that we were weird. Did he call us weird?
I don't know if he.
Well, he doesn't know us, so he just knows that she goes from room to room and just be speaking to people. So he's just like, "Yo, y'all have her on the stage like this." Like,
I looked at her.
But I've never seen her in this room.
Yeah, I looked at her ID to try to see if we can identify anything.
She's a biblical smoke. She goes to the Maccabees. These are all religious spaces. And she also said the power of the Holy Spirit. This is the Holy Spirit. So I don't know if she had too much religion that's then got into her mind and got things going on. I'm not sure. But
if you go to her Instagram page, it was totally different religion. Yeah, I did. Because I was trying to see if there was something that it wasn't religion. I can tell you that.
okay.
Some of the names on her body, if you look at the names.
Yeah, she was a dancer. And she was not on her page.
You did as much as you could to kind of, to keep this, to get as much information as possible. So you did. I just want to let you and the moderators know you guys did as much as you could have. It was very hard to try to pick up and follow. So, and it's just it's just part of social media. Sometimes we don't know the whole angle or what is the stimulus for what somebody's saying. And this was a little hard to parse out at my end, to be honest with you. So you did the best you could.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
People have been harmed and killed on this app. And you guys, it's easy to make fun. Sometimes you just have to sit there and be quiet and let people like First Lady handle it. First Lady's voice is calming. The lady was obviously in distress. And it was terrible to listen to. And I was praying to God we weren't going to hear something we don't want to hear. I know Clubhouse won't do a damn thing about it, but at least I made a report of it. I think all of us find a way to help people if you can. Bless her, I hope that everything's okay.
And that's what I was getting ready to say. It's like you're so ready to make fun of somebody and take somebody's pain and use it for your pleasure. You couldn't know that you could have possibly helped somebody in this moment. So that was my whole thing. And, and I appreciate you too for letting her speak, because if it would have been any other space, they would have dropped her before I could even find out what was said and kicked her out the room. So I appreciate you guys letting her speak. Even though you get a chance to do anything for her, maybe something positive is going to come out. So to God be the glory.
I thought I was in control there first. I so did. I thought it was a recording that somebody was playing. And then when she started actually responding to the comments that was made, I was like, oh shit, time to chill.
It was something about her voice when she joined that that startled me right from the beginning. Like, wait a minute, hold up, this is something different. Because people come on the stage, they yell, but that just wasn't. That was a little strange. Mike P, I see you keep raising your hand. And you and I, we've had conversations. I just don't know if right now is a good time for you to come up because I really don't want to fight right now, and I don't want the people to fight. So if we could, not do that, I would definitely appreciate it. I don't know. That just took me out. That just took all my energy out. So y'all can have a conversation.
I just wanted to say.
Motel 6 right now.
Oh God, it took me out, and I just tried to figure out: is she trying to drop us some clues? What is she talking about?
Exactly.
And I was really trying to get beyond what she was saying to see what was really, if she would give us some more to work with.
And she said something about nuclear. Did she say something about that? That was the first thing she said.
Yeah, then she was like a preach that she went off on, a chant.
Sounded like a protest at first.
But she also asked, was Key with us? Like.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like Key was a word we should know, or a name, or an entity that we should know. And she was looking for Key.
Yeah, but either way, the man could have been in distress, she could have been in distress. If she's going through a manic episode, she could probably hurt him or she could hurt herself. So that's why I thought it was best we just try to look for clues. Somebody call the police, because that shit is kind of weird.
Exactly.
Because she can probably hurt him. We hear her yelling, but then you also, if you paid attention to the background, he was trying to leave. So, I don't know. And she's not a small girl. If anybody went to that Instagram page, she is a big girl.
He said that she was out in the hallway naked.
Yep, that's what he said.
Oh, yeah.
Yep, he said she's out. He said she out here in this hallway at the hotel naked. And he's like, I'm leaving. And she said, no, I want you here. And then all of a sudden she softened up. She softened up for a minute, and then she went right back in. So that's what I'm saying. It wasn't. I don't think it was a troll. But then again, I'm like, I don't know.
They were both tweaking. I don't know what they were.
No, he didn't sound like he was tweaking. He didn't sound like. No, he's not. Okay, you're right, Water. You're right. Don't argue with her. Don't argue with her. Don't argue.
Nah, it definitely wasn't trolling. It definitely wasn't trolling, and he wasn't tweaking.
Right.
Everybody gotta be on drugs from a drug person. That's crazy.
I just want to thank the boss. I just want to thank the boss for standing in the gap. We need more people to stand in the gap. Thank you, First Lady. We need people to stand in the gap. It's a crazy world out there.
He played too much ground.
If you were in the UK, they would tell you not to stand in the gap.
Okay.
They say, please mind the gap.
All right. So perhaps maybe the enemy came to destroy the conversation. I don't know. Or maybe that was a sign that we just need to leave that conversation alone. I'm not sure, but I know I'm kind of exhausted at this point. That gave me an extreme additional headache on top of the one I already had. And I ain't lying about that.
You exercise great restraint, First Lady, because you asked her a question, she went after you, and you exercised restraint. And I think it's a sign of emotional maturity, and I appreciate you. And great moderation skills, but.
Oh, thank you, Spirit.
I need to just say, it's been a really emotional day, and we're only on Wednesday.
She's got a lot of practice with you guys.
Let's just take a deep breath. This is not for the weak. We got another 3.5 years of.
No. I'm not speaking into existence. Listen. People don't understand that change can come in a blink of an eye. Mike P, I'm scared. I'm scared to press that button to bring you up. I'm scared.
It's been one of those days.
He got crash out. He needs to stay down there.
Oh, you can come up. I have a kryptonite for him, so you can come up. I can guarantee you he'll behave.
No, he'll never know how to behave.
You sound so nice and mellow right now, you guys.
All right, Mr. Mike. Wait, so
He opened his mouth one time, I promise you, I'm kicking his ass out.
I'm
not playing this is Mike. He always do this crazy shit. And then he did that shit with that woman. It's like he don't know how to
oh, hey, Penny.
If you act stupid, I'm gonna post your picture. You know you look like Sinbad.
Okay, Penny is here. Let me bring Penny up. And then I'm gonna bring Mike up. It sounds like Penny has part of the kryptonite for Mike. Okay, Mike.
So before y'all lose it with Mike, you just have to know that.
Hey, what up?
Hey, who's that? Hey, friend. Oh, that's Gemini. That's my brother Gemini. Hey, everybody. So, one thing about Mike that we have to remember is just remain calm. It's like I don't even think he believes the shit that he says.
Oh, Dr. Julio in the building? What's going on?
That's my bookie too. And Mike really is a nice person. He has this ogre Shrek energy where he says he has layers like the onion. And so, I don't know why he does this from room to room, but I figured him out. You just have to just say, "Aw."
Penny, what are you?
Penny, that's the reason why I said I've had conversations with Mike, and I've seen a different side of Mike. So
He tries to be difficult, like intentionally.
I know exactly.
Penny, I've never been difficult with you a day in my life.
I don't know why he does that. I really don't.
Penny, I've never been difficult with you a day in my life.
I know, sweetie. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
So what are you telling these people?
This is just a front he does. I don't know why he does it.
What is the front?
Can we get one mic? Can we get one mic on the Honorable Dr. Julio? Can we get one mic?
How y'all doing?
Good evening, Dr. Julio. How are you? How are you, sir?
Shaking up just a little.
Okay. Shaking up.
Oh my God, I came at the right time. Hold on.
Oh, you fools will never.
I have a link here about with that. What's her name? Hold on. What's her name?
Wait a minute. Come on now.
No, I'm serious. I really do.
All right. Well, I was in jumping ahead.
Amanda Seals. If we could play that when the first lady is done, thank you.
Now,
Dr. Julio, excuse me. You're being rude right now. Dr. Julio, are you shaken up because of the recent events with Charlie Kirk?
Absolutely. I think we live in a, the inability to have a healthy disagreement with somebody. I don't know who did it, Chris. I have no idea. What I would say is this, right? If of all the disagreements that I have with every last, one of you moderators, at least the top three, me and Patty probably don't agree on much. Me and First Lady don't, but we could talk for hours without there being an issue. I think that what has happened today is reflective of a spiritual cancer that exists in this country. I don't give a shit whether you're Republican, Democrat, Socialist, Communist. I don't give a fuck what you are. We should be able to argue for hours without anybody losing their damn life. Period. I don't give a shit. And anyone that condones this act of horrendous violence is bullshit.
Okay. You're done.
Are you a doctor?
So are you claiming?
Not too much on the Honorable. Not too much. One mic on the Honorable Julio.
So are you claiming to know the motive of the shooter?
What I'm claiming, you ignoramus, is that with the action that happened,
Listen. In order for us to have a conversation, we cannot throw, these little ad hominems. I hate using that word because I use it so much.
in this case, personally, it would be a red herring.
Okay, whatever you want to call it. Can we please just try not to be negative and don't keep coming off mic? It doesn't help because even when somebody cuts me off, it triggers me. And then when somebody responds in an aggressive way, then you want to play victim. So instead of that, let's just allow one person to speak You know, and if there's an actual dialogue between two people, let's just try to, stay on mute if that's possible. Thank you. Appreciate you. Look. So someone was asking Dr. Julio, were you answering a question or somebody was asking you a question? What was going on? I don't.
Yeah, he started off after you called me an ignoramus again.
You asked me if I knew the motive of the shooter. All I spoke to was the action taken. I don't care about his motive. His motive is irrelevant. I don't give a damn what his motive was. He took an innocent man's life.
Yeah, but you claim to say that because of the disagreement, that's why he took his life. Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm telling you that is what I believe. That is, I do not know anything of certainty.
God.
And if you're too intellectually capable to understand that everything I just said is an opinion, then maybe you don't need to be having this conversation with me.
So,
maybe I should be speaking to somebody who really understands.
Be nice,
He said that it doesn't matter because, let me just have this minute. He killed an innocent man. And everything that I'm learning about this man is horrific. It's nothing innocent about him. So I don't know.
Okay, Lisa, what did he do?
Okay, so Dr. Julio, can you just give me a moment to express my
No, tell me what he did that deserves him getting shot.
Sir, I listen. Okay, so let me go over. Who was talking to me earlier? Was it Matt? Matt
Goliath?
Matt Goliath. Are you there, Matt?
Are you here? Are you in the audience, Matt? Matt was talking about the school.
Yeah.
Okay, she was asking, he was telling her certain information about,
Very disturbing, descriptive.
Tell me what he did that deserves him getting shot. Just answer that question directly.
Well, that wasn't your client.
Promoting
That was
hate.
my client.
Promoting
No,
hate.
you said he was innocent, and she said he's not
Yeah.
innocent.
He was innocent of anything he didn't do anything that was
Promoting hate and division.
How did he promote division, Lisa?
Okay, that's why, sir, I'm
Dr.
just
Julio, this is not your show. You can't just keep coming on and asking questions.
I feel like until you get out of here. So.
But why you gotta be like that if you don't have a conversation?
He's a bitter
I know you're asking a question, but you keep on, doing this rapid fire.
Because she's not answering it directly.
You can answer it over the phone.
I'm sorry you don't appreciate my answer, but I'm just saying, let me just make it basic. Is he still here?
He left.
You try that
Okay,
big like
got
shit
there we
somewhere
go.
else. Fuck that mother.
Fuck, he gonna tell her how she needs to answer.
Right.
This is what happens when you let Dr. Julio on stage. Foolery.
Do you guys want to play that link on top?
Good doctor, not come on. Your mama.
Wait a minute, Jazz, you got the real picture for me? I know you got a new picture. What's going on, Jazz? Hey, Jazz, welcome to the stage.
Hold on. Let me play this real quick. Okay.
Jazz. All right, go ahead, play it.
Yeah, nobody's listening to me today. I think I gotta get some headphones. So.
No, baby, I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, hold on.
Empathy. I can't have empathy for someone like Charlie Kirk. First of all, Charlie Kirk don't believe in empathy. He said it's a bad thing. He said it's some new age made up shit. He also said he was in order to protect others. You're
chicken thing.
That man was in the middle of talking shit about gangs. White on white crime.
What the ass up here?
These thugs, y'all. These thugs. It's
That was the ends, guys. That was a mess. I don't know where you found that. Who was that?
That was Amanda Sears.
Oh, Amanda said that. Oh,
I was trying to play it for
I thought you were saying you
Austin
wanted to
Julio.
play the Julio with Amanda Seals. God diggity dog.
No, I was trying to play that for Austin Julio. That was here.
Damn.
Wait, that was Amanda still speaking?
Yeah.
Correct. And she was on live, and she was eating a chocolate bar, guys. For the ones that was asking what she was eating.
A chocolate bar.
Yes, it was a chocolate bar.
She was eating a whole chicken bone.
Sometimes the chocolate gets stuck in your teeth, so you gotta.
No, baby. She sounded like she had the gristle.
No, it's the chocolate bar in your hand. You can see it on the live.
Listen, I said on my social media platform that when you sow hate, you blossom. You blossom hatred. When you sow it, I don't feel bad. Like, and what's pissing me off is our people trying to find an ounce or an inch of sadness and sympathy for a man and make excuses for no matter who it is, regardless of your political views. You know, I don't care. It's not that I don't feel bad for his life. Nobody's life should be taken. But when you sow hate, what do you think is going to blossom from it? I'm sorry.
That's because you know who he is. A lot of people don't know who he is and what he stood for, and that's why they say that.
Well, he's a symptom of a much larger issue, my brother. Look who we got in the White House. Look who we put back in the White House. You are a product. People say elections warrant consequences. We don't know what the consequences are going to be like. And like she said, in the whitest of the whitest states, you get killed in the whitest of the whitest states talking about thugs, the black gangs. What a way to go out.
There's a famous quote that says, "I don't wish death upon anyone, but I read obituaries with great pleasure."
I've heard that quote.
Is that Mark Twain?
It's not Mark Twain, but they keep attributing it to him.
That's what I heard it attributed to, actually.
So what is the Jewish community saying anything about his departure?
Probably.
Can I speak as one?
Yes, please.
Not,
Thank you, Spirit.
I'm not part of the other ones on there.
Sure.
No, he's a fucking neo-Nazi. What the fuck are we talking about? The Jews on this app, who are the fucking genocidal maniacs, may be saying something, but that's only because of his recent come around supporting the Israeli government because of their invasion of Gaza and the mass killings there, because the denominator there is that Charlie Kirk hates anybody not white. So if it's little Muslim children being killed, he doesn't give a fuck. If it's little Jewish children being killed, he doesn't give a fuck. He doesn't care if black children, whatever. It's about white supremacy. So as far as the Jews that I know are concerned, we're just preparing dinner right now. That's about.
Oh, and for the record, it was Clarence Darrow, who was and not Mark Twain, who made that quote about not wishing death upon anyone, but reading obituaries with play.
Well.
I was trying to pull the business, but I knew it wasn't Mark Twain.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
Sorrows, prayers.
Thoughts and prayers.
I have a question, because, I'm just like scrolling through my Instagram, and I see Dr. Heavenly from Married to Medicine speaking on this young man. Everybody's saddened on this man dying.
see that the Rico family, Daddy put out a whole speech. Wow. I guess since he's a believer, they're going to stand by him. What do you guys think about that?
What Heavenly say? I got
The
cut out.
Yankees actually had a moment for him at the Yankee Stadium.
I'm gonna put. You want me to play Heavenly?
Yeah. Let me hear what Heavenly got to say.
Okay.
This ought to be amazing.
It's just a.
It's Clarence Darrow. That's who's pediatric.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Emily Harris, candidate for Georgia Congressional District 13. I am deeply sad at the tragic death of Charlie Kirk at Utah Valley University. Regardless of political affiliation, no life should be lost to violence. Guns do not know parties, people do. We must come together as a nation to reject political violence in all its forms and push common sense gun safety laws to protect every single family. My prayers are with Mr. Kirk's loved ones, and my commitment remains with building a safer, more peaceful America.
So everybody said basically the same statement.
So I guess she's running, so that's why she spoke.
But almost everybody said the same statement. If you read Obama's statement, he said the same thing.
You can hear the glee in her heart. like she didn't even read it like she was sad.
Yeah, but everybody has made the same statement, y'all. Like Obama said that. If you look up his statement, you look at Alexandria Ocasio, she said the same thing. All these Democrats have said the same thing. They're saying this is political violence. Like they said, they praying for the family and they're praying for their kids. So I don't know.
I'm not mad at the politicians are doing it. I'm not mad at that. But the Yankees making a choice to do a moment of silence in a city filled with fucking immigrants and all sorts of minorities. How dare they do a moment of silence for a white fucking supremacist and a neo-Nazi? That's a choice they didn't have to make, because unless you're doing it for all the school shootings and all the other fuck shit that happens to Democrats, like the ones in Minnesota, forget it. Then you're inconsistent and you're making a choice to side with white supremacy. That's it.
I actually don't fucking comment.
I'm back again. We didn't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
Alright, give me two. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I actually don't even like that Obama commented on this shit. This motherfucker is a neo-Nazi political pundit that runs a podcast. I don't understand when we started platforming people who run organizations that like the one that he runs, and holding them in some high regard on the left. Like, we can just act like he was what he was. Yeah, it was a shitty situation. It was terrible. We shouldn't do this and leave it at that. But it's weird that elected officials and presidents are commenting on this guy. Is it not weird to anybody else? Am I tripping? Am I seeing this from a weird, fucked up lens?
I feel where you're coming from, but here's the thing: if they don't do it, that other side is looking for any little excuse for them to be like, you see what happens? Oh, they're not really, because they're already, throwing temper tantrums about the young lady that was killed, the Ukrainian lady that was killed in North Carolina. Like, hey, it took the left so long to cover this story, and finally y'all are barely covering the story, so on and so forth. And at the end of the day, too, you also got to think about it like this. You don't want, because it's at the same token that there are people like Charlie Kirk out here who, is a white supremacist. You don't want somebody sitting at home saying, you know what, we're going to take a shot at somebody on the left. And so if you don't have anybody standing on the record saying, hey, we denounce that, you now, in a weird way, open the door for it to be like, hey, you know what, we can go out there, we're going to, pick off somebody that's on the left. So, I feel where you're coming from, but I do agree that it is the right thing to do.
I also agree with Womack. I feel you on Womack on the idea that it feels crazy, but I like what that Mike, I spoke this message today. I like what Mike had explained to it. I think there's I think for politics, there's always this balance that you're trying to strike. I don't think the Democrats want to be, how can I say this? I don't think they want to be positioned such that they seem like they're endorsing people being shot. And I think,
So how would we be endorsing unless we said it? So that's the problem with our thought.
yeah,
That's
no,
the
I
problem.
hadn't landed yet. I think
Yeah, go ahead and land.
I think, yeah, I think part of this is that, I hear you on the part about, yeah, this guy is not really, there's a lot of stuff that, Kirk has said throughout his time in platforming people. I think that's kind of an overall environment type of problem. But I think what they're trying to do is not, to let people know that, I think the big part of it is letting people know that political violence should not be tolerated. Even when Obama had that message, Joe Biden came out saying there's no place in our country for this kind of violence as much. And now, I think that part is what they're trying to address. And you're not. I don't think that you're crazy for calling it out. I think it just reflects what's going on in the environment. We're trying to kind of figure out how to respond to things when so many people have a platform that has access to certain things, and how do you respond to it such that you don't want people being shot, but you also don't want to acknowledge or elevate a platform where there's a lot questionable behind it. So I'll
Okay.
land there.
John. Yeah, it is a thin line. It's pretty much what you're saying. It's a thin line. Okay. Malak, is that you? Yes, I'm jumping for a second. Can I just jump in for a second? Y'all, if you don't mind, am I allowed to? Yeah, Lisa, and then we'll go to Malak after you. Hey, okay. I don't see how, in any possible way, Dems have to capitulate to, you don't have to say nothing. This was I didn't know anything about this guy, and just a little bit that I'm reading, he was a white supremacist. He didn't want nothing for you. He cared nothing about you. He talked about George Floyd. He talked about black women. He called you monkeys. And I know we always want to be, and I'm the first person to want to be the better person, but this is a bridge too fucking far. And we sitting up here trying to tie ourselves up in knots. Because when I first came in, I said, are we celebrating death? And I didn't know who this guy was. So just reading at the stoplight, this guy, okay, silence is golden. A small hymnal. And ask God to rest his soul. But us coming out in groves, talking about, this and that and the third, one person say something and the rest of us go on silent. I don't understand why we're trying to do this. And this is exactly why we have problems. You cannot, anyway, I'm gonna leave it right there until I calm down a little bit. Go ahead, Malak. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I actually agree with Pierre and Lisa, because I definitely think that I understand that political violence needs to be condemned, point blank, period, no matter who does it or who it's directed at. I believe that. But I think what also needs to be said is that political violence didn't start today. And political violence, the long spectrum, the beginning of political violence doesn't start with people getting shot. It starts with this kind of rhetoric that we've been seeing. It started years ago. It starts with all this fascist talk, all this talk of dehumanizing people. And when you start speaking the language of political violence and think that you're going to be able to wield that and to direct that, and that's never going to affect you, that's a complete fallacy. So if you want to condemn political violence, that's fine, but I think they need to condemn the entire thing and start to understand what is really the roots of this. And frankly, I've never seen, you could post it in the chat if I'm missing something, I haven't seen anyone on the left or Democrats advocating for this kind of violence and dehumanization of other people the way the right does so routinely. So this is what y'all have unleashed, and this is the world that we live in now. That's what needs to be condemned, just as wrong.
Yeah, hold up, because we got a lot of people trying to speak here.
Okay.
No worries, 1 second.
because there's a lot of new speakers here. I just want to make sure that you guys understand. You can jump in the conversation anytime. It's popcorn style. We don't have to start a queue if, in fact, everybody can be adults, and I think that's best. One thing I do have a question. How do we know that it's political violence? I mean, I understand it makes sense to say it's political violence, but we don't know who the killer is, and we don't know why his motive. Do we know his motive? Like, I mean, it could have been racial. It didn't necessarily have to be political. I mean, this person has said a lot of racial things. So we're pinning it on political and we're making it political, but I don't know that it really is.
You're not sure because the person who they did say they brought in for interrogation and a person of interest was released because they on the old white man who they had at first said who did it didn't. So the person is still at large, but I think just the fact is because of how his rhetoric has been, and because again, like you said, they don't know the exact cause of why this happened, that they're automatically going to pin it and say it's political violence. But I can say this: I totally agree with some of the speakers basically saying that they're trying to make him a martyr at this point. They really are, and I feel like they need to speak up. Yes, you can condemn him being shot because regardless of somebody's rhetoric, we do still have the freedom of speech here. However, it comes with consequences. And the things he has said, he should not be lifted up as no hero, as no God, and that he was doing this and that he just went down with the blaze of glory. No. He was a bigot. He spoke on every racial matter, every religious matter, and he said every fiery thing you could possibly say to harm people, and that does need to be spoken out against. And the one thing about the Democrats, even when it comes to different Republicans that have been shot over the years, or any different people, they've always spoken out. However, they need to speak truth to power in order to try to get an upper hand on what's going on, because now you have Nancy May saying that dependence on the Democrats. You don't know if the shooter was Democratic, Republican, who they were. But now this is being used. I feel like they need to use the Republican game plan on what they do any other time a school shooting happened, which there was a school shooting today in Colorado. Wow. They need to start figuring out how to not only say no, this isn't right to any political shooting if this is what this is. However, you need to dispel the things he said. This man has literally spoke on situations saying that, oh well, you do need a few shootings in order to strengthen the Second Amendment. Look at you now. The things he has said has been ignorant. The things he has said has been just straight nauseating. However, we're going to see what the Democrats going to actually do, and if the Republicans going to actually stand on 10 about the things they say. Because I don't want because it's Charlie Kirk and he was this and he was so right that we're going to start changing rules now. We want you to keep the same energy. Keep the same energy you did for those children. Keep the same energy you do for black violence. Keep the same energy you do in any other political realm, but now with somebody on your side, you need to keep the same energy.
Yeah, I agree with you, but I'm you usually got some in this room, and I like to mix it up, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure if the Democrats had that much power to do what you're saying. And I agree 100%. I think that, but part of the reason why I say that is we got to be real. The Democrats, for a very long time, when it came to the woke movement, even though there was some good things that they were saying, and even before that whole thing even came, there was a lot of conversation, a lot of talk about censorship, and the Democrats were a very big part of that. And what took place was that it got so beyond the pale, and it got so out of whack, and got so crazy that and people were getting canceled, and people were being silenced, and if you said something or the comedy stuff, it just got so crazy. So now that other side got emboldened, and now they're doubling down, even though they were already saying a bunch of foolishness prior to that.
but it got politicized and it got put out there. I just don't know that Democrats can take that, but I do agree that that's a position that they should do. But I don't even know if they have that kind of power, and I don't even know if they have who is going to say that. What Democrat that should have that clout actually has that clout to say what you're saying? What do you think that they should say? I don't know if there's.
I just think that they should go silent. I mean, one person. I'm sorry, Scotty. You already had Obama. Thank you, baby. You already had Obama speak. You've had Clinton speak. You have blah blah blah. I mean, come on. That's enough. This stuff that this guy that I'm reading here is ridiculous, and you want to promote him on any level. I mean, he passed away. God rest his soul. You know, God forgive him for all the negative shit he said about other people, the hatred that's in his heart. But okay, he's gone.
Lisa,
And that's one less racist on the planet.
said that some gun deaths are worth it.
Wait a minute.
To protect Second
We
Amendment.
got a lot going on. Dr. AG, are you trying to say something?
Oh, my bad.
Okay, no worries.
Oh,
All right, so Malak is trying to get in, Spirit, I'm coming to you because you.
I got to say too.
No,
Okay,
it's okay,
wait,
go ahead, I made my point.
Can I go or Malak?
No, I'm gonna go to you,
I'm good, thanks,
Alright.
Scotty.
go ahead, Spirit.
All right, thanks, man. So I want to say two things. One thing to your point, Lisa, I think part of the equation for Democrats that are not even I understand why a Democrat running would make a statement like we heard. I also understand why somebody like Obama or somebody in a high position that is not running would say that, and I think part of it may be in self-defense. Because if you don't say anything, people may put more of a target on his back. It just may be a self-defense, easy thing for them to say, out of self-preservation. That's just my suspicion on why they would do that. In addition to the part where, they actually believe that, political violence is not good, and I agree with them on that. Other thing the Democrats will never do this, but I think it would be savage, is to have a gun control bill. If it turns out that this guy got a gun illegally and they could actually have a law that would have prevented this, have a gun control bill called the Charlie Kirk Gun Control Bill, but that's too savage for them.
Yeah, I agree with that. Like, they're gonna say something because they feel like targets. It's crazy that, we talk about school shootings all the time. Everybody's up in arms. And the topic that he got shot talking about was a school shooting. They asked him how many transgenders have carried out school shootings in the last 10 years, and he said, too many. And it was actually 5. And then he was asked subsequently how many school shootings there were in the last 10 years, and he said, or mass shootings rather. And then he asked, are we including or excluding gang violence? And those are his last words. So again, like, sensationalism is taking over. It's really crazy how that happens. But we see in Minnesota, we had politicians get wiped out at their house. It was almost 2 sets of them until they were able to call 911 to thwart the shooter.
Door to condone it to continue. And that cannot happen, because what if it's somebody that we agree with? They get sniped, or maybe I did agree with this person, and so maybe 70% of the time, or 30%, or whatever. Like, I didn't agree with my mom sometimes. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna ever agree with anybody 100% either way. So it's like, when it gets to the point of you deserve to die because you think differently, we're opening up a box to where all of us can get it at any moment, even if it's I disagree that you fucked up on the road driving next to me, and now you get to shoot me in my head on the highway. You see what I'm saying? This is where we're going.
I think that's what they want us to think. That's why he died, but that's not why he died. That's what they want us to think. He died because we disagree with each other, and everybody's coming out saying, oh, it's political violence. Nah, that was a state actor moving to disrupt the American people. That's what would, in my opinion, that's what happened.
So who did it?
I just never seen. Well, he already said the Jews. That's his opinion.
And a lot of
does say actors could be involved. You know, a lot
Well,
of
Tom Gillis is inside, so the Jews got it.
Hey, they've been causing chaos in America.
My thing is just how can you be all like righteous and shit, and but simultaneously celebrate this shit? Like it don't like people don't even people are. Man, no, we're like losing we're literally losing our brain.
Our humanity.
Yeah, like our souls are being extracted from us some way, somehow, because I don't understand how you can celebrate a motherfucker getting murdered on TV, but simultaneously saying you're like righteous or stand up for good and it's about the people and like what? Nigga, you're celebrating a fucking execution, man. You like what? Am I losing my mind?
Seesaw, the idea that you were talking about earlier about how you think people no longer think themselves and there's maybe given thoughts to think about from an outside input, that's a fascinating idea to me. So what are some examples you can think of where you notice that?
Well, I'll start at something real elementary, like the popular word of the year, or when we went from if I say swag now I'm outdated, right? And now it's Riz, and it's just like the way I watch people flow from one trend to the next and don't ever question it. They don't ever ask themselves, like, why am I saying this? Or why do I now think skinny jeans is trash just because 70% of America thinks it's trash now, even though I was just rocking it a year ago. Now I'm out of, like, all of these little small, like, these are that's micro shit, right? Like, just watching, watching dudes, even with men, right? Like, oh man, I gotta breathe real quick, bro. Let me just.
Mohawks, remember? Everybody was rocking Mohawks.
Like, I just think that something about trends scare me, man. Like, I don't mind it, I get it, the end thing, but like, why does no one ever question it? Like, people don't see the cycle. Like, my mom wore bell bottoms, and then 20 years later they wore them again. And I don't know. It's just like how am I? Give me the question again, so my brain can
Like, what kind of herd mentality do you think are actually sort of delivered to people without them realizing it, and they sort of just move along in step?
Oh, well, if you watch any CNN or any of that type of shit, and, I'll tell you what it is. It's the speed in which a new train of thought can come out and how quick it can be swallowed and accepted and then, like, pushed, and now you want to regurgitate. So, for instance, like, remember the thing about when the community, the LGBTQ community, had all these like trans books and homosexual books inside of schools and shit, and they were trying to like make it seem like this should be talked about and normalized. And the way that people who aren't even, but hear me out. I'm talking about when they were putting the explicit pornography-like books in children's schools and allow where kids could check out a book and hear a man tell another man that he wants to feel him in his mouth. Shit like that. Bro, can I listen to what I'm saying? That book was in an elementary school, man. And people were willing to go and stand behind that without questioning it. They didn't even think like, yeah, that's inappropriate for a 7-year-old.
Is that type of shit?
Did that happen for real?
Hell yeah.
Yes.
And that type of shit is why I'm conservative now. Man, I'm never gonna vote on that other side again because they for that bullshit.
Well, see, that was the gay agenda wasn't really the main perspective of the Democratic Party. It was supposed to be for the working class people. That was supposed to be the agenda. I don't know how it got corrupted.
That was Barack Obama ushered that shit in.
That was the 90s.
Oh, well, yeah, well, I see, you know, the agenda been in progress for a long time, you know, to obviously.
The party was for what? What did you say?
It was supposed to be for the working class people. That's what I was raised on, you know, the Democratic, or unions and all that type shit. And
I'll give you another one that bothered me. When I saw preachers go from preaching the word of God to all of a sudden it's about prosperity. But meanwhile, y'all the only motherfuckers getting rich in the church. Y'all the only ones with jets and Bentleys. Everybody else in the congregation fucked up. Fucked up.
Okay.
I'm from the Bible Belt, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Okay,
so like I've seen that shit.
Brother. The South was heavily Democratic.
oh yeah, but then the parties split. Okay, yeah, back in the day,
When and where?
the Democratic Party was all about segregation, but then the parties split. And
How?
they brought in the black people for some reason. How they manipulated our vote over civil rights? Maybe it was civil rights. Boom, they got us on their side.
No. You only had 3 people. You had Strong Thurman, and you had 2 other senators and governor. Senator and governor that flipped. That was it. That was it.
Well, I think
That's
black
why
people
Senator
have to.
Hoyer called out his own father and said,
We Iranians, we go hand in hand with Jewish people. We go very long back in time, and we actually saying in Iran that
at what
Iranians
point did they
say
become wolf in sheep's clothing toward?
Yeah, that's what happened to me.
The Democratic Party always supported slavery. The Republican Party always said, we don't want this shit. We went to a whole damn war. A whole damn war. Split the country apart. Other bullshit, but slavery was part of it. To say no. So don't believe that bullshit you've been taught, brother.
It's always been that way, but there was a black leader that went to the White House, made an agreement, and ushered that in among black people to become Democrat at some point in time. I don't know if it was like the very early 60s, late 50s.
Democrat in the South. If you know something, you were forced.
They're like, yes, we are supremacists. We think Jews are inherently problematic. And it was interesting because they would cite.
Those are different conversations.
I don't know. Wednesday was in the room. Wednesday, do you remember this conversation? I think Othello was there too, actually.
Yeah, it was Othello, Benny Adams, and you weren't there, no.
I mean, but Pastor.
It was 10 o'clock for me in Buttercup, so it must have been 8 something for you. So I'm assuming you thought you
was last night.
It was this morning, yesterday morning.
Yesterday morning, yeah.
No, then maybe it wasn't me. I don't know.
No, you weren't there. No, McCall, we did have an interesting conversation with the 3 of you before, and that was actually a great conversation. So we picked it up another time. Wednesday was there. Othello was there. Yeah, it had nothing to do with you. Actually, the conversation I had with you was actually pretty interesting because we got to hear from, we were comparing and contrasting 3 religions and atheism, right? But I think afterwards it was just me and Pastor and Benny Adam, and they said things that I found, like, listen, they're really civil people. They engaged respectfully, and I appreciate that. But like, I also felt pretty shaken by the conversation. Like, I felt it was chilling. Like the things they believe about Jesus.
Somebody's critiquing their people.
I'm glad that you keep the mod by yourself. That's a hard one.
What is the kahanis?
So Kahanis, let me explain again. A Kahanis in Israel refers to followers of a man named Meir Kahana, and he sort of spawned the Jewish equivalent of Hamas. So they're the ones who do Jewish terrorism. Famously, there was Baruch Goldstein who shot up a a bunch of people and then was jailed. But since then, it's become widely accepted. You see in the West Bank, there's all these violent crimes against Palestinian villages. Those are the Kahanists. They believe in this like extremist ideology in Israel with no Arabs. But here on this app, me and Amos and other sort of Jews that are kind of in the middle, we in a tongue-in-cheek way refer to the extreme pro-Israel characters like Bibi Kapara and Harry Balzac and Norm, because they're so like reflexively pro-Israel, and they sort of like attack anyone who comes in their way. We in a tongue-in-cheek way, we call them Kahanists because they're like the extremists in Israel. So we don't mean it literally. They don't literally follow Mayor Kahana. Me and Amos like to call them that in a tongue-in-cheek way.
So they're celebrating this Charles Kirk guy?
Yeah, and who I think is a Nazi, but they think is some hero of the Jewish people.
A guy who pushes Jewish replacement theory.
Yeah.
Wow.
Doesn't he? You have a video of that? Because people keep asking me for proof of his Nazi orientations.
Oh.
Yeah, I want a video. I don't want like the ADL.
Okay, fair enough.
Claire, I'm trying to look. Actually, I'm looking right now.
Charlie Kirk. He does write a lot about he's obsessed with black people. It's all over social media feeds. You can't avoid it. And Muslims.
I mean, he's gonna use the stats that you usually hear and black people, and he's gonna relate it to crime, and he's gonna, he's gonna say like subculture, the black subculture in America is fundamentally flawed. That's the argument.
Okay, he spent the last week talking about that, and then he ends up passing away in the whitest state, the whitest city, the whitest university, by presumably a white man. It's interesting.
Yeah, it's unclear who killed him.
Yeah, like I'm already like seeing videos like the truth about black culture. Charles Kirk tells students about black culture. Like he doesn't come at it from like a eugenics or like, he comes at it from a culture, like just subculture, just black people. I mean, it's not, listen, like race, as a religious person, yeah, we might say things, but fundamentally, as someone who believes in God and Adam and Eve, and that we all come from, Adam, and we're all Beni Adam, in that sense, like, you fundamentally can't be racist. The logic for racism just doesn't, it's denied in this narrative. But what it is that when people usually bring up white, black, or they mean, like, especially if they're related, they mean the culture. So they're the subculture, I would say, in America.
The Temple Mount,
we have
mosques,
subculture of American culture.
Israel is the size of the state of New Jersey, and at the same
Alright,
time,
I'm gonna read.
the population of Israel
I found his anti-Semitic. I see a summary on JTA, which is a well-known, very mainstream Jewish publication. So at times he drew criticism for veering into anti-Semitism as he discussed matters related to Israel and other topics. On October 2023, days after October 7, he derided Jewish philanthropy to American universities for subsidizing your own demise by supporting institutions that breed anti-Semites and endorse genocidal killers. Weeks later in the Charlie Kirk show, he also said Jewish people control not colleges, but it's nonprofits, it's the movies, it's the Hollywood, all of it. Some conservatives decried his comments, including Eric Erickson, who said on X, the Turning Point USA looked like it was a grifting operation, but an anti-Semitic grifting operation. The Spectre wrote that he has an anti-Semitism problem. Next month, he defended Elon Musk on his show after the tech mogul responded, "You have said the actual truth," to a user who posted a reference to the Great Replacement theory. And basically, Kirk wrote, "Jews were coming to the disturbing realization that immigrants in the United States don't exactly like them too much. Jewish communities have been pushing the exact kind of hatred against whites that they claim to want people to stop using against them," Kirk said on the show, later adding that the philosophical foundation of anti-whiteness has been largely financed by Jewish donors in the country. So it's mostly like Jewish liberals that he's going after as like the root of all evil, but it's still anti-Semitism. And I think for the right wing in Jewish community, it's very convenient that he's maligning and demonizing us. No, he's demonizing.
Yes. It's anti-Jewish to point out, like, there are a lot of like
liberal
Jews, and
Yes,
they have
I'll tell you
money.
why. So he also railed against Marxism, gun rights, transgender people. He blames Jews for all that, right? And so, yeah, I'll tell you why. Because anti-Semitism, the form it's taken is always like Jews are blamed for Marxism, they're blamed for capitalism, like they're on all sides of the political spectrum. They're blamed for the evil, supposed evil that these things cause. And like just because Jews are drawn to one movement or another doesn't mean they're the root of it. You know what I mean? And so I think he's demonizing liberal Jews, and then right-wing Jews are opportunistically saying, oh no, he just hates you because you're liberal, not because you're Jews. But it's okay to demonize them for their political views when Jews are just demonized for their political views no matter which side of the spectrum it is. You know what I mean? It doesn't, either way, it's a way that Jews have always been demonized for their political views. You know, the way he makes Jews the cause of all these problems, when they're like 2% of the fucking population, is why it's a hate.
I don't know necessarily about the breakdown with Jews in America. Like I mean, I have a different.
He's willing to curtail his white supremacist, Nazi views on Jewish people. He's willing to curtail and suppress it to push an American agenda, right, in unison with Israeli right-wingers, right? So they all had a meeting, right? And they're like, okay, we're allies.
What happened is Trump put these two people in bed together.
Yeah. We're allies, we're wealthy, and we have a common enemy. Right-wing Israelis.
I wouldn't call them wealthy.
Right-wing Americans. We have a common enemy.
Yeah.
We're all Islamophobic. Period. That's our biggest enemy. So, white nationalists and white, even though later on they're going to pull it out as a gotcha moment towards the Jews, because they're already running through the streets saying the Jews will not replace us. So they're saying we're going to suppress that for now, and we're going to handle these Muslims. And what else do we agree upon? We're both anti-black. That is why people like Pepe can be in rooms with the Harrys, the BBs, and whatnot. They're saying, right now we have a common agenda. We're both anti-black, and we're both Islamophobic. And you know what I'm saying? That's our number one agenda. Let's get that right, and then we'll handle the rest later.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a problem since Trump came in office. Basically, put Jews and Nazis in bed together, and now we're stuck in a situation. Yeah.
Consider me a devil's advocate, but
go for it.
When we know for a fact that most Jews in America are Zionists, that's just a fact, and what Zionism entails, and what we see in Israel, and this is them believing that this is a right to have this state, to have this secular ethno state. So if you have the right to have this state and you celebrate this, and most Jews in America celebrate this, why is it that these WASPs, because that's what they are, they're just Anglo Protestant people, that's what it is. They're WASPs, and these WASPs want a WASP state. That's what they want, and so when they expect Jews to be idealistic about their principles, and that it wouldn't just apply to Jews, that you don't believe.
So you see this as a common ideology. Like they have the same ideology.
This is an ideal. Like if you Jews believe like Zionism is an ideal, and the way it's presenting itself in Israel, like why can't we also have that? So they'll like we also want that. So we are natural allies. Like you shouldn't be.
That might be. Yeah. I mean that's an interesting point. I don't know. I mean I understand how like people might see a commonality, like common thread between Christian supremacy and Jewish supremacy, which is how a lot of people perceive Zionism.
Now with liberal Jews, which is just like quote unquote, there are Jews who you see themselves, allied with like Palestine. So, you would say these are liberal Jews. Now these who ally themselves with Palestine, what would you say the percentage of liberal Jews who ally themselves with Palestine is?
So in America, I think he's focused on American politics, right? And in America, the vast majority of Jews are liberal, and I think there's a big generation gap. I think there have been surveys. The younger generation is probably like 60-40 or something. I don't know. There's a Pew survey, which has probably changed even more since then, that shows the younger generation, especially, sort of shifting on the issue of Israel-Palestine. But the old guard, for sure, they have a different memory of Israel, and they remember an Israel that stood for other things, and so it's very divided. It's probably
boomers. So you would say the boomers, for the most part, are
versus
versus
millennials
versus
and Gen Z. Yeah.
They just group up usually Gen Z and millennials. I don't think we're that far off, you know. But
Yeah. Like this app, I hope you know, is not reflective of like Jews in America. It's like very divided along generational lines. It's hard to know on this app because on this app, like, we don't know how old people are. So, but it probably still is along generational lines.
I usually ask. They're older than at least me. I'm 30. I know most of the Zios on this app are older than me. So, but you know, I don't know anybody younger than me actually. Maybe.
I'm older than you too.
But anyways, but you saw my point. Like the WASP see, you know, Jews as and Zionism as an ideal they want to achieve because they see that they're.
No, you made it. That's a good point.
Benny
and Pastor. I respect you. I enjoyed our conversation the other day, but we're talking about people who we think have Christian supremacist views, and I don't have the stomach for it right now because of our conversation the other day.
So I was in Bibi's room, right, when the Qatar thing happened, and I was like, man, that was so slimy how that happened. Like they got lured to slaughter. You were promising them that you would have a talk, you know, to release the hostages, right? You lured them to a place and bombed them. That is the slimiest thing in the world. And the PM of Qatar denounced it, and he said that there should be a retaliation. So here we have this guy, what's his name? Charles Kirk. Yeah. Who has been pushing anti-black rhetoric for the past week. Really for the past few years, you know what I mean? But definitely the past week. He is an enemy of the black people, right? So I'm not going to say we can. So if Hamas is your op, Hamas is your enemy, right? And you can celebrate and laugh and say, yeah, we did that. We lured them to slaughter. Why can't we celebrate the enemy of the black people?
I don't know. I think generally we should take a higher ground if we're championing human rights. We should take a higher road and not champion death of anyone, and definitely not murder or vigilante justice. There should be, you know, if someone says hate speech, the response, I believe, is to respond to them with your own speech and to challenge them and debunk them. But as long as they're not calling for physical harm to people, and if they do, then they have to deal with the criminal consequences, right?
Respectability politics. When an Arab dies or a black person dies, oh yeah, we can laugh that off.
There you go. Yeah. You made the connection.
It's respectability politics. You know what I mean? But when a white
I just don't believe in laughing when people die. Just because I don't think it's productive.
I'm just pointing out the hypocrisy.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't put it past, like, for sure, the people in Bibi's room are very crude. But I don't think that I would hold myself to their standard, you know?
Yeah.
I think we're better than them. No offense, Bibi, I see you in the audience. I love you so much.
But you get it, right? Like, you know, his angle when it comes down to blacks is the same angle Zionists, or a very similar angle to how Zionists, you know, justify their approach to Arabs. And so it's that same mentality. So if it's okay for you, it's okay for me. That's how they see it. And if the liberal Jew is the stance of what is acceptable in America, because let's not lie, like the liberal Jew, what they view as good or as wrong is usually supported by media and by the political parties in America.
And actually, this is the through line between the not the Kahanis, but the BB, tongue-in-cheek Kahanis, BB Kapara and his friends, and the Charlie Kirks of the world, is that they all vilify and demonize liberal Jews. And so that's why they have common ground. They see themselves in this literal Nazi because they demonize liberal Jews, and BB Kapara in the audience, hello, demonizes liberal Jews. And that's why they're on the same team, and they see there's a through line there. And simple, and it's yeah, thank you, BB. I'm glad you agree. I got a vote on this.
Unless you know, it's fine if you have all these sentiments toward Charlie Kirk. All I'm saying is that pretty much Charlie Kirk is just your overspoken liberal Zionist. Like that's all he is. Like as a
He wasn't always
Zionist.
I think it was an opportunistic algorithm thing, honestly, because he became this way. He used to be, he never had a kind thing to say about Jews before October 7th. A lot of people suddenly jump on this issue. Yeah.
I believe he's a lost supremacist. I understand he is a lost supremacist. I am telling you, there are a lot of lost supremacists in this country, and they're not necessarily telling you, I believe that I'm better than blacks or other races, or whatever you want to even call a race. But they see themselves as the right that they maintain lost culture and create a setting that is going to maintain lost culture. That's what they want, the preservation of lost culture. And the way they see it is that the example is Israel. That's the example, that you need a state. You need a lost state. So how do you argue with that? Because, if I argue that is race, that you're a race supremacist, then I'm practically saying the Zionist is a race supremacist. And I can't get away with that in America. So, that's why he's on these campuses.
I think you can get away with it in America. I think many people do argue. Yeah, I think people in America make the argument in an academic way that Zionism, at least in the way it manifests today, is a supremacist state. Jews do have supremacy over their Arab neighbors. This isn't an opinion that I think many Jews have. Okay, it's not that taboo. And I think the Jews don't need the lines. The Jews need the lines.
Saying that could get you suspended, could get you kicked out of the school, could even get federal charges against you, hate crime. Burning the Israeli flag is now been puts you at risk of facing a hate crime charge, a federal charge. So that is America today. That is these institutions, liberal institutions.
I think it's abhorrent. I think it's anti-Semitic. I think it waters down the definition of anti-Semitism. It undermines real anti-Semitism, which is a real threat to people. And I think it's harmful to Jews. Benny Adam, you don't believe in anti-Semitism at all, so I don't know why you want to participate in this conversation. You don't believe it exists. Based on our conversation.
Anti-Jewish, anti-Jews.
No, he says he thinks Jews had everything they had coming to them, basically, because that's what you told me yesterday, Benny.
It's just a religious angle.
No, he thought that Jews were the reason they were persecuted was because of something they did, because of their superiority complex. Like the way the Holocaust happened because of their superiority complex.
But isn't the religious narrative, especially if you go through the Hebrew Bible, all the things that are bad that happened to Israel is because of Israel?
No? What do you mean? All the things that happened to bad in the Bible? I don't know what the Bible has to do with recent history, which is...
I'm saying the belief, the religion, the belief, if you go to, these rabbis, and, why is shit happening to us? Either they're telling you, look, here's the example of the Hebrew Bible, this is why shit happens. So,
no, that's not my experience, I'm sorry.
Well, no, his specific perspective, I don't want to speak for you, Benny, but I know that, I guess you are a Christian supremacist.
Yeah, he is. But he's proud of it. He's okay with it.
Yeah.
I technically, anybody who believes in, if I claim I'm a Muslim, I definitely believe what I believe is the truth, and what a Christian believes is falsehood. And does that make me a supremacist? I'm not sure.
Well, you know,
Yeah, but do you think you have rights above others? Do you think you're like superior to other religions? You know, or I don't know.
Superior, but again, I don't believe in race. Like, you know, academically, it's not. It's a pseudo concept, and religiously, it's just like we're all of one Father to begin with. So.
Also, you separate things in cultures, pretty much cultures and subcultures, instead of race.
Yeah. Race is stupid. The biggest problem in American thought as a culture, as a people, is that we have this concept of race, and for some reason, it's the main identifier when we want to approach people or how we see people. Like immediately when you see someone in America, you immediately black guy, and you already have this software and how to deal with this person. You've already it's so hard to get beyond that in America,
Because of our history, yeah. Benny, I want you to speak up for yourself. I know I said a bunch of things about you. You say you don't agree with Charlie Kirk, and he's a Christian supremacist, and you also are. So I'm curious where the division is. Where the
he's a loss.
Okay, I mean, there's a lot of differences. First of all, he's Protestant and Orthodox. Just on that basis, we have a very different understanding of what is Christianity, and a lot of aspects of Christianity. He's not even apostolic, like he's not even Catholic. Second of all, from what I understand, and I don't know his theology inside out, but he's Christian Zionist, and that is, I believe, a heresy, big heresy. Now, when it comes to Christian Zionism, there are different approaches to it. So there's the one approach that believes that the Jewish people will, be killed when Messiah comes,
right? And
they're just an ends to a means to bring about the Messiah, right? And we don't think they're expendable.
Yeah.
And then there's the other strain of Christian Zionism, which believes that actually no, the Jewish covenant is still intact, and that these people are still God's chosen people, right? So I'm not sure where he falls on with this regard. In my perspective, they're both heresy.
Right? So you don't think the Jews need to be brought to Israel so that the end times they could die or whatever, like the evangelicals believe in this end time vision?
Yes, so this is a prophecy from God, but that does not mean that we have no obligation to fulfill this prophecy. No Christian has ever believed that our purpose is to fulfill these prophecies in order to bring about Jesus. It's that these things will happen.
Evangelicals believe that they should.
Yes.
So Christian Zionism, just for the pro-Israel people now, is Christian Zionism wants to see the demise of the Jews, right?
No, there's two strains. There's one that
is he evangelical?
Both are evangelical, right? But one of them believes that the demise of the Jews is inevitable, and we don't care that the demise of the Jews will happen in order to bring about the Messiah. These people also believe that a sliver of the Jewish people will actually accept Christ, and they will be saved, but the vast majority will be killed. And then there's another strain that believes that the Jewish covenant is still intact, and that the Jews, being God's chosen people, are genetically superior and don't need to believe in Christ in order to gain salvation. These are two different strains of Christian Zionism, both of which are Protestant, both of which are evangelical.
And you don't know.
I don't know where Charlie. I think both are heresies.
Got it. I got you.
Right? And then if you actually believe or follow apostolic Christian history, we never believed that we have to fulfill these prophecies in order for Jesus to come. This is not something the Crusaders could have, when they took the Holy Land, brought all the Jews of Europe into the Holy Land in order to fulfill this prophecy. They did the opposite. They expelled them.
Have you ever debated a McZed or a George?
McZed just yells at me. I know. I've seen him be intelligent with the atheist theology people when he's.
That'd be a good debate, Benny Adam and McZed. I've spoken to McZed several times, but yeah. With regards to Christian supremacy, I think Christianity is supreme or the ultimate truth. But I don't think Christians, as people, have any kind of supremacy over other people. There's a big distinction there.
so some of the things, I don't want to rehash what we talked about the other night, but it just got in a, it just, like, I just can't, right now I just don't have the stomach for it. But I, like, some of your views seem to suggest that Jews are fundamentally one way and fundamentally flawed.
No, I think Judaism is fundamentally flawed.
But you said Jews deep, you said something like you can't take the pit out of the person, or was that pastor who said that?
That was pastor who said that.
Okay, fine, sorry.
Yeah, I think Judaism is fundamentally flawed.
How do you feel about these events, Vinia?
It's tragic. Like, nobody should die, should be killed for their political views. Like, this is wrong, right? Regardless of, and now Charlie Kirk was very pro-Zion, by the way. He defended Israel's genocide.
I just want to say he jumped on the bandwagon after October 7 opportunistic.
That's not true. Even before October 7, no, he was always very pro-Israel.
He was also anti-Semitic, though. He said anti-Semitic things.
Yeah, like I was saying, there are Protestants who believe that the Jews are bound for, destruction, but still support them. Like, there's a joke about Nixon, how Nixon was a terrible anti-Semite, but a great supporter of Israel.
Right.
Right? So, like, yeah, this does exist. But I, on the basis of him being very pro-Israel, even before October 7th, I'm in disagreement with Charlie Kirk on this regard. And there are other aspects, other things like his vehement support of, ironically, gun violence or acceptance of gun violence in order to maintain the Second Amendment or whatever.
I mean, he hated black people, hated Muslims, right? Charlie Kirk. He would rail against them all the time. But Jewish people also. Well, he didn't demonize all Jews. He demonized lefty Jews, which is why right Jews, when we're having such divisions in the Jewish community, have embraced him, even though he demonizes Jews in an extremely, with vitriol, right? In the ways that he uses all the classic anti-Semitic tropes when he demonizes left-wing Jews. And that's why folks like Norm and Bibi in the audience embrace him, because he demonizes the Jews they disagree with. Even though throughout history, anti-Semitism persecuted people based on their political beliefs, whether it was right or left, whether they were Marxists or capitalists. So when you endorse Bibi, Norm, and Daniel, when you endorse someone like Charlie Kirk, you're endorsing someone who's engaging in classic anti-Semitic tropes that led to the mass murder of Jewish people. That's all I have to say.
Yeah. So, with regards to Charlie Kirk specifically, I don't know. Like, from what I know about him, is that he was a vehement supporter of the state of Israel up until probably a year after October 7th, because he started getting a lot of backlash from his own community with regards to his support of October 7th, the denial of a lot of things. Like, he denied that the USS Liberty incident even happened at some point, right? And he had to step that back because just fact. But he used to deny a lot of things that the anti-Israel crowd and the crossover of anti-Semitic crowd would say to him. And he had to change his view at some point. And he was called an anti-Semite about a year ago on specifically leftist, like Media Matters and stuff like that.
But also by mainstream Jewish publications, which I'm going to put in the chat for El Normo and Daniel and Bibi if he's still around.
Mainstream being leftist.
No, JTA is not leftist. It's like a classic news wire for Jewish people. I mean, I post an article so they can understand that this is.
I'm pretty sure JT is pretty leftist.
JTA is the Jewish Telegraphic Agency. It's backed by a pro-Israel nonprofit. Here, I'll post it in the chat.
And
they say he's anti-Semitic.
I want to give a message to all right-wing Israelis, right-wing Zionists and Jews. You guys are linking up with these white supremacists, with these American right-wingers, thinking that you guys share the same sentiments. You guys are linking up with Pepe, right? These people are talking about, these guys are using the same anti-Semitic tropes that all white supremacists use in secret. You guys are just aligning right now because you have anti-Muslim, anti-black sentiments. You're not doing yourself or your nation or your people a service by linking up with these people. I saw that.
Thank you. No, that's it. Thank you. I appreciate you saying that, Othello. Normo, I wanted you to be able to speak. Don't get too worked up. I'm curious because I think you. No, I think you're kind of a liberal, right? Before October 7th, so I'm curious what you think of Charlie
I've always been a liberal. My whole life, my whole family is.
Okay.
By the way, we're not anti-black or anti-Muslim.
Okay, so tell me what you think of Charlie Kirk and his beliefs.
No non-black group has given more to black folks than the Jews of America. That's a fact. Time, expertise, and money.
Yeah, we did support the civil rights. Yeah. Okay, so can you tell me about Charlie Kirk?
I never said Jews. I never said all Jews. I said right wing. I said right wing.
Well, what makes them anti-black?
Okay.
They've never done anything. And what makes them anti-black?
Normo, can you answer the question? I'm curious.
When I go into their rooms and they say nigger.
Oh, I don't. So you're referring to somebody who's not here. I can't help you with that. I've never heard a Jewish person say that. If they say that word, I say stop it, and then I leave if they keep doing it.
Okay.
And I get that as much from Arabs, including Mikhail, who was just on the stage. He was screaming that word for hours at a time in Amir's room.
All right. We're not rehashing. Normal. What do you think of Charlie Kirk?
I only know a few clips that I've seen on YouTube, which he's debating people on Israel. That's the first time he came to my attention. Hey, listen, say I'm grateful for his support of Israel. I haven't seen anything else by him.
He's motivated by his Christian supremacy, which historically has been harmful. He says he is a Christian supremacist. His group says ADL. Do you think the ADL is far left, like your friends?
I don't think anybody's far left.
So the Anti-Defamation League says that they're far right Christian. The ADL says that Turning Point USA, the group that he founded and has branches on every college campus in America,
why don't you
is a pro-Christian.
I just read what they said, and they didn't say what you're saying. They said
the ADL, that's the Anti-Defamation League.
I looked it up.
They said they promote conspiracy theories, and they are a Christian supremacist group, and they're
You're gonna have to give me a direct quote.
Okay. Did you see the link that I posted in the other room?
How can I see what's in the other room if I'm in this room?
No, previously. Okay, I'll send you the ADL link. Hang on.
I'm gonna look up that. I'm asking Google or ChatGPT.
No.
Turning Point. Hang on. What was the word? Is Turning Point racist? That's what I'm gonna say. Okay.
Are they?
Let's look it up.
This is ADL. Look at the link in the chat.
I'm there. I'm looking.
There's a link in the chat.
It says, I'm gonna read it to you. It's a right-wing student organization. This is from the ADL. Founded in 2012 by Charlie Kirk, raised millions from conservative donors and played a significant role in GOP politics and elections. Since the group's founding, he's moved further to the right. He promotes Christian nationalism, the idea that Christians should dominate the government and other areas of life in the U.S. It attracts racists. White nationalists have attended. It has created a vast platform for extremists and far right-wing conspiracy theorists. No place does it say that it is a Christian supremacist that you just said. Try telling the truth, Buttercup. I'll listen. I'll mute up. Go ahead. It doesn't say what you say it says. You have to tell the truth. You claim to be somehow involved in terrorism.
You don't have to be. You don't have to be an asshole about it. I'm gonna read to you. Calm down. Calm down.
I just read to you.
Okay, so don't be a dick.
Why am I being an asshole?
I'm letting you talk, so let me talk. Thank you.
Okay, go.
Okay. So this is what the ADL Jewish organization says. It's a right-wing organization founded by Charlie Kirk. He's moved farther to the right. Okay, so it's the same thing.
I just read to you.
Yeah.
Doesn't say that it's supremacist. Doesn't say that it's anti-Semitic. Doesn't say that it's anti-black. None of that.
Here it is. Promoting. Here we go. Then you scroll down and it says promoting Christian nationalism activism. His politics moved farther to the right. He promoted conspiracy theories about the 2020 election, about COVID vaccines, and promoted Christian nationalism. That's what Christian supremacy is. That's what Christian supremacy is. I'm still reading. Calm down. Stop yelling. Jesus. He promoted He promoted the Seven Mountains, an idea associated with dominionism movement, which argues that Christians should be involved in 7 spheres of influence: government, media, education, business, arts, and entertainment, church, and family. According to, he referred to President Trump and said, "Finally, we have a president that understands this."
Okay, so no white supremacy, no Christian supremacy, right?
That's what Christian supremacy is, Christian nationalism.
Now you're check. I beg your pardon. There are 2 separate words for 2 separate phenomena.
What do you think it is?
You can say he's a Christian nationalist, according to the ADL. You can't say he's a Christian supremacist unless you have a source. And don't try to make believe one word means another, because it doesn't.
Okay, so do you deny that his events attract white supremacists and people who promote supremacist ideas? Do you know that he's associated with these organizations that promote, he collaborates with them? He's also been involved in like another, okay.
Wait, yeah, Buttercup, honestly, I'm reading through this ADL what page?
You're saying wax
I mean,
off
even
like
if you were to assume, hold on, even if you were to assume that Christian nationalism is Christian supremacy, again, there are different kinds of Christian, doctrines. It could be a Christian doctrine that believes that the Jews are still God's chosen people, in which case this would not be anti-Semitic in the least bit. Like if he was, for example, I don't know, Catholic supremacist, then maybe you can make that argument. Even then, not a good argument. But more importantly, the ADL page doesn't say anything about him being anti-Semitic.
I don't think, I mean, I have no evidence that he was, so all of your points go out the window for me.
I don't know if you were in the room, Norm, but we did read a series of statements that he made about Jews being responsible for hatred against them.
You mean 10 years ago when he was 21?
No, after October 7th. After October 7th, he blamed them for it.
Uh-huh. You'll have to show me that one. So far, I've disproven everything he said. But
Okay, so in the chat, you'll see JTA, click JTA, mainstream. Listen, JTA is sponsored by a pro-Israel nonprofit, okay? I used to work for that.
Don't try to do-wash your false statements, okay? You understand?
Read the article that I just posted. Scroll up, JTA, Charlie Kirk, the conservative activist. This is what he says about Jews, okay? Well, he defends. After visiting Israel, he said in 2019, that's when he discovered Israel and decided he's pro-Israel and defend Israel. So it was 2019. But after October 7th, he drew controversy when he said Jewish people.
When he was 23.
No. In 2023, 2 years ago, Kirk controversy.
2019.
That's when he became pro-Israel. Then in October 2023, he said the Jewish philanthropy to American universities has been subsidizing their own demise by supporting institutions that breed anti-Semites. Then on the Kirk show, let me finish. Yes, I
just to tackle that bit.
No, I know what you're gonna say. Move on.
What do you mean move on? You don't want to stop and talk about what you're saying?
No, I know what you're gonna say about that, so I want us to go to the next point.
Well, we have been supporting the institutions that have become anti-Semitic.
Okay, so you're agree with that. Okay, great, good.
Well, Columbia and
Good, so
Harvard.
great, you've refuted it. Great job, great job.
Do you disagree?
No, you're 100% right, so we're gonna move on to the next point.
Okay.
The Charlie Kirk Show, he also says that Jewish people control not just colleges and nonprofits, but the movies, Hollywood, and all of it.
Okay.
So that's an anti-Semitic statement, right? That he can control Hollywood?
Commonly held conspiracy theory.
Okay, and he collaborates with them? Okay, alright. Now, alright. So you say it's common, okay, it's gray, fine,
So
gray area.
what point are you making right now?
Okay, I'm going through all these anti-Semitic statements. Stop, let's go through them. We went through two, you said the second one was not so bad, fine. Okay, you brilliantly rebutted the first one. The second one you said was weak.
You agree with me.
Okay, yeah. I'm agreeing with you. You're
Well, why do
weak
you have
and
to read the ones that don't support your point? Just read the
I'm
ones
going
that do.
through them. I want to hear your views on each of them. Charlie Kirk, listen. Let's go to the next one. He defended Elon Musk when he said, you have said the actual truth to a user who posted a reference to the Great Replacement Theory, writing that Jews were coming to the disturbing realization that immigrants to the United States don't exactly like them too much. Jewish communities have been pushing this kind of hatred against whites that they claim to want people to stop using against them, Kirk said on the show.
So Jews are pro-immigration, but the immigrants don't like the Jews.
I'm finishing the statement. She's in the middle of the statement.
Any problem with that?
That's half the statement. The other half of the same statement is Jewish communities. This is the white replacement theory. Jewish communities have been pushing the exact kind of hatred against whites that they claim to want people to stop using against them. He said on the show. And then he said, let me finish the sentence. Let me finish. Let me finish. Stop. Let me finish. The philosophical foundation of anti-whiteness has been largely financed by Jewish donors in this country. This is the Jewish replacement theory, okay? His concerns about the erosion. Oh my God, you don't know what white replacement theory?
No, I don't know what you mean with your words.
I'm reading his statements that align. He's explaining why Jews are the reason.
Somebody quoting him. So I think to understand what he said, we should listen to what he said instead of listening to somebody quoting him.
You want to play your show?
She's reading direct quotes.
No, she's not. She's reading these You're going to not a direct quote. It's not a direct quote, sir.
You know about the gaslight this woman.
Sir, no, you're not about to take your ignorance and stick up the room.
No, you're gaslighting this woman.
You're thinking up the room.
And we're all thinking this.
Okay, we all now
Supremacist rhetoric about
okay, I want to hear the white supremacist part.
He's giving it.
Well, hang on, let me hear it. I want to hear you tell me what he's doing. No, she's not. What she said makes no sense. And what you said makes no sense.
Not replace us. The Jews will not replace us.
When did he say that? When did he say that? No, Othello, hang on. Everybody stop. When did he say that, Othello?
He supported Elon Musk's defense of
No. When did he say Jews will not replace us?
When he said that Elon Musk is speaking the absolute truth.
Okay.
Elon Musk shared a tweet or made a tweet.
What was the tweet?
Okay, read it, Buttercup.
Wait, I thought you knew it, Othello. You just made it
Because we know every turn and twist of the social media controversy.
Why is he talking?
Because he's referring to the same social media controversy.
Oh, my ass on you if you don't know what the fuck.
No one remembers every twist and turn of fucking bullshit on social
When
media.
did he say Jews will not replace us?
When he described a philosophy that is associated with the folks who marched in Charlottesville and said Jews will not replace us, okay? Which is called, the theory is called white replacement theory, right?
Who described that?
So Kirk wrote it in defense of Elon Musk when he shared tweets and defended that endorsed this policy. And what he said in that context, Kirk said in the context of Elon Musk's tweets and endorsing white replacement theory, he espoused the similar views.
So you're quoting the JTA, quoting Kirk, quoting Musk. That's what you're doing right now?
No. JT is quoting a show, and there's a link if you read the article. He links to Kirk's show. Where on his show, which is linked in this article, he's talking about this Elon Musk tweet and why he endorsed
And the Musk
it.
tweet is that somebody's telling the truth.
Someone who supports the great replacement theory. And he referenced it.
Who's that person?
The user who's referencing. I'm talking about Kirk and what he says to support this.
You told me that Kirk supports Musk, who supports somebody else who was unnamed.
No, but Kirk, when he's defending it, he espoused the same ideas on the show that's linked.
So you're telling me that Kirk espouses white replacement theory?
Yes.
Okay, where?
Okay, so here's the statement again on the show, which I can link if you would like. So let me link to that.
Just tell me where and when and what he said.
Okay. I just read it to you. Jewish communities have been pushing the exact kind of hatred against whites. The idea, white replacement theory is that Jews are part of the. Okay, so Jewish communities have been pushing the exact kind of hatred against whites that they claim to want people to stop using against them. They're saying Jewish people hate white people.
Right. It doesn't. You're telling me that Charlie Kirk says Jews hate white people.
Yes. The philosophical foundation of anti-whiteness is largely financed.
Wait. Is this in quote? You're telling me this.
Well, you probably just had Charlie Kirk say Israel has the right to defend itself. So this sounds like BS to me.
Royal, we're talking about why he is anti-Semitic even though he's a fierce defender of Israel. The reason he defends Israel is
You're
for
telling me that he
opportunistic reasons.
supports replacement theory, but you haven't, and you're quoting the JT Jewish Telegraph Agency.
Which is backed by My Jewish Learning, which is a
I know
pro-Israel
what the
organization.
JTA is. I know 1,000 times more about this.
I worked at the JTA, silly.
And you still don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, I do.
Oh, really? Is that a quote that you just read me from Charlie Kirk?
It's a direct quote from his show.
Read me the beginning of the quote.
Okay, I'll read it again.
Yes.
We're going in circles. Jewish communities. Some You're not behaving yourself, okay?
Wait, what the? Are you kidding me right now?
Behave yourself. Come on.
Are you kidding me?
This is my room.
Are you kidding me? You are rude.
Hi.
But
We're doing this important here.
did you not say you wanted to dismantle Israel?
No. Yeah, once again, you're misrepresenting my words.
Okay, explain to me those words.
We're talking about your favorite guy first.
It's not my favorite guy. You're a liar. Stop
Okay, so
being
how
a
do you feel?
liar.
Tell us how you feel about him.
Stop being a liar. I told you what I feel about him. All I heard from him was a bunch of clips on YouTube saying how much he supports Israel and attacking the Nazi assholes
Yes,
who support
100%.
who support the murder of Jews. He attacks them and he debunks them. Like you. People just like you who support the murder of Jews. People who want to dismantle Israel and
It's
people who
not
support...
scaring me and I don't like it.
I beg your pardon? I'm not querying. I'm quoting you directly. I wrote it down with you.
Let me read some of Kurt's words.
Okay, you got that. You got that one, sir.
All right, he says Jewish communities have been pushing the exact same cases against whites and claim they want people to stop using it.
Where are you reading this from?
Same quote I read.
Okay, so you're reading, so you don't have a source, right?
He said the philosophical foundation of anti-whiteness has been largely financed by Jewish donors in this country.
What is your source?
Good today.
Lotus, can I ask you a few questions?
Sure.
I'm asking the fellow. Where did you get that? He said it's on X. What's the source on X?
Okay, let me read it to you.
We're not disputes that he's pro-Israel. That's not the issue. We're talking about whether he also espouses Christian supremacist views and racism.
We're so far
Okay, I have a few questions. How old are you, Lotus?
Older than you.
Oh, great. You're older than me. Great. Okay. Are you American or are you Israeli?
He's American.
You're American. Okay. Are you celebrating? Is this like a celebration?
Of course not. Of course not. We don't celebrate anyone's death. We're just talking about why Israeli people fetishize this guy.
Wait. You're calling him a... Wait.
I want to ask you, do you
You're
understand?
calling him a Nazi. So presumably you celebrate the death of Nazis. So don't lie.
I would never celebrate anyone's death. I'm just trying to honor his legacy properly.
Okay. Is Charlie Kirk a Nazi?
No, he's not.
Okay. Now, is Norm a Nazi? Because somebody told me you called me a Nazi earlier, and they recorded it.
I didn't call you a Nazi.
Hey, there's one thing.
I said you are I called you Kahanis. You're part of the Kahanis room, and I said it was tongue in cheek. I said it was tongue in cheek.
I was told you called me a Nazi.
No.
I did not support Kahane.
But I got my
It's tongue in cheek. I made it clear that you don't support Kahanis. I said it's tongue in cheek. That means I almost call you Kahanis as a joke in a tongue in cheek way.
I don't think it's a joke. I think I'm almost serious. I think you don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, almost serious that you're a Kahanis? He calls you a
What's that?
Kahanis.
Huh? No,
Almost calls you a Kahanis.
You don't know what Kahane is. Use words that you know. Many of them.
Do you understand that this happened on a college campus? This shooting happened on a college campus?
Yeah.
Right. So that's my whole point. You know, people ranting and raving and trying to just continuously diminish his character when he was just shot dead a few hours ago.
Yeah.
It's kind of giving off.
Calling him a Nazi.
Sounds like you guys support, like, it literally sounds like you guys support school shootings. I don't even agree with Charlie Kirk, but I'm not going to sit here and just, you know, diminish his character, call him Nazi and all this.
Well, some support violent resistance against the president dismantling Israel.
But this is not how we deal with U.S. citizens dying, like, especially on schools.
You don't know people who were assassinated Nazis justifying their murder, Royal?
No, this is disgusting behavior, honestly.
Even Buttercup is not justifying this.
Oh, if you call somebody a Nazi, then you're...
I've never endorsed his murder. I've only condemned it.
Calling him a Nazi endorses his murder. You gotta kill Nazis. Oh, yes, it does.
You endorse murders all the time.
Never did.
No. Are you saying that just because someone is a Nazi that justifies you killing him?
No, I'm saying you guys make that argument about the Jews.
No. Just to murder anyone. No, you do. I know that. Now, stop interrupting me.
Stop bullshitting me.
Stop interrupting me. It only means, June. It only means.
Alright, just speak, Benny.
Thank you. He's gonna keep interrupting. But yeah, just because you call someone a Nazi, that does not mean you justify his murder.
Oh yeah,
It only justifies his murder. Again, I knew he would interrupt me. I knew he would fucking interrupt me. It only justifies his murder. You think that murdering Nazis is valid? That means that you think that murdering someone based on their political ideology is in fact valid. I do not think that. Even if someone is a Nazi, I do not think it is justified to murder them. I do not think it is justified to murder anybody based on their political ideology. You do, which is why you think that calling someone a Nazi is a justification for their assassination. We can say that people, Nazis or communists, and not justify their assassination, and in fact denounce.
Thank you. You love yourself as usual, Benny. You know,
You're just going to control yourself and continue to interrupt me.
You need to try and help yourself.
First, Benny, then Leno, you'll have your turn. But we're doing
Honestly, I think I know my point across. He's going to keep interrupting me, so I don't really care. Listen, he thinks it's valid to treat people based on their political ideology.
That is why you call Charlie Kirk a Nazi.
No. I denounce his my accusation. And I denounce his accusation.
Oh, beautiful. Mazel tov.
So I don't think it's my valid. You do.
So you're a liar.
No one has endorsed killing in this room, okay? You're the only one.
Why be more accurate? You're a fucking liar.
How am I a liar? There's no way that I'm lying. Justify that statement.
I'm sorry.
Okay, let's go to the next point. What do you have?
Justify that statement. How am I a liar? How am I a liar? Justify that statement.
Because you just claim to say what I say and what I think and what I do. You're a fucking liar.
In what way would you justify it?
By the way, it's a spin, and God punishes spin. The parents will witness very harshly.
I am not very harshly. Justify how I lie. Justify how I lie. What you said, justify how I lie.
You said that I justified killing Nazis, and I did not. You're a fucking
No one is justifying killing Nazis.
You're God.
Alright, nobody is justifying killing Nazis. Time out. Normo, do you want to move on to the next point, or do you want to go down? What do you want?
Go down.
Yeah, do you want to talk about something like substantive, or you want to just yell at Benny?
No, I didn't have to yell at Benny. Benny yelled at him. No, you just said that you
Alright, the last warning. Alright, next person to interrupt is going down.
Here's the point, Buttercup. When you say that you want to dismantle the Jewish state,
Alright, Benny, you're not cooperating.
what's that? What do you mean cooperate?
We're trying to move on to the next point. We're being substantive. Let's move the fuck on.
Well, let's.
Are we about my feelings about the Jewish state a different time? That's not the topic, silly. My feelings about the Jewish state is not the topic here.
No, I'm saying your murderousness towards
Alright, you know what? Enough already. Enough. This is just deranged.
Is it deranged?
Alright, I never called for the murder of anyone, including the Jewish state. The reason, I just want to say, Bibi Kakara and Norm, the reason they call me a murderer of the Jewish state is because I believe that the current form of the state is not sustainable. People keep dying. It's been escalatory violence for so many years. We need a new model so people can live in peace and stop dying. And he thinks that makes me a capo. He thinks that makes me a traitor. He thinks that makes me a bad Jew, and that's okay.
So you're just an altruistic look
Yeah, maybe I'm naive, but it's not a crime.
I know your kind. I'm from California. I'm from the Bay. Your kind is no, I know, but you're part of an altruistic left in America. Mazel tov. It's rare when I meet someone like you on these apps. You know. It's refreshing. We need left. More. We need more left on this.
Okay, so another point I wanted to make before my normal just went on and crashed out is basically is that in addition to having these espousing these ideas of white replacement theory, he's also we need to be clear about that. I understand that people speculate.
Even in Israel, they're very critical of this.
Yes, no, look, I think you guys are conflating a lot of things. That there was a stand down order so that October 7th could happen. That's not what happened. What happened is there were, I actually read, the internal post-mortem from the IDF that hasn't been made public. And like what happened, they talked about sort of their intelligence failures, and there's a lot of questions that are not answered because the Israeli government won't allow them to do an investigation. So the truth is we don't know. And I try to have the same high threshold for proof on both sides when each side makes claims. And the fact is we don't have proof yet. We don't have proof yet. Yes, but it wasn't a full investigation. It wasn't.
Yes, and Kirk insinuated it, and I posted the link in the chat.
Without evidence.
He did. I remember that. But he was just like, I don't know.
Okay, so guys, I want to ask you, how do you feel about the fact that Kirk thinks that Netanyahu intentionally allowed October 7th to happen? How do you feel about that? Is that pro-Israel? He's also Israeli deep state. This is your pro-Israel Jew champion that you guys are fetishizing.
It's gonna come out. Just wait.
I'm so flattered by all the clarity of the podcast.
But there is within Israel, people who believe the October 7th was a deep state job. They allowed this to happen so they could wipe out Gaza, continue to push Zionism into high gear. They wanted this.
That's not a far right conspiracy. It might be on the left people speculate because there were all these ridiculous intelligence failures combined with not listening to the spotters, combined with Netanyahu's alliance with Hamas. But the fact is, the people on the right don't say this. They love Netanyahu and they wouldn't accuse him of causing this massacre. So if Charlie Kirk said that, and I'm going to read the link that you put in the chat, then that is should be a big taboo for these folks who think that he's some champion of the Jewish people. This is Forbes.com. Basically, okay, so conspiracy theories say that Benjamin Netanyahu issued a so-called stand-down order for the Israeli military, but there's nothing to show that the Israeli government knew of the surprise attack, which killed over 1,300 people. On TikTok, Facebook, and X, alright, let's see, it's fine. The origin of the conspiracy theory appears to be Charlie Kirk, a far-right influencer and strong supporter of Donald Trump, who leads the Turning Points. He insisted he wasn't spreading conspiracy theory before he immediately helped spread it, not to exaggerate conspiracy. Well, I'm not going to go so far as to say that Netanyahu knew that there was intelligence here, but I think some questions need to be asked. Was there a stand-down order? Was there a stand-down order? He said, repeating the rhetorical question for emphasis. Kirk's wild speculation doesn't appear to have any basis in fact, but instead hinges on the fact that he has been to Israel many times and the whole country is a fortress. He's suggesting that Netanyahu's supposed stand-down order was a bid to garner support due to the Israeli leaders' domestic political problems around controversial judicial reform. Kirk insisted of the attack. When I first heard the story, I had the same gut feeling that I initially did. This is very hard to believe. The clip went viral on TikTok before migrating to places like X, where the hashtag BBNew gained steam on Monday. But of course, there's no evidence that Netanyahu knew of the attack in advance, although many Israelis are understandably upset over the intelligence failure. Just so we're clear, Charlie Kirk is implying that Bibi Netanyahu purposely let Hamas murder 1,200 Israelis and behead children, blah, 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 blah. So this is totally
October 7th, the initial timing, the Israelis were probably they ignored the spotters. It was a holy war, or just not doing anything, and so they over-reliance on technology that was Hamas had years to figure out and exactly see how it responds, and they caught them with their pants down. But after the very few hours, the 3-4 hours, after that, there was a delayed response. The military should have showed up. Hamas was not expecting to be able to overextend the way it is. They thought that after securing the military team, they would have fights with the military. So they would see tanks approaching and that they would be dealing with Apaches. That's why
gives me like fucking propaganda memes about starvation in Gaza, you need to have a certain standard of proof before you make a statement, a claim. I understand the claim, it's just a claim right now, and you won't know until there's a real investigation if the Israeli government
Check the link I put in the chat. This is a soldier from the Golani Brigade. He actually said that there was a stand-down order on the morning of October 7th to not conduct our normal morning routine, what was it, like, operations, right? So, like, this comes from the Golani, and this guy is named, not just like an anonymous soldier. Check the link in the chat. This is, and he's not even the only soldier to say.
by Radio Rebelda. I'm sorry, but I don't know what this news site is.
Okay.
This is not Radio Rebelda Cuba. Let's see. I want to see Israeli Shalom Sheet Reed, who is stationed at Pega. We're playing. He said, citing Israeli, the Cradle reported, citing Israeli media outlets. So, okay, let's go find the Cradle.
It took place like 4 in the morning, like after Fajr. So right after Fajr, they engaged in the operation. So right after dawn, the operation began, October 7th, or Oslo flood. Then the question is like, here's how long did the Israeli military know after the operation began? Like how long did it take them to know that they were facing a full operation?
I agree there's a lot of questions, but my point is I just want to, there's a lot of questions and a lot of unanswered things that unfortunately until there's an investigation we won't know.
Well, Buttercup, you don't need an investigation to know this is what happened.
Okay, so I'm looking him up individually aside from his source. It says on July 28th, he testified before a Knesset committee that he received an unusual order in the morning of the attack to help border patrols. His testimony, also posted on social media, raised concerns about the broader failures of the attack. Since his injury, he's been rehabilitated, he's become a public figure sharing his inspirational story. He's going to explain the implications of his testimony. Okay. He's given a strange order. Even the commander who gave the order didn't understand why they were giving this order. So, I mean, this is suspicious. Like,
the order come in.
5:20 a.m.
I mean, there was a lot of misinformation, a lot of mistakes that day. But I don't know. Listen, I don't want to be this. Guys, I understand the theory. It's a claim, it's a theory, but we don't have more information. Like, all we know is, yeah, there was a lot of strange things. There was a lot of miscommunication, and there had been, like...
I'll tell you at least what happened. Let's put together what we do know. So there were claims from people...
Guys, we're not doing this. We're talking about a Nazi. We're not talking about... No, we're not even doing this. Yeah, piece together...
Charlie Kirk said whatever you want. That's what I'm trying to say.
But that's not the topic. I don't want to go through your Jewish conspiracy theories right now. I know, we don't have enough... If we don't have enough data right now... Because you're speculating. I'm not saying it's not true. I'm saying we don't have data. You don't have data. It's called anecdotal data. It's one guy's testimony, okay?
Wait, so if I bring you more guys to substantiate testimony,
That's topic, and if you keep harping on it, then we need to focus on the issue. We're not talking about October 7th.
Charlie Kirk is a Nazi. Okay.
The topic is Charlie Kirk, if you don't want to talk about it, then you don't have to talk about it.
Well, this was something that Charlie Kirk talked about. But anyway, all right, fine.
So you're unbelieving he's a truth teller. You're saying he's a truth teller by
I'm saying that not everything he said was a lie.
Okay, so then you do agree with him. I don't agree with him.
Yes, I can both agree and disagree with a person. That's what I'm saying. Wholeheartedly agree or disagree with somebody. Just because CNN lied doesn't mean everything that CNN said from the lie.
Okay, he has no evidence. He offered anecdotal evidence for something that spread like wildfire, and we have not found substantial data to support it yet, but perhaps there will be in the future. In the meantime, let's give it a rest and focus on the fact that Israelis have aligned themselves with someone who spreads anti-Jewish conspiracy theories. And this is included because he doesn't have enough data, just like you and I don't have enough data. So it's speculation until he does have the data. He did it before there was any data in, so that's why it's speculation. Until the data comes in, then we just don't know. I'm not saying it's because I'm a defender of Israel or not. I'm not a defender of Netanyahu. I think he's a crook. He aligns himself with Hamas. I'm not like I think he's a fucking genocidal monster. I think he aligned himself with Hamas. I think he propped up Hamas for years. But that doesn't mean we have to entertain every speculative story.
Scroll up, JTA, Charlie Kirk, the conservative says this is what he says about Jews, okay? Want me to defend them?
I think if the shooter is what we all think the shooter is, Antifa, most likely far left. I think the left is like seeing what's happening. I think we're gonna see more radicalism like in America. If it is the far left, I would be surprised if the shooters on the right. That's just, but I mean with the shooters that we've seen, like the one who shot Trump, like that guy was also like on the right apparently. So it's
We don't really know anything about that guy. That's what's funny.
I don't know. So I'm not gonna make my bets on Trump because the shooter, with the pattern that we've seen could totally be, on the right. I don't know.
So if you're willing to entertain conspiracy theories,
We did read those comments he said about Jews are being, and they're accusing them of their cultural Marxism, accusing them of being controlling the media and Hollywood. But Norm says that's all fine. It's a normal industry that conspiracy theory that we're cool with, as long as it supports Israel. So they didn't really care about that. Thanks, Sam.
I mean, they are very influential. You could say that, like, Zionists.
See, this is.
You don't want to say Jews. You could
I
say
honestly
Do you deny that Zionists are very influential in Western media?
Yes, they're.
Whoa.
No. On the one hand, no. It depends who you ask, right? So in my experience, as a journalist, when both sides accuse you of bias, you're usually on the right track. Like you're usually somewhere. It means you're trying to be balanced, and nobody's happy. You're taking the balanced road. And both Zionists and anti-Zionists accuse the New York Times of being completely biased for the other side. And so papers like the New York Times and the Wall Street Journal, which hold themselves to high journalistic standards, which means that they attribute every statement that they make, and they do it with neutrality, and they attempt, even if they get something wrong, they correct the record. They're subject to libel law, so if they say something wrong, they can be sued. And they use original sources, and when they need to explain the way that
Mossad agents.
they employ a Mossad agent,
They had a Mossad agent for one of their articles, and so like a former Mossad agent.
No, there's a woman who was used to be an Israeli, so she's serving the IDF or something, right? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, that woman. Was it just IDF or was she
No, it's
some
IDF.
sort of Mossad?
No, but Edward in Israel serves in the IDF.
Or whatever her department. She was an officer. She's not like some.
Okay. She wasn't an officer when she was reporting for the paper, though. She has
She's a
served.
former, yeah.
Okay, but everyone in Israel is that way. So that's generally not a disqualifier.
But what she was, what her department was in the IDF, I believe it had something to do with media or something.
So, I think since we're talking about a guy who espouses anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, Mikhail, I respect you, I like you, but you also espouse anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, and so do you, Benny Adam, and so I think it's not
I'm
really...
saying facts. Can't deny that American media, Western media, is very Zionist.
Okay.
It's very Zionistic.
I think there are outlets that are more Zionistic and those that are more left-leaning. There's a whole media ecosystem.
Even left and right media organizations in America and in Western Europe in general are both deeply influenced, I wouldn't say controlled, but influenced by Zionist Jews.
So they're influenced, I think, by an America-centric narrative, which tends to be very Zionist, right? Because of America's history with Israel, their geopolitical interests in the region, their AIPAC, of course, the way our government is shaped by Israel, and I think it's
wrong. Our government is shaped by Israel, that's the point.
Yes, because over time...
Yeah, no one runs Israel, Jews.
Okay.
I mean, forget Jews, Zionists. How about that? We just say Jews and Zion.
Sorry, Benny.
same points instead of getting to
I'm
the
trying to
top.
stick to
I mean, they're really just like, I think.
No finesse, man. Like, you guys don't know how to get in the flow of this shit.
Yeah.
Go for it, go.
You know,
They're getting distracted by their own.
yeah, I mean, we know what it is. You think the people down there that haven't heard
Well,
this
he's
shit
Canadian, he's not American, so like, so he can't relate to like in America. He can't put himself in the political mind. So all he can relate to us with is like, you know, on a broader spectrum.
We talking about Kahanis, what she's calling Kahanis on this app, supporting someone who is espoused anti-Semitic.
And you guys are espousing the same ideas. It's not really helping this case. So you're basically siding with the pro-Israel right when you espouse the same anti-Semitic conspiracy theories.
We're doing America mode. Okay, hey, I'm on the left too. Like I'm with you guys. Like I'm a leftist. I'm not like a far leftist. I might be more closer to the middle.
But what you guys are doing essentially is you're lining yourself up with the Bibi Kaparas of the world and the norms by saying, oh yeah, Charlie Kirk's anti-Semitic conspiracy theories were 100% true. So you're basically saying, if you're aligned with Charlie Kirk, then
we're
you're
not
aligned
saying
with these
it's
guys.
100% true. I'm not saying it's 100%
The whole point,
true.
Well, you're getting derailed by them because they're too excited. They're so alluring for you. They're so tempting for you.
Charlie Kirk is no doubt, and I'll say it right here, is no doubt a WASP supremacist. He wants WASP only. He is a WASP advocate, and that's what he wants. He wants a WASP state, or a state that, you know, its constitution is WASPism.
The problem
That's
is,
what we want.
I want to be honest with you and Benny because I respect you. You guys have hold views about Jewish people that when you hear these anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, that like those of us who recognize them as tropes hear them as tropes. You guys hear them as alluring because of your views about Jewish people and the control over our political systems and our media and politics and everything. And I'm not saying AIPAC doesn't have disproportional power and it's an atrocity and that all the fucking bad shit that's happening in Israel right now and Gaza. But the fact that the reason it's frustrating to have both of you on stage when we're trying to talk about a really nuanced issue, which is the fact that right-wing Jews have aligned themselves with a man who espouses these hateful views, is that you and Benny Adam, because of your own politics, are seduced by these ideas. So whenever we bring up, you're like, oh yeah, that's true. Fuck the Jews, you know?
Exactly. We're not here to talk about. We're not here to.
You're just so easily seduced. You're such a sucker for this shit, you know?
I mean, tell me, Buttercup, if we're in World War II, and, you know, someone said on the streets, we're literally in Normandy
I'm just
right
saying
now.
focus. Stop getting distracted by your own sort of prejudices, you know?
I'm just saying, and then we have a conversation, and we're having a conversation about politics in America, and one says, fuck the Germans. Like, we're fighting the not, like, at that point, is it like, are we being, like, anti-German? Are we saying, like, all Germans are bad, or, like, we want to, like, where do we draw the line in these things?
Well,
When someone says Jews, like, do we mean every single Jew, or do we mean, like, the majority?
Has to be drawn. The line in the room has to be drawn because we're not here to debate.
All these, they're very alluring to people like you and Benny and Pastor. I understand they're tempting. They're tasty.
Okay,
they're
well,
juicy.
I'm willing
okay?
to move
But
on.
like,
I've
just
said
move the
I'm
fuck
willing
on
to
because
move
it's not the topic, okay?
Okay, I've said I'm willing to move on. You want to make it a left versus Charlie Kirk?
I think this might be too nuanced an issue to just like to explain what Kahanists are and to explain what Nazis are, to explain what anti-Semitism that it exists at all is like it may be too much to explain in a conversation like this. These are like these are subtle alliances that I find repulsive, and it's kind of an internal debate in the Jewish community. It's something to explain to you. For people who identify as Jews in America, it's been really, really gross to see our institutions, many Jewish institutions align themselves with neo-Nazis and white supremacists and Christian supremacists and the Christian right that espouse these views that not only are espouse conspiracy theories about Jewish people, but they demonize left-wing Jews, which is a huge portion of the population. So they're basically demonizing the vast majority of Jews in America, which is really dangerous and really harmful.
The thing is, he had to clean it up. That's the whole thing.
It's not clear why he went to this pro-Israel crazy, becoming like a champion.
He had to clean it up because he had to align himself under Trump. You line yourself under Trump, you line yourself under AIPAC, right? Trump was like, yo, you need to clean that shit up because I can't bring you with me if you saying this shit. So he cleaned it up and he recognized, okay, Israel is our allies. Let me clean this shit up and let me get on this right-wing Islamophobic anti-black train and we're just going to unite over those sentiments.
Yeah, I appreciate your new Othello. You get it. Like there's just like it's like people pitting identities against each other here, and like there's all these like subtle internal bigotries that we're like missing the bigger picture here. We're getting like hung up on like it's such a complicated alliance to explain. And you're muddying it.
Listen, I was talking to a right-wing Israeli Zionist that's in this room right now. He has a buttercut picture. This was a couple years ago. I said, why would you share a stage with Pepe and mod him, knowing his anti-black stance, knowing his white supremacist stance? He said, brother, I don't give a fuck what he feels about your community, as long as he's pro-Zionist.
Chilling. It's anti-Jewish in my opinion. We have a long, at least on the progressive Jewish side, legacy of social justice, and it's like foundational to the way I understand at least modern American Jewish identity. And like that really, it grosses me out that our Jewish institutions have been so cowardly about this issue. How they endorse Elon Musk's Hitler thing, like Hitler salute. I mean, it's just, why would anyone? It's not even clear anymore what it means to be Jewish. It's like it's just really shattering. It's like the earth is jerked out from under us. Everything we thought was right is suddenly like our institutions are turning on us and demonizing us along with Nazis like Charlie Kirk.
No, I know there needs to be, there are a lot of leftist Jews who are truly leftist, who believe in leftist values in America. I'm with you. I believe in leftist
The
values.
vast majority of Jews, that's who they're demonizing.
I might be a Muslim, and we might be, the way I come off in my conversation, because it has to do with the conflict that, I present my views from that angle. But from within America, I'm a leftist. So I'll tell you, the values and principles and ideals that, don't talk about any identity, that we should axiomatically believe in this stuff. So, we're against racism, we're against, ethno-supremacy, we're against ideological supremacy, support, the freedoms of everyone to worship and commit to any tradition they want and identify any way they want. I'm with you on these beliefs.
And Mikhail, and that's precisely.
A lot of Jews do believe in these values.
And that's precisely what Charlie Kirk is demonizing and characterizing as Jewish driven by Jews and Jewish power. Just as you see Jewish power, promoting this like pro-Zionist conventions, he sees Jewish power as fighting white people and promoting this like the spirit of inclusivity and human and social justice.
Yeah, he terrorizes Jews. So he terrorizes Jews that you shouldn't go against me because you advocate because I'm different than Zionism. That's what he says. That
he says we're advocating for our own demise by believing in justice for all and equality, basically. That's his argument. And that's the vast majority of Jews that have these values, American Jews. That's just American Jewish identity.
Yeah, we're all equal.
It is essential to it, yeah.
We're all equal. uses to terrorize you guys is that, well, Israel sees that, it's a Jewish state and you celebrate Zionism. So, like, if you celebrate that, why is it only exclusive to Jews and why can't I also celebrate that, that mentality or that ideology or that ideal? Like, why can't I?
Yeah.
Like, this is what the white guy is saying in America. Like, this is the WASP mentality. This is how they got you guys hijacked.
And I think you actually made a point earlier, and I want to take it a step further about the sort of the through line between Zionism and this Christian supremacy, right? He sees Israel as being, like it or not, whether they are or not, for the people who take issue with this, he sees them as an ethno-state that espouses these Judeo-supremacist ideals, and he wants that in America. That's what he believes America should be, right? And so that's the through line. That's what he admires. Like, that is clear. So essentially, what you're doing, Bibi Kapara and Aleph and Norm, when you fetishize this man, is you are aligning yourself with this through line that he's painted, which is that that Zionism is synonymous with Jewish supremacy, because he himself believes that this is a noble, worthy aspiration. I don't know if that made any sense, Mikhail. Maybe you can explain it better than I can.
No, it makes sense.
So, I don't know.
I mean, the problem with the left, we're altruistic. Like, we want to speak in, like, principles and ideals. When we get to the nuances of it all, we don't want to be, trying to, like, even bring up identity or culture, or even talk about race or anything like that. We always want to keep it general. And I think that it's not working out. Like, we gotta be, at this point, we gotta really line up what we believe in, and that's it. We gotta pass judgment. If we know what the ideals are, we gotta start condemning. And I believe the left in America is doing that. Like, we're finally kicking in. Like, it's, especially when it comes down to Israel.
Is Cleto Pepe? Who's Cleto?
Yeah, that's Pepe.
Okay. So he's
But that is being oppressed. That is being oppressed. This final, like, awakening that we're having. Finally, we're gonna be altruistic and we're gonna be honest and we're gonna condemn what needs to be condemned. This is being oppressed in America right now, and the bedrock of all this is our universities. And if they manage to, like, enclose us within the universities and, like, oppress us using the very institution, like, that destroys who we are. And at that point, we need to fight back against this.
What are the universities doing? I mean, I know there's, like, this debate about free speech happening, but I think both sides claim the universities are being weaponized against them, right? So
yeah.
So I don't, like, that's another sort of
like, why is it being weaponized now? Like, why now over Israel? Like, all of this is happening. Like, why is it shift? Why is the freedom of speech and, like, the way it's presented in America being dictated by the event that is Israel and what's happening in Gaza? Like, why is that the case? Why is it so influential in American politics? And
I mean, I think the genocide is part of it. I mean, I understand why it's the number one. For a while, it was the number one story. I mean, for Israel is, and America have this unique relationship, right? And Israel does have, because of, Israel's relationship with America and AIPAC sort of influence on our politics. A lot of things that happen in Israel are big news, right? But then the war, which has turned into this proxy war with, like, Iran, Russia, and China, of course it's the main story. I mean, I don't think that's, like, a conspiracy theory, mostly. And plus, fucking genocide happening that's supposed to never happen again, in my opinion. Allegedly, okay, guys?
I don't know, like, there's been a genocide happening, and I'm not saying, like, just Palestine. I'm telling you, since the war on terror happened, there have been millions of Muslims who have been killed around the world, and especially in the Arab world. And, you know, there have been conflicts that have been brewing in this region, and there seems to be no end to this. And when we always look at these conflicts, we're seeing a Western hand. There's always a Western hand in these conflicts.
Okay, Pepe wants to come up. Buttercup. Let's see what he has to say.
Yeah. And so,
Isn't Pepe like a bigot? Like, I don't know, why should, someone said he's like a white supremacist guy that got clipped at the chest.
Well, let's see what he has to say because, you know, he's one of the Kahanas. So
Is he?
I want to see why.
What's his background?
Why, as a Zionist, you know,
I can't do another, like, anti-Semitic, conspiracy theorist. Just,
it's not that he's not unreasonable. He just, like, he has no, he doesn't really concede
he's
himself.
in the rooms with Bibi. Yeah.
okay. What's up, Pepe? What's up?
So you're conflating Mayor Kahana with Nazis?
No, I'm not. I'm talking, so I'm going to explain again. Mayor Kahanists, as you know, as you may know, are the far right in Israel. They are followers of Mayor Kahana who espouse violence and are kind of the root of all the violence that comes from Israeli society. But the reason I'm using the word Kahanist, Vincent, is because me and Amos, who runs the coexistence room, we use the word Kahanist tongue-in-cheek to describe Bibi Kapara and Harry Balzac and those sort of reflexive pro-Israel like extremists. But obviously they are not followers of Mayor Kahanas. They are Americans, and the Kahanas movement is an Israeli movement. So we're talking about Israeli, sort of reflexive, far-right, pro-Israel people who just attack anyone who disagrees with them.
But didn't Mayor Kahana get his start in the United States? He started the Jewish Defense League?
Yeah. So they're a fringy thing. I have no idea that, like,
What was wrong with the Jewish Defense League? In other words, he was telling Jews not to be a bunch of fucking pussies and to stand up for themselves.
Okay, so you are a Kahanist. You're like a literal Kahanist.
I'm not a Jew. I'm not but I do.
But you like their ideas.
Believes in the ideology.
Oh yeah, I think Israel would be a better place if people believed, and followed what he believed.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, so let me clarify that. This room is not about people like you who actually espouse Mayor Kahana's view. They're about Bibi Kapara's room on Clubhouse, who fetishize Charlie Kirk, who we are arguing is a Christian supremacist who actually espouse views that are against Jewish interests. And so that's what we're arguing.
Well, is that factual though?
Yes, we
Well, we presented some evidence, and I'm not saying it's factual, that's our opinion, and we're presenting this opinion and the evidence we have, and we gave people a chance to respond if they could respond civilly. If you have a different view, I'm open to it.
Sure. I was raised Catholic, so we don't believe that there needs to be a state of Israel. Israel's the church, at least Catholic doctrine. We have our own covenant with God. It doesn't supersede the covenant that God has with Jews. However, we do not believe there has to be a Jewish state in which Jews have to be there warring with the world, and then the rapture is going to happen, and whatever stupid shit that these evangelicals believe. That's so foreign to me. But I'm a Zionist. I mean, they have a country, and just to be fair, it was a shithole. There's nothing there. It's a regional superpower.
Okay, I don't want to get into the history of Israel. I think the topic here, Cleo, and I am interested to hear your views as someone who identifies with the Kahanist ideology, or thinks at least it's worthwhile. It serves the Jewish people, at very least, right? I am interested to hear what you think about the fact that, Charlie Kirk, whether this sort of recent alliance, since Trump came in office, he sort of courted a lot of white supremacists and Proud Boys and white nationalist groups, and also courted the far-right pro-Israel right and Republican Jewish establishment. And as a result, they're sort of in bed together. And since then, we've seen a lot of alliances between sort of this like far right, Christian right, white supremacist like personalities, and the pro-Israel cause. And we're seeing sort of a lot of collaboration between these two used to be very polarized segments of society.
Sure. So as somebody who's been in more like dissident right-wing circles, a lot of people call it far right, it doesn't matter. Charlie Kirk has been the butt of jokes, including from people like myself. I'm not going to lie. I've always looked at him as kind of like a tool of the Republican Party, to basically win over young conservatives. Now, I think he's a very gifted individual in terms of his debate tactics. I couldn't do what he did, and most people couldn't. With that being said, I don't think that he was in bed with us. I think that we looked at him as kind of a, and this isn't a fault of his. He was doing his job. But
he was like a shill for the Israeli government, wasn't he?
No.
Or do you think he was an opportunist just trying to get clicks because this is like really good for the algorithm?
No. He's somebody. First of all, there was.
I am curious about how you characterize him as someone who's kind of studied him more than most of us.
Sure. So do I think he was a quote unquote Zionist shill? Yes. But do I think that he was? First of all, I think there's one thing you have to understand is that a lot of these Republicans that are especially evangelical Christians, Baptists, and so forth, they do believe that stuff. That is truly, authentically who they are. I'm not going to knock him for that. Now, I don't. When it comes to him, if you backtrack like 8 years, how this all started, they were. You know who the Groypers are, right? The Nick Fuentes, stands.
Oh yeah.
The followers. Yeah, so in 2016, you would have him and Rob Smith. Rob Smith was a black conservative. He was a veteran, also homosexual. They would be on stage. The Groypers, what they would do is they would line up in the queue to ask questions, and they were very targeted towards Jews. They were targeted towards a lot of people. And of course, they're very... I don't even want to describe the Groypers. They're fucking retards. But they were always fucking with him. And what you've always gotten, I'm somebody who's like spoken a lot with the former leaders of the alt-right, like Jared Spencer. I talked with him quite a bit. When it comes to like quote unquote kosher conservatism, they were not on board with that shit. He was always considered like a normie conservacuck. I'm somebody who's a Zionist. Like I support Israel. But he's always gotten a lot of shit. But
that's not
at the end of the day, I look at him.
I've already explained this to you a million times.
Well, okay, but hold on a second. I just want to finish. I'll finish with this one. I just want to finish this one point. He's somebody who I think genuinely was. He likely did stand for principles that he actually believed. I've never seen anything racist. He never said anything racist. He never said anything anti-Semitic. And that's why he got bullied from the right. And then, yet at the same time, what's really ironic is that he's being persecuted as this fucking Nazi, this bigot, but he never did that fucking shit. That was what actually is pissing me off the most.
Can we read something? Can we read something to you? Let's read something directly from his words, okay? Jewish communities have been pushing the exact kind of hatred against whites that they claim to want people to stop using against them, Kirk said on the show. The philosophical foundation of anti-whiteness has been largely financed by Jewish donors in this country. That's one thing.
Post the link There's one thing Jews aren't going to deny this. There's no shortage of baggy left-wing Jews in the United States. Like, they're a dime a dozen. Like, we can agree on that.
I don't think he's going to agree it's anti-Semitic because his statements.
Zionist Jews are so loud, but there are a lot of liberal Jews and people.
No, listen, Cleto, I don't think you're going to see it as anti-Semitic, the quotes we're going to give you, because he mainly demonizes left-wing Jews and progressive Jews, and in the way that the pro-Israel right demonizes left-wing Jews. And so I think because you consider it the way you identify yourself, I think you'll probably think his views are accurate, and left-wing Jews are a threat to society in the way he describes.
Yeah, I would say, Jewish people...
And maybe contributing to their own demise or their own harm or whatever.
Sure, absolutely. I do think
so then I don't know, there's no point in debating it, really, because you kind of espouse the same...
No, I would say the difference is, like, at least you guys are a much smaller portion of the population. I would say Jews are very... I'm just going to say this, it's very taboo to say, but I would say on average a little bit smarter than white Gentiles, and they tend to...
kicking in.
Amazing.
Well, what did he say? What did he say?
Hold on.
He's a judophile, it's fine. So he's a philo-Semite.
Okay, philo-Semite, amazing.
Wow.
I'm just going off of just like, we can just look at the track record between white Gentiles and particular type of Jews, and they, one group is obviously very overrepresented in being successful. I mean,
there's like social external things that contribute to that, though.
It doesn't matter.
A lot of immigrant groups.
Sure, it doesn't matter what contributed to that. However, what matters is that they have an oversized contribution. It is what it is. I can't fucking control that. Now, when it comes to...
It must be eugenics.
I would say that when it comes...
It's really going off the rails.
But I would say when it comes to left-wing Jews versus, like, let's say left-wing Gentiles, you're obviously going to have a little bit of an overrepresentation amongst the left-wing Jews, and they're every bit as obnoxious as the left-wing Gentiles. I don't know how to say this. This is not even me, like, saying anything negative about Jews, or if anything, it's saying that they tend to be a little bit more... I mean, Buttercup, are you gonna say that they're not, on average, a little bit more successful than us? I mean, it's common fucking sense.
I mean, I'm Jewish, so
you guys are more. Yes, I do too. But you guys are on average. We're talking about
some of them are on
averages.
this app. The Kahanas we were referring to are the dumb Jews among us.
But on average,
and bad at math.
But on average, are Jews not a little bit more successful than white Gentiles? It's an obvious fucking answer. It's yes. It is resounding fucking yes.
I don't want to get into this. This is like a eugenics debate, which I'm not really comfortable.
It's not a eugenics.
Actually, I think Palestinians are rising, to be honest. Everyone I know who grew up in like a refugee camp in the West Bank and clawed their way out is super, super successful and overeducated. So I don't know.
Some of them can be, just like in Kuwait.
It has to do with history and social context. There's a million things. Jews were forced into finance because they were forced to be money lenders. So of course they have to be finance.
I know all that, but even the Lebanese Christians, I would say, are very similar to Jews. Where, like, wherever they go in the world, they tend to be pretty successful. Sure, there can be context because of
these are external things that shape people.
Sure, that is fine, and that very well could be the case. I'm not even arguing that it's quote unquote genetic. I don't know if the Lebanese Christians
who
are
cares?
smarter
Who cares?
than us.
Let's move on. What's the point? What is the point you're trying to
My
make?
point is that you're like sitting here not wanting to admit that Jewish people, by and large, have been able to, I guess, elevate the ladder and have some of the loudest microphones. They obviously have. Okay, so when I compare lefty Jews to lefty Gentiles, there's obviously a disproportionate amount of Jews that are going to be amongst the most obnoxious lefties. I actually listened to Ezra Klein. Like, Ezra Klein's a good example. What is there, Pac-Man?
Yeah, but also on the right, but wait, also on the right you have loudmouth
are you making the
What's the point
argument?
you're trying to make here?
Is the argument that you're trying to make is that Jews just like fucking weasel their way into these positions and only fight for each other?
There's many social and sociological reasons for why Jews are very, very active in politics and very active and very vocal.
Which ethnic group is the most active in politics in the United States?
No, it's not a fucking contest. Who gives a shit? What's your point?
Yeah. No, Jews are. Literally, Jews are.
Okay, but what's your point in the context of whether or not?
Because somebody was trying to sit here and you guys are trying to make it sound like because some of the loudest leftists are Jewish. Somehow that's anti-Semitic. No, it's not. Like they're overrepresented on the left, like they are on the fucking right. Like I.
All right, thank you for sharing your view. Okay, fine. Does anyone else want to speak? Butch, you have any thoughts? Or this new guy with the blue hat? I don't know how to say your name because it's in another language.
What's the topic?
The topic is Charlie Kirk and whether or not he's a bigot.
Do you think Hamas would have spared raping? I don't know. You could be an ugly bitch, but do you think Hamas would have spared raping you or killing you?
Oh my God.
As someone who could
Where did that come from?
That was last.
As someone who could have been potentially one of the people on October 7th, I'll tell you that no, that we're not about that.
I think Hamas would tolerate Nora.
That's what Pippen does when he loses an argument.
That made things like we're
Why did it go into rape? Like that was such a turn. Jesus Christ.
He's a Gentile cup.
We're Islamists, we're Muslims, we're not Christians like they went in Bosnia and they started raping the Muslims there. We're not like that. We don't do what Christians
okay. Yeah. I don't. It was like a weird.
His first instinct.
Yeah.
His first instinct. Just to talk shit.
Tell me about you. Who are you? I don't know you.
So I had to top it by saying like, yo, as a Muslim, like I don't support the killing of Charlie Kirk and totally against that. And even though this guy was someone who talked shit about Muslims, he talked shit about Islam quite often. I think even his most recent tweet, he had a debate recently just completely shitting on Muslims, you know. No, I don't agree, you know, with that. So, you know, just like I still, you know, the loss of a life is still like a loss of life, you know. So, all life is precious type thing. But yeah, it's just, you know. So, and here's the thing, though.
Here's the thing about Gaza. You didn't feel that way about what's happening in Gaza.
Yeah, I know. He just because he didn't feel like that, we don't have to, you know, that thing. But I would say another thing is like when you look at the population of Muslims in America, it's only 1%. You know, so why are like
why are you writing
guys like Kitover? Yeah, why are they even like what are they like so threatened about? Like, I understand maybe. Yeah, I understand maybe Europeans, you know, complaining about Muslims or whatever, but like literally, why would like as an American, like what do you have like to like really stand on, you know? So that's kind of like.
And actually, white terrorists have caused way more harm to our country than Muslims overall. I mean, most terrorists in our country are homegrown.
Don't blame the left for that.
No, but they're right wing. They're mostly right.
You mean domestic terrorists? White domestic?
Yeah, I mean most like mass murders and shootings and hate, like fueled by hatred and hate crimes are fueled by white loner types, right? In America.
That Cleo guy ran out the room, man.
I think that's what the FBI said. He said the FBI said the number one threat is not terrorism. It's like white incels.
Yeah.
But I noticed something about that Pepe individual. Like this guy, he when it comes to like Muslims
with allies over the sentiments of Islamophobia as well as anti-blackness for power or some semblance of power. And we see it on the macrocosm with Charles Kirk. We also see it on the microcosm with the Pepes, the BBs, the Harrys. So, as well as the Abbeys and the Pepes, they love each other. They go crazy for each other.
There's also.
There was like a weird, like a men's rightsy incel vibe there with Pepe. Like he immediately went to whether or not I'm hot enough to rape. Like that's a strange.
That was sick.
That was disgusting. He seemed reasonable, and then suddenly it sounded psychotic.
I
That was very strange.
hope John Kitover caught that one. Don't delete that, John.
That's Pepe. He's like the radio show guy, right?
Yeah. I don't know. I guess so. Well, I don't know. I don't know. He just said he's Catholic. Is he Latino?
Yeah, he's probably Latino. He's probably one of those no sabos.
Cauliflower, tell me about you. Where do you fall on this whole thing?
So I feel nothing for this person.
Charlie Kirk.
Who was shot. Yeah, I mean, it was really weird. I felt a little bit, like, I questioned myself briefly, like, is something wrong with me? Because I had watched the video and I was eating my lunch, you know, while this happened. And, like, I just left it on the Instagram loop. I was like, I just couldn't kind of stop watching it. It was really weird. I was like, am I a psychopath or
It
what?
looks like a movie. I mean, it doesn't look real.
Yeah. I tried to get myself to feel bad for the guy, but I just fucking can't.
I don't know. I feel bad for him, for his family. I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't want him to cause him pain. I'm almost traumatized just by the amount of gore we see on the news these days.
Well, okay, look, we've been seeing all kinds of stuff happen to immigrants, to people in war, people in Gaza, people, you know, and it's just kind of like when you see something like this, it's like, yeah, because, you know, they've been doing it to other people, so, but I think my biggest concern is they're going to want their lick back.
Yeah.
One minute he was talking about gun control, and then he gets shot in the neck with a gun. I mean, you can't make this stuff up.
Yeah, but he said, what did he say? It's worth it? Or something like that?
He said the gang violence. So he was defending gun violence, and then he died, you know?
Yeah, the last words he ever said was gang violence. Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
What do you think about the mass shootings? He's all, what about the gang violence? Bang, he's dead.
Well, you know.
He was a gang member?
Well, you know, it's people like Charles Kirk that overblow statistics and overblow certain things in certain communities to push an agenda, right? So he's going to overblow gang violence, even though black-on-black crime is 12,000 human people a year. And so that's way under, that's a point percentage of the actual African Americans, the 40 million that are in the United States. So this is not something that's plaguing us. This is 12,000 people a year, right? And this is something that we can work together on as Americans to quell over time. President Trump's doing it in his own way, which, you know, I somewhat support, you know, sending in troops. And it's proven to work in Washington, D.C., you know what I mean? So, you know, amongst other things, I think there's other things that we could do to cut that number down. But what these anti-black people do is they overblow the statistics. Like, this is just plaguing the black community, right? And they rely on how people view us in mainstream media to push that narrative as well. When white people overrepresent themselves in online pedophilia and child sex trafficking. And sex trafficking has become the #2 illegal operation in the United States.
Alright, this is like veering into anti-white, like, you know.
No. I'm saying that they
They're overrepresented. Like, let's not like smear anyone to generalize about anyone.
No, these are statistics. These are .gov statistics.
You're doing the same thing he's doing.
No, we're doing the same thing they accuse us of.
No, but this is what I'm saying. If 12,000 people are...
this is what Charlie Kirk said about us, that we smeared white
If
people.
12,000 people die from black-on-black crime a year, right? But if we go over to child trafficking, that affects 300,000 to 600,000 kids a year. So what I'm saying is they overblow these black statistics to push anti-black agendas, and Charlie Kirk has been doing that for the past few years, but he's been taking it to the max for the past week.
Yeah, the guy was a real pain in the neck.
What do you
God.
What do you guys think triggered it?
Who do you think is recording my room? Is that John? Is that Donna?
Yeah, he literally has a room right now called Buttercup 2.0, calling Charlie Kirk and Jews Nazis.
Stupid. And what?
No, it's John Kitover, and it's in the house called Amir Terrorist Call FBI.
That was like a fucking shit show. Is it Amir's room?
No, this is John Kitover.
How does he juggle so many accounts at once? I don't get it.
He has 57 phones. He has 57 phones.
How? How does he have
57 accounts.
time? Who pays him? Like, how does he get money?
He's crazy. He's literally crazy.
Guys, I have a question. Okay, first, well, maybe two questions. But first, what do you think was the straw that broke the camel's back for when it came to Charlie Kirk? And then number two is like, who do you guys think next?
Oh, you mean what caused
Who
him
do
to
you
shoot
guys
him?
think is next?
I mean, you think it's gonna stop here?
I don't think he caused his own death. First of all, no one deserves to get shot. I don't believe in vigilante justice.
It was only a matter of time, honestly. I'm surprised, like, how far this guy got, like, because I know...
Do they have a suspect yet?
Hold on, wait on to pass any judgments.
That's what everybody's waiting.
Yeah.
They've been released already, so I don't know what's going on.
They had 2 suspects, I think, and they released both of them. So they don't know who did it.
Well, Utah has the most white people per capita, and then so if we go to white people, they do the most mass shootings per capita. So it's statistically conducive for it to happen in Utah.
Vincent, you're like obsessed with me. I don't even think I've had one conversation with this guy, and he's fucking obsessed with me. Is Vincent someone else? Does anyone know who Vincent is?
He's like this black convert. He's now Jewish now. I don't know. But he's a Zionist, obviously, because I don't know.
Vincent, I think you might have a wrong impression of me. I engage with Jews because they're my people, and I think I want to have a dialogue with them, okay? I'm not trying to defame you or anybody. I just feel that, I have a different opinion about Gaza and the Israel-Palestine conflict, and I feel the need to vent my frustration and engage with Jewish people who have a different view. That's all, okay?
He's a chat warrior. He does this in every room. Like, he's just, he never comes up. He never hears voice. He never hears intellect. He's just a chat warrior.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know. Do I need to push the limit? I'll push the limit on this guy. Like, at the end of the day, the left is an alliance. So if you've been in American university, yeah, you understand. Yes, exactly. So we are an alliance. And so this guy literally went against Islam, advocated for,
pretty much like, destroying us and destroying our ideology and outlawing us. And, so he wasn't subtle, at least when it came down to Islam and Muslims. I deport all Muslims anyways. So, from that perspective, yeah, fuck him, obviously. So I don't give a crap about him. Like, from, he put himself against Islam and Muslims for some sort of like global agenda and a crusader agenda, and he paid the price. So I don't know. Just in case, it might be one of us. I don't know. It could be. Maybe. I don't know. I don't think so. But maybe. Could be one of us. But like, so before, if it turns out to be one of us, like he there's a weight behind your words. So words do matter, and you're gonna declare yourself an open threat. Like, sure, is it against the law? Absolutely, it's illegal. No one should go against anybody. You're gonna get persecuted.
Against murder in this room, just to be clear, we're against murder. We just think it's sad that pro-Israel Jews align themselves with this Nazi.
Yeah, it shouldn't happen like that.
It's emblematic of a larger problem, which is that right-wing Jews, because these supremacist right-wing characters vilify and demonize the left-wing and especially left-wing Jews, and the right-wing Kahanists, which are the sort of pro-Israel right, they also demonize left-wing Jews in the same way, in this vitriolic, horrific way. And also, and then Charlie Kirk did. So we have Nazis and right-wing establishments and Kahanists on this app, which again is not referring to literal Kahanists, it's the Bibi Kapara and company and the folks that are in the audience. All vilify people in my community, people like me, left-wing Jews, people who are for equal rights, people who, espouse mainstream Jewish liberal ideals. And they vilify us, they make us seem like we're the root of all evil. They call me names on this app every single day. And they're just falling into the same trap of like hatred and exclusion and bigotry.
Buttercup, you always know the right is always going to start going into like, they're going to attack identity, and they're always going to, if you're black, they're going to attack you, and they're going to bring up your demographics. If you're white, they're going to do this. If you're Jewish, they're going to do. If you're Middle Eastern, they're going to do this. So you know how they do it. Like, this is just the general way of the right in America. They come after you. They usually tackle your race or your identity, and they attack that.
Yeah.
So
I guess to me it's personal because I feel like my people have like bought in this hateful ideology, hook, line, and sinker. They've really, really embraced Charlie Kirk. Israelis especially that I'm friendly with would send me his clips not knowing the context at all. They only know him for his pro-Israel sort of rants, and they don't know what he stands for. And it really just breaks my heart that he's like torn my community apart, that he's hijacked like half of my community, and they don't know that they're aligning themselves with people who espouse hateful things that ultimately will come for them one day,
Can I ask you a question, Buttercup?
Yeah, of course.
You don't mind?
Of course.
What's the difference between a left-wing Jew and a right-wing Jew? I thought we were all right-wing. We're the God's chosen people.
Are you Jewish?
Chosen people. Of course I'm Jewish.
And you think we're all right-wing? How do you live in America?
How could you be on a left-wing and have other religions and other people, but be under the,
Is this a real person?
God?
Do you guys know this guy?
I mean, so far he said some clearly he's witty.
So, I don't know what rock you've been living under, but I understand that because of Israel and a lot of Jews, their identities are linked with Israel. They vote. They veer to the right because they think that Republican Party better represents Israel's interests.
Donald Trump loves us, yes.
Israel, you mean?
he doesn't love us. He loves Israel. I mean, or he doesn't love Israel even. He just is good at pandering to Jews and making them think that he's like Israel's best friend, right? I don't know. It's not looking very good for anybody over there. Just saying. A lot of people are dying. Kids are dying. This guy, is this a real person? This is not a real person.
That might be normal.
I'm dealing with.
That might be normal.
There's like this
That was like normal.
Why can't this guy?
Normal.
We had another show on here that was making it with the same exact voice. I moved them down too, but they had another. It was like Buttercup, but like Butch Buttercup.
I'm loving the Buttercup.
You got me for like a second.
I'm loving the Buttercup PTOs they got going on.
But yeah, it should be. Oh yeah, those guys.
That's it's cute.
Wait.
It's like.
Somebody was talking about Hassan Piker earlier. The Korean person, the person with the Korean name. They were saying that Hassan Piker actually witnessed this live, or not? Or wait, watched it live. You know, he's like a street. Do you guys know who Hassan Piker is?
Yeah, of course. I love Hassan.
Okay.
But I don't think it should happen like this. You know, we're in America, free speech. The guy offered himself to be debated. You know what I mean? College to college. It could have been a thing where he like only showed the debates that he won. You know, who knows? You know how he marketed.
Oh yeah. I mean,
definitely.
But what I'm saying is that this is not good for our democracy. It's not good for our politics. I'm a kind of person where I feel like I can defeat anyone intellectually, and he offered himself to intellectually spar with many people. Like that was his whole brand.
I mean, he has his ass handed to him quite a few times.
Yeah, so I feel like to resort to.
But they don't promote those clips, right?
Yeah. I feel like to resort to it is kind of the coward's way. Even if I feel like he's anti-black, even if I feel like he's.
Every clip I've seen, he didn't really engage on the issues. He was just snarky. He was like a norm character, you know.
I just feel like we could have defeated him intellectually. We could have defeated him in other ways. And played chess.
Of course, no, we should never endorse violence.
No. I've already discussed with Pepe a lot. Like, if you break him, if you break him down to the ideals, like if you go, you'll see that he will align with the ideals. So if
we're talking about Pepe or
Pepe is like a leftist in ideals, but like he's just like someone who is
I was talking about Kurt.
I thought you were talking about Kurt.
Yeah, I was talking about Kurt, but maybe he's talking about Pepe.
Oh, Kurt is a wasp. Like,
seems like he just he broke at some point in this conversation.
They're all wasps. It's just like white guys who are usually on the right are usually wasps, and at different degrees will advocate the extremism. The extremists will advocate for like a wasp state, and you'll see those are the ones who are obsessed with like Jews and Zionists. So those kind of wasps were practically like Nazis at that point.
They're all mad at the mainstream media right now. They feel like they're not getting any love from the mainstream media. They feel like everything is promoting like interracial marriages. They feel like they're being like whited out. They feel like their racial stock amongst the world is dwindling. They're so used to having this semblance of white power that they're starting to get worried. They're mad at like the internet and TikTok, which is why they're trying to ban it. They're mad that like all this BIPOC indigenous sovereignty and remembrance is happening amongst the people, and they are just they're scrambling right now. They're scrambling.
Yeah, they're scrambling because there's a reason they are scrambling, because the demographics are gonna flip in America. Like we're talking, you've gotta be honest. People, the right and the left in America, they are represented based on like racial lines. There's a racial correlation to the left and the right in America. And if one demographic grows, the left also grows. reaching a tipping point.
Can
Like,
I ask
Latinos are going to be the majority demographic by 2070, and so that's why that could explain a lot of the new like ICE policies.
So Kirk,
Ustad, real quick. Ustad, what were you saying about Hassan Piker earlier? Or we can table it. I just wanted to let him know that I wanted to ask, about Hassan Piker. But yeah, I'll if you want to keep going.
Let's change the topic. Let's talk about Hassan Piker. What about him?
Yeah, so apparently he was watching the shooting live. Like he didn't know it was gonna happen. He was just watching it live, and he had obviously a horrific reaction to it. And he said like he was urging his followers not to make fun of the shooting or the death of Charlie Kirk, because he said this is terrible and stuff like that. And he also felt like that he might be next. Like.
Did you see this video? Yeah, because they're gonna want their like. Did you see the video of Hassan reacting?
No. It was. I was watching Kyle from Secular Talk, and he was talking about it. So, but I think the video's out there. It's pretty. It's not shouldn't be hard to find, but yeah.
Piker isn't stupid. He's not gonna go in the middle of a university and set himself up. Like he would have probably gotten shot long before Kirk did. Honestly.
Kirk, like I said, Kirk represented their white knight. He was the one that's supposed to go to the universities and galvanize the youth and fight and push back on leftist ideology that seemed to be spreading faster in these institutions of higher education. Why? Because they're learning the truth of the world.
Not only that.
Not really. They're losing.
His purpose is also to thwart the young people or youth from accepting the ideology of Nick Fuentes. Like Nick Fuentes is like somebody who's rising, becoming extremely popular among among young people.
Well, also like the leftist ideologies, right? Like white people are seeing their children radicalized and support pro-Palestinian agendas in record numbers right now, similar to when the Black Panthers linked up with the white kids at the universities and became anti-war during that time. And we all know that once that happened, that's when the U.S. government started going after the Black Panthers and locking them up until this very day. I think a Black Panther just got out like 6 months ago. So they're really worried. They're scrambling, and they needed people like Kirk to go and galvanize the youth, get them back on board with conservative agendas, right-wing agendas, and he was their white knight.
Yeah. One interesting thing about Kirk is that.
I'm sorry, but someone was kind enough to post in the chat, Free Palestine posted in the chat, the actual video of him saying the anti-Semitic stuff that we're trying to demonstrate, he said. Is it okay if I play it real quick? Okay. So here's...
They went all Jewish communities have been pushing the exact kind of hatred against whites that they claim to want people to stop using against them. Now, I don't like generalizations. Not every Jewish person believes that. But it is true the Anti-Defamation League was part and parcel with Black Lives Matter. It is true that some of the largest financiers of left-wing, anti-white causes have been Jewish Americans. They went all in on woke, and it wasn't just ADL. It was some of the top Jewish organizations in the country that have done that. In fact, we have seen this with the recent retreat of Jewish donations that are no longer going to be administered to colleges, right? Mark Rowan, Leon Cobham, can we get that full list? Very powerful. The part of it, so that's totally true. And by the way, Tucker Carlson reinforces this. So I'm going to it was quite a day on the internet. Tucker Carlson was interviewing Candace Owens. We have Candace Owens coming up next hour. And Tucker Carlson mentions that Jewish Americans have primarily been financing cultural Marxist ideas. We said this, by the way, last week, and people came after us. We were on top of it. We actually said it in a different way. We said, I'm glad that Jewish Americans are reconsidering their financing of cultural Marxism. And people misunderstood it intentionally and slandered us as being anti-Semites. But listen to this. Tucker Carlson is completely correct by saying this, that the philosophical foundation of anti-whiteness has been largely financed by Jewish donors in the country. Jewish community.
All right, so that's the clip of him blaming Jews for Marxism, blaming Jews for financing, lefty causes, and just sort of like drawing this like vast conspiracy of.
Further putting you all in danger. Yeah, I think that's what that's doing as well.
He's generalizing. Listen, I'm not saying there aren't influential Jews who are money. There's George Soroses who have influence and money, but there's to attribute that much power. Well, here's another one.
To do, and Jewish donors, they have a lot of explaining to do, a lot of decoupling to do, because Jewish donors have been the number one funding mechanism of radical, open-border, neoliberal, quasi-Marxist policies, cultural institutions, and nonprofits. This is a beast created by secular Jews. And now it's coming for Jews, and they're like, what on earth happened? And it's not just the colleges. It's the nonprofits, it's the movies, it's Hollywood, it's all of it. It's like, time for you guys to wake up and say no more. Draw a line in the sand. I don't care if you hate me.
Okay. So I think that's pretty explicit. These are like, if you're not like trained in recognizing anti-Semitic tropes, this is the classic anti-Semitic tropes about moneyed Jews controlling everything and having too much power and driving political trends.
I don't think he was speaking I think he was speaking as an ally. He was
as an ally to the right-wing Jews, but he was demonizing the left-wing Jews, which is the majority of Jews in America. So it sounded like
he was speaking to all of Jews and he was giving them advice. He was like, you guys need to stop. Something like that,
Right. I think he was saying stop the left-wing powerful Jews, right? Like the influential left-wing Jews.
Well, he never said left or right wing. That's his problem.
So he kept the donors. He kept talking about the donors, and whenever people talk about George Soros, yes, he's an influential left-wing Jew, but like people usually he's a stand-in for Jewish influence, Jewish money, Jewish power.
I think which is a usual talking point, is that you are seeing behind a lot of the organizations that are for inclusion and minority advocate-like organizations, that you will usually see big Jewish sponsors, if not themselves, be run by liberal Jews. So that's usually what it is, and that he sees these inclusion and minority advocate organizations or migration or immigrant organizations as anti-white organizations. That's just how he sees it.
I think HASC is one of them. HASC was like a Jewish, it was like a refugee, it supports immigrants basically. And it's when they blame the white replacement theory people blame on Jews. They say, because they support immigrants, they're trying to replace us, and that's why Jews are responsible for this white replacement or whatever.
And how do they justify this? Because they use Zionism. So you're like, all you Jews, you're advocates of Zionism, right? So it's like, if Zionism, you're preserving a Jewish ethno-state by controlling the demographics in the region. So why so we have legitimacy here. So what we're advocating for has legitimacy. So the right in America is getting away with advocating for these policies and like what you're seeing today with ICE, because they can like corner Jews in America with Zionism.
Right. I mean, they're trying to sort of weaponize Zionism. They're like, if you're a true Zionist, you won't join these lefty causes. Basically, they're trying to manipulate.
Exactly.
They're basically saying, like Trump has said it too. He's basically saying like, he's made statements like, Jews who don't support Israel, Jews who don't support him, basically are endangering themselves. Anyone who doesn't support Trump is endangering themselves. They're not looking out for themselves because they don't support. That means they don't support Israel by proxy. And this is like a talking point on the far right, basically.
Yeah. Actually, I would say it's one of their main angles.
And you know, it's interesting. People accuse Jews of like being too influential. I think Jews are being influenced and exploited by this sort of like divisive politics, political forces, right? They're being manipulated and hijacked by these like far right people who say, you know, who are exploiting their loyalty to Israel and their fealty to the Israeli government and putting them in bed with people who actually hate them, you know?
There can't be a problem, and I'll tell you, especially with the leftist Jews, like it's too late in the game for you to be caught like and frozen like a deer in front of headlights when someone puts you in when someone on the right asks you about Zionism. Your position should be very clear. We don't need to be educating you on what Zionism is. We don't need to be educating you on what's going on in Palestine or the Greater Project or the War on Terror. Like none of this. It's too late in the game for you as someone on the left to not be aware of this and aware of what's going on when it comes down to this conflict. And our greater doings as America and our foreign policy in the wars since 9/11, even before, so we got to be clear. And as a generation, there is no reason for ignorance. We have social media. Everything's accessible.
Or supporting Israel. And Israel is a genocidal nation. They are.
Be clear what you're asking for should be clear.
Yeah.
And that's a problem with a lot of leftist Jews. Like, the right comes in, blah, Israel, and then they're like, that's not gonna work.
Listen, I think a lot of Jews are conflicted about Israel, and I don't like it's a tough thing, right? Like, I don't know if my positions are pure. I'm always like put on this purity test. Like, are you anti-Israel enough to like hang with us liberals, you know? And the fact is, like, I think I don't know if I've discussed it with you, but I've talked to in Amir's room about it. Is our feelings are complicated, you know? Like, a lot of American Jews are especially those who have Eastern European or European ancestry, are just here by an accident of fate. Like, we could have ended up in Israel because we were all refugees at one point, you know? And so for many of us, you know, even if we're harsh critics of the Israeli government, and even if we see what's happening there as a genocide, it's really, really hard to, I think we need to,
Yeah, as I was studying that, it was like,
people
his influence for this, that, and Kaczynski.
Yeah.
It is what
I was
it
like,
is.
word?
It was
And
bad
so I revisited
circumstances,
Kaczynski at
desperate
that point.
circumstances.
That show was online, on a similar type, and it was about similar ideas. Like,
Who is Ted Kaczynski?
Continue in the same mindset or do
Oh, shit.
Those were
Y'all never heard of Mike Wazowski?
circumstances and they were bad
I don't
circumstances.
think so.
And we should not feel advocating for those circumstances.
Oh, okay.
That's where we're at today.
Yeah, my kids from that in the background, but yeah, so that's when I was like revisiting, because I grew up when Ted Kaczynski, I was little, but I just remember the face
some
on the
Jewish
movie
people uncomfortable,
all the time,
clearly, especially
and
on
the
South.
drawing they had with his aviator glasses.
But there's also like there has been movement. I think there's a young generation that is really
Yeah,
disillusioned
it was on
by
the news when I was
sort
like
of the narratives
9
that
or
have been fed.
10.
I can only speak for American Jews. Israeli Jews have a very different experience.
He had
Like,
the hoodie.
a
OJ
lot of us
was
who are
happening
racist
around that time. There was
Zionists
a lot of shit going
grew
on in
up
the 90s.
and met Palestinians, mainly in college, and heard the other side of the story, and just were extremely disappointed by some of these talking points that were really shallow and thoroughly unconvincing and just not coherent. And so, like, anyone who's like intelligent and can think for themselves is just feels lied to. They feel like they lied to us. And so there's just like a real disillusionment, I think, in my generation. That I think it's hard because we have, you know, I love people who are Zionists who have views that I even find abhorrent, and it's very hard for me to talk to them about this topic because they're in my family and I don't want to fight with them. And
No, there was a.
and I think that's where the conflict is. And so it's like it's hard when
There was this
people
one guy.
on the left kind of give us these purity tests, these litmus tests if we're liberal enough, if we meet the requirements.
He had a pretty high IQ.
I really, I feel like I get more respect in the mirrors room, but they too also test my, to make sure I'm anti-Zionist in the right ways, you know? And it's fine, and I'm fine with it, I can handle it, but
They were like terrible fucking parents, and they ended up getting divorced.
you know, I just, it's a tough time right now, so I understand.
His guts would just terrorize him, make him feel like less than a man, like she hate him a little bit. It was just a terrible experience. So eventually, I think he was like killing animals. You know, they all sort of practice.
But just identify using the G word, is that?
This is not probably either got a motherfucking somebody for the military or if it's just serial killer.
We're gonna be now. We don't believe
the three
in ethnic states. I used to be animal. There is any sort of diversity of demographics in any place.
Harming animals and playing with fire.
And you know,
Yes,
Not
exactly.
everyone here, not every Palestine person believes that. Some people do believe in an ethno state, but they think it should be a Palestinian state. Some people do want
So I
to.
guess he's mighty got it's a true story.
But they do want to keep those people so they can push. There are people who feel that strongly. They're not a monolith for Palestine.
Got put in a mental institution. He was so high IQ that
I'm talking about
it might keep weird for me to kill people weird shit.
immigrants or people
He
who are just showing
already started killing him.
I don't think the left in America is a monolith either. And this is
like
something
the
the pro-Israel people try to paint them as. Is this like virulently anti-Semitic, monolith, like hateful people. I think there's like a wide range of people on the left who have different views, and we've created a big tent. And I think it's really powerful, and I don't like that like Jewish people on the left always put through these like purity tests. When like the fact is we're fractured and we need to
He ended up finessing that, getting out of the fucking place, getting put back in normal society, and his mom, who kind of started this whole journey, and he ended up starting tweaking. So he started.
How did he beat the murder case with his
Because
grandpa?
he was a juvie.
Oh shit! How old was he when he did that?
She was like 14.
I didn't see what her parents. So look at some LED lights.
Yeah, he was like 14 when he killed his grandparents. So he ended up getting out, and I guess he was trying to integrate back into society, but he was just all he was just a weirdo in general. So, and mind you, he was huge, bro, like 6 foot something, 240. Big motherfucker now.
You know,
Are you talking to me specifically? Is my position not clear to you?
and I know El Normo will know this reference. You guys might know it if y'all check the film. But El Normo, you remember the film?
Jews in general are not clear about their positions when they
Yeah, now I just forgot the name. Silence of the Lambs. And that was about a serial killer who was like a tranny weirdo guy. Like he was sucking his dick between his thighs, wearing wigs and shit.
I thought they made that about Hannibal Lecter.
Well, Hannibal Lecter was the psychopath in prison who was given the FBI clue to how to find him. So when Theophilus on Appeal Francis, when he was just talking about that, it kind of brought that light bulb in. And I was like, yeah, that's kind of what they were talking about in Silence of the Lambs. Jodie Foster was a brand new FBI agent who got put on the case. And then, like, if you interview Hannibal Lecter, he might help you find this tranny killer, serial killer. And so the whole movie is about that relationship of her trying to get close to him and kind of like not falling in love with him, but admiring his mind. He's a genius. And he knows that she's a genius too. So he's playing with her, but still trying to help her career. But he's a psychopathic cannibal. You know what I mean? It's a really good movie if you haven't seen it.
No, yeah, my mom used to make me watch them motherfuckers when I was a kid, bro.
You know what I would do if I was a psychological
and I think it's compatible with
psychological thriller. Hey, Normal, you know what I would do if I was filming? I would write the script, right? I would use real life characters like a fucking Andy Kemper, but I would put him in, I would use the archetype and put him in like a different time. Like imagine Andy Kemper in the medieval times. If
you had a serial killer with a 2-something IQ, or whatever IQ, high IQ,
No, they can't.
imagine
And
him
that's
being
why
a warlord in some medieval
twisting
fucking,
themselves into
you know what I'm
knots,
saying?
trying to make it all
Game
fit
of Thrones
together.
type.
Hell no. Put Ted Bundy in and he'd go crazy.
There's a historical precedent for that. Look up the serial killer, probably the first prominent serial killer in West Virginia. Gilles de Rais, French one. Gilles or Giles? Derais. Gilles de Rais. Yeah.
I don't know why I heard that name before.
Yeah, there's a novel about him by yours, Carl Leisman, a French novelist, but Gilles de Rais, that motherfucker was crazy. And he was really medieval because he was looking for the Fountain of Youth or some shit like that. Like he was going wild.
Normal about it, right? Like think about like some of the like great like normal people you know, and like imagine if they were in like if they had actual use cases for him. Like he probably would have been a great warlord if he wasn't such a sicko.
He was a warlord, and then
I'm talking about like Kemper or something like. Like 6 foot, you know what I'm saying? Like
Benny, I'm gonna say the same thing I said to Mikhail. Like, I understand that.
Well, if you look into him, you'll see what he got away with. You know, and he was a part of the military at the time. He was a marquis.
That's not the conversation.
But he went off. He was trying to find like the emotions to turn.
Wait, who is Ed? Are you talking about Edmund Kemper?
There are Palestinians that want to create a Palestine.
Yeah, that's who Theophrastus is talking about.
And there are
Who is Edmund Kemper?
He was a big, goofy serial killer who murdered his grandparents.
Oh yeah, that's the same dude. He's still alive. He's like 78.
Even amongst just the Palestinian portion of it. There are
He's in that series. What's it called? Mind Hunters?
Yeah, Mind Hunters.
Y'all hear what I said? He's still alive.
Oh, what happened?
Is he free or is he locked up?
No, he locked up.
They keep him alive. They study him, man.
How many times did they? How many people did he kill?
But that does
He
exist.
started killing college girls, bro. He started.
No, but that does
He started.
exist.
Can you remember like feminism really took off in the 70s and shit? When it came super mainstream, a lot of people was just like, oh, let's be hitchhikers. I don't know what in their brain just said, hey, since we're free, let's hitchhike.
I know that
But motherfuckers started hitchhiking. Niggas like him and Ted Bundy was just preying on them and shit. So, you know, killed a bunch of girls and shit. And then killed his mom at the end, bro. He killed his mom. Cut her head off. Did some freaky shit.
However, what I think is cool is that this is calcium.
He's very degenerate.
Which is why it's safely stored and protected.
That's not even gonna be
But anyway, now that the calcium is free, researchers wanted to try with it. Like look at this small amount of it. Now, I just wanted to drop it into some water.
Was it hitchhiking a thing? It wasn't a thing.
They don't start reacting almost immediately and turning into calcium hydroxide. I'm telling you this though. It was also a reason for how to recycle gas. And I think like the way it sounds.
This is easy to get away with murder. Everybody uses it for music, for the most part.
But like I can imagine myself, man, if I knew how to murder, like I knew murder, I'm gonna hesitate to speak up. I don't want to get involved in this. You know, especially if I live in the same community as a murderer.
You a film director?
Yes.
Oh, the one with Megan.
That's what's up.
Film and television.
I never knew that. That's what's up, bro. You definitely got so what type of shows do you make on your shit is diverse?
Mostly nonfiction.
about foreign aid to Israel.
Non-fiction?
Partnership.
Yeah.
Like sci-fi type shit?
State partner of the United States.
No,
People
that's
better understand something.
Alright, not
The
fiction.
number one enemy people
So is it like
are American Jews
documentary
that do
or
not
I
support
do
Israel
or
and do not
some
support America.
documentary, some reality. I do some comedy.
It sounds
I did some paranormal stuff that was pretty wild.
The Jewish people are
You know
not
this
the
game
biggest
called
supremacists.
Paranormal
The biggest
Tape?
enemy you have is inside the wire. Progressive
That's what
Jewish
it is.
billionaires, they're funding all this stuff.
No, I was going to ask you. I thought you did fictional and shit. So I was going to ask you, like,
Because
they should do like a serial killer in modern day time. We ain't seen a movie like that in forever.
I feel like technology is so on point. That's why we have a decrease in like active serial killers. It's not like the profile, the personality don't do this. It's just like the opportunity to space doesn't exist in our shit. So I feel like you see this. I also have this. This is something I wonder, right?
But like, I think people
Y'all notice in like at least American history, I can't speak for other countries. I don't even know if they exist in other countries to the frequency that you hear. But notice post World War II, there's like a mass proliferation of serial killers in the United States. Did y'all not find that phenomenon kind of like interesting? Like, why is that? Like, is it because feminism? Is it because poor people like what the fuck?
I think that you have a high level of serial killing, and you just have a high level of violence in general in America, like as opposed to maybe like Western European countries where they don't have a high murder rate. We have a very population. And you know, the racial appeal, you know, I mean, of course, is higher. You know, it's like really high for a Western developed nation in America. And, you know, it overshadows everything you can do in Britain or France, to say nothing of a Sweden. But it has a lot to do with knowing what's possible here, knowing what you can achieve here, is becoming a playboy or a
The Democrats just killed Charlie Kirk today. They want to intimidate you and me and everybody else.
So that's like one of the parts of living in an individualistic capitalist society. It's like, damn man, you know, who is this motherfucker that he got all the bitches and all the yachts and the whole mansion? And it doesn't lead to frustration. The remedy to it is to teach people that you can use your mind to achieve those things. The education system in America doesn't teach people.
Charlie Kirk got shot and killed. How do you feel?
That's why you have shit like what happened to that. That's why you have shit like what happened to that Ukrainian lady.
That's good that they were getting shot. Did they ever figure out why black dude did that since they're Ukrainian? Did you see that Charlie Kirk got shot and killed too?
I don't really
No rap, no sentiment.
who are you?
That's just crazy. Just getting people's opinion. That shit is crazy.
Bro, they going crazy with that shit on Twitter. The white supremacists, they
Girl,
like,
someone had to do it.
they
That's how I feel at this point in time.
He's like, they're like, oh, it's about to be a racial war.
I think they're confused.
Twitter will
Try not to get all pulled up into that, but he was a misogynist, he's a disgusting person, disgusting beliefs.
So you had a magical racial war. Magical.
Yeah, like, damn, it ain't gonna like come over once y'all get onto somebody that's a fire video.
I think things happen on purpose, vast conspiracy.
I mean, I think they're gonna stay racist because they can't believe it.
And that's the crazy thing.
They can't have those sustained efforts to do a free revolution. I don't think that like capable.
Charlie Kirk was just shot. Utah University, somewhere in fucking Utah.
I think they're too sweet. We have so much prosperity, we don't gotta worry about anything. invaders. You don't have to worry about, like, we're in a very comfortable place as Americans. Like, we're safe. Even if you don't, like I said, demographic, you can move to, like, in Utah, you can move to Wyoming.
And Americans are not getting their quality of life and their standard of living from doing revolution.
Exactly.
Their standard of living from working hard, doing overtime.
Exactly, bro. It's just too
Taking out some credit card debt for stuff.
Like, imagine trying to start a revolution where you just love your hobby. Like, I love working on cars. I'm just being hypothetical. I don't work on cars. You understand?
Nah, I'm working on credit card before you get.
He's still around. He's in the
Exactly. So, like, I think the only way that we'll truly get revolution is, like, it has to be like political collapse plus economic collapse. And I just don't think like it.
I'm saying,
Politics, like,
Exactly.
Funded by Israel politically. You know what's funny that by Israel.
Hopefully never nice spiritually like
You're not talking about how small your penis is today? I'm really just trying to talk about the size of how tiny your dick is.
turn it from USA's to these federalist societies to these memes.
You're like a grudge me fascist like you. Probably your love for fascism.
Can't make this country small.
And he doesn't sugarcoat
We will
it
go
at
through
all.
our dark
You're
periods.
fascist.
But unless you take out New York, LA, we cannot leave fall. And if we fall, that means the whole planet is all back to the and we went to Civil War, but it wasn't like, nah, it ain't gonna be no American after this.
I can't see a modern American it's not war, bro. It's just convenient. It's like more money. Reality, more, like you said, it's more money, more technology, more technology, it's more. It's just too, bro. It would really be like we have to do some suicidal shit, like, and
this country needs better soul. And we can put it in a way of like, show me who I mean, it just needs to expose them for how stupid they are. So because they're the ones who are making this thing up. This game online. And I don't know, I think somebody said earlier in this room, like, they need some more regulation on the internet or whatever. Like, I don't know, I think you probably just need to be able to use the internet as a real exercise. Period. And it's public. You know, like, put this shit out there and know who you are. So say what you gonna say.
Question. Mikhail
You know, you in the streets, it's just like taking a picture of a motherfucker walking across the street. You in public. Because of our digital technology, we have a digital public now. Like, you know, once you try to play with it, like, it's still private. You can't put shit online. Somebody can hack your shit and find you. You know, so figure it out. Put the fucking matrix or comes on it. You know, like, it is what it is. So just make that shit public. Yeah, I heard that in other ones the other night. Like, yeah, I remember, you know, I ain't gonna bring her up because I don't want to further what she's going through, but yeah, you know, the motherfucker hears it, you know, your shit, and then start putting it out. I mean, where the fuck is, Roger? Do y'all know Roger off the app?
I do.
Yeah, they said he got doxxed. Now he ain't been on that.
Not the same thing.
That's the kind of Zionist
I
that
thought he
Bernie
was on,
Sanders
I thought he
is.
had his regular name on there. Shit.
I don't know on what basis he believes that.
Yeah, look, he has his information online, but it's not tied to his clubhouse identity. But somebody, you know,
Pretty sure
went
he
into
has said it.
and doxed him.
That Israel has a right to exist as a Jewish
Come on,
state.
man. Like,
That's what
alright,
so
if you wanna do it like that, your shit should be out here too.
That doesn't mean to the exclusion.
Put your name on it, man. Like, who are you? What's your picture looking like? If you want to do it honestly, then, you know, do it like I do it, man. You know, I don't cussing nobody out. I don't threaten nobody. I don't disagree.
That's what pisses me off about this whole, like,
I'm pretty sure
like,
Bernie Sanders
you look at Charlie Kirk and it just ain't gonna compare right now with Charlie Kirk, but it's like, just because a motherfucker has a strong opinion, I don't care if it makes you uncomfortable, you gotta like, is it possible, is it?
So he hasn't been
I
hard
know
for us.
what, that's what the mainstream view for
I crash out.
progressives who
You know, and I
support
think that's what the
Palestinian
sister was saying.
rights
That I think like she crashed out, then the dude took advantage of that. Was like, all right, fuck it, I'm going Defcon 5.
Whether you label him a
I'm
Zionist
cool
or
with
not a
crash out,
Zionist,
man. As long as you're not
is
threatening
irrelevant.
me.
What he believes is
You
the
know,
same thing that
crashing out. Oh, fuck you. You don't know shit. You fucking N-word. You fucking K-word. You don't know shit. Fuck you.
Poses an app at the Palestinian state, he never said that.
That's a crash out, man. It's like, yeah, we laugh at it. We get into it, but for a motherfucker next step, and be like, this is who this person is, and these are who his kids are. This is where he lives. This is what he does for a living. This is where he works.
I can't change
Nah, man, if you're doing all that, your name needs to be on
It
this
does
bitch.
exist. Who cares?
Yeah.
I don't know. You're doing the same dumb litmus test that Zionists do, which shows that
I'm talking about is like,
it's a way to
I don't give a
people,
fuck.
to trap people,
Yeah,
to try to get them to
you
right.
can pull up.
Who cares? No one has a right to exist, right? People just exist. It's not a real question. It's a big question that you're trying to follow. Because you're trying to get people to say, oh, you're in this life. Everyone in the world has a right to exist. No one does it. Doesn't have a right to exist. Things are stuck in the same linguistic you believe in two states or you don't believe in two states. If you believe in two states, you're the same as Erdogan, you're the same as Clinton, you're the same as anyone who thinks he wants a solution.
What do you do for a living, sir? In the morning, I didn't know nobody I care about. You ain't,
Okay, as opposed to what? Dismantle and get
as far as like the
I'm the only
disrespect
fucking
concerned,
lunatic that
I don't
thinks
think we
that
would even
thinks
get there in real life. You know what I'm saying? We probably wouldn't even be having a conversation, so we just gonna just talk.
but it's a fringe view. It's a fringe view, and I'm on the fringe. The most liberal, progressive, pro-Palestine people want a two-state solution.
Somebody intellectually